Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1144 Not So Pure. The original plan for the external exploration mission was to be completed in 1 month, but because of the added task of receiving refugees, it was postponed to 1.5 months. According to the information provided by more and more leaders about the shelters, more and more shelters were found, and the Promise Corps received more and more refugees. It must be said that humans are also very capable of struggling for survival. After experiencing the life of modern society, they have not forgotten the ability of their ancestors to survive in nature, as well as the blood engraved in their bones to fight against the sky, the earth, and people. As expected, when they finally found those large shelters, they did encounter obstacles at the beginning. Even though the Promise Corps fleet saved them from Festum, the leaders were still unwilling to give up everything in their hands. In their mouths, the disaster of Festum is a thing of the past. There may be some attacks occasionally, but there has never been a large-scale attack after the disaster, and there will be no more crisis of extinction in the future. Relying on some Fafnir in their hands, they think they can protect the refugees in the shelter, and they are unwilling to believe the Promise Corps of unknown origin. In fact, they are unwilling to give up their current status and power. As local emperors, they are now the bosses. Now that civilization is on the verge of destruction, they can do whatever they want, and they don't want anyone to control them, or even lose everything they have now. But Yang Hui doesn't indulge these people. A few aces destroyed all of their proud Fafnir. These leaders who were raised by refugees were either obedient and thrown down from the emperor's throne, or thrown directly to the ground to see the people who died at the hands of Festum. The first fleet and the second fleet were fine. They had enough warships, enough space to accommodate these people, and enough manpower to control them. But the Promise was in trouble. It had to call Jet's third fleet from the Srinagar area to follow the Promise and receive refugees. Mr. Yang Hui, the current Srinagar area cannot accommodate all of this number. Jet said to Yang Hui with a headache. The reconstruction speed in Srinagar was very fast, but they also underestimated the number of survivors. The living areas that have been rebuilt are not enough to accommodate so many refugees. Then let them join the reconstruction work and rebuild their own homes. But, according to Veda's calculations, if so many refugees are concentrated in the Srinagar area, the current defense circle is too small. Increase the density of population distribution, recalculate with Veda, and squeeze a little more. The enemy has not been eliminated, and the threat has not disappeared. What? Just think about enjoying life? Yang Hui asked Jihad in a bad mood. Okay, I know. Are there any troublemakers among that group of people? No, after all, the troublemakers. Jihad shrugged halfway through. The troublemakers were cleared out when they were received. Even if there are still some hiding, with the lessons learned from the past, how dare they make trouble? Are you, Fram, and Doors machines ready? Yang Hui continued to ask. Gerhardt has always been a T0 level member and one of the strongest pilots of the Promise Corps. Although he knows that he can't just drive his own machine to charge on the front line like he used to, and unlike Fleet, he can't charge on the front line without any scruples with Algaris as his deputy. So Gerhardt has been learning fleet command and strategic command of large-scale battles. He was originally very talented, and he had top strategists and commanders like Rebel as his teachers. His growth rate was very fast, and now he is not much worse than Rebel. But at the same time, Gerhardt has never given up his driving skills and has always maintained the strength of a top ace. His assistant and wife who came to the Promise Fortress with him, Fram, and Dorfrost of the Royal Guard, although they are not as talented as Gerhardt, have been keeping up with Gerhardt's footsteps and maintaining T0 level combat effectiveness by relying on their efforts and the extreme development of their potential. As for the other two members of the personal guard, they were a little worse, at the peak level of T1, and could not meet the requirements of T0. However, they still served as Gerhardt's personal guards, just like Dorfrost. Gerhardt, Fram and Dorfrost were on the 4th list. We were prepared before we came, and we have all fully adapted to the Festum factor, and the new consciousness in our brains has been controlled. Gerhardt said with some anticipation. As long as they are ace pilots, no one wants to fall behind, and no one does not desire powerful power. After watching the Awakened, Dawn series, such as Ersterlin, creation, and Abskneden, cut. The ace pilots lining up have long been jealous. Well, the large-scale attack did not happen again. There is still a week before the next predicted attack. We will return to the Srinagar area in a week. I hope there will be a chance. Speaking of the awakening of others, Yang Hui was a little helpless. He brought them out because he thought that Festum would launch a large-scale attack when they were alone. He took this opportunity to provide them with sufficient awakening nutrients. Who knew? He was originally very unhappy that the people who stayed in the Srinagar area found an opportunity to awaken, but the people who followed him out with full expectations did not find an opportunity and did not encounter a large-scale attack. This can be regarded as a lucky coincidence. According to Veda's calculations, this time, we should encounter a large-scale attack. Mr. Yang Hui, we must also be prepared. Gellert said solemnly to Yang Hui. For 3 consecutive cycles, the fleets that went out did not encounter large-scale attacks by Festum, and the shelters they were looking for were all subjected to small-scale attacks that were destructive to the shelters but not a concern for the Promise Fortress, so they determined that these attacks were the scheduled attacks in these 2 cycles. It's just that the method has changed. It should be that the pilots of Joy Knight and Red Miz have new ideas. But now all the known shelters no longer exist. All the supplies and refugees have been accepted. Festum's target has returned to the Promise Caller. And since they want to raise goo, since they are a little impatient, and want the Promise Corps to grow faster, they will definitely send a large number of Festum to attack the Promise Caller. It's for fun, but also to provide more nutrients for the growth of the Promise Caller. Well, we are ready. If possible, this time, the 3 of you, plus Cruz, SM, Lua, He, Mikazuki, and Wolf, will awaken together. Don't worry, Mr. Yang Hui, we have been waiting for this moment. Pay attention to one thing. After awakening, don't use your full strength immediately. You have just awakened. The bond with the body and the adaptability of the assimilation phenomenon are not enough. Avoid the assimilation phenomenon. This is an order. Yang Hui directly asked Gerhard in an imperative tone. Until now, the assimilation phenomenon has not been thoroughly studied. Although the physical examination did not show any abnormalities, and Yang Hui and the others did not feel any discomfort, but what if this is accumulated? Just like chronic toxins, there will be no problem at the beginning, but as more and more accumulate, it will explode instantly at the critical point, and the consequences are not something anyone can bear. Mr. Yang Hui, you are still so cunning. Gerhardt smiled bitterly and shook his head. When the Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and other machines awakened, Yang Hui and the others had no restrictions. The situation is different. Yang Hui smiled. Can the current situation be compared with that time? At that time, Graham was the only one who successfully awakened, and the only Dawn series that successfully awakened was Flag Abskneden, cut. He needed to be the guinea pig to provide valuable research data for Professor Eefman and Mr. Wang. When the Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and other 4 machines awakened, Joy Knight appeared. They naturally did not dare to hold back against unfamiliar enemies. Now, let's not talk about the Srinagar area. On the Promise, there are 5 awakened Dawn series, and as long as Joy Knight and Red Miz don't appear, the combat power will overflow. Okay, I understand. Gerhard accepted Yang Hui's order with a wry smile. Haha, I'll never trust you. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Doesn't he understand Gerhard and others? The order will definitely be accepted. But it will never be obeyed obediently. After all, in the battle, any abnormal situation may occur. If you are not careful, you will use all your strength. Gerhard shrugged his shoulders, neither admitting nor refuting. This is also a tacit understanding between each other. Some things are enough to know, and the rules are followed. It's not my fault if an accident happens. However, out of respect for Yang Hui, if the battle situation is really not urgent, and the 5 awakened Dawn series can easily solve the battle, they will not really violate Yang Hui's order. By the way, Mr. Yang Hui, about the eye. Still no solution. Yang Hui frowned. The most important thing at the moment is not to complete the external exploration mission, not to return to the Srinagar region, nor to awaken the various Dawn series, but to get rid of the eye that is secretly watching them. No, Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang got some ideas from Miss Mjalnir, and have found the direction. They are studying it. That's good news. And the internal investigation, The result is a bit unsatisfactory. Gerhardt sighed and said disappointedly. Has anyone really been assimilated? No one has assimilated, but I understand. Alice. Although Yang Hui and Gerhardt understood, they were indeed disappointed. Among the newcomers of the Promise Corps, they did find a dozen restless people. Compared with the huge Promise Corps, a dozen people are only a very small part, but this situation shows that the current Promise Corps is no longer as pure as before. At this moment, in front of Yang Hui and Gerhardt's astonished gazes, alarms sounded simultaneously in the Promise and the Vigan, and the ships began to broadcast repeatedly. Encountered a Festum army attack, entering the first level combat configuration, Ms. Troops urgently attack. Repeat, encountered a Festum army attack, entering the first level combat configuration, Ms. Troops urgently attack. Why is it now? Chapter 1145 New Enemy, Squire Type Festum. Although he was puzzled, the attack of Festum's army broke the previous rules, but Yang Hui still went to the hangar as quickly as possible and got on his own machine. Yang Hui. Focus on the battle in front of you first. Although he was puzzled, now was not the time to be puzzled. The sudden break of the rules by Festum's army was definitely not that simple. Natal, is there any trace of Joy Knight and Red Miz? Yang Hui immediately asked Baki Lulu through Siegfried Network. Not yet. I've asked Katie, Flit, and Wong through Veda, but none of them showed up. Understood. While listening to the answer, Ersterlin, Creation, had already stepped onto the ascending platform. Following the platform, they came to the outside of the Promise. The guiding light in front had connected to a safe road. Ersterlin, Creation, Yang Hui, attack. Ersterlin, Creation, attacked and came to the front of the Promise. 8 Azazel types could be observed with a naked eye. The radar detection system locked onto more than 30 Diablo types in the Golden Ocean, and unknown form. Beside the 8 Azazel types, there were a dozen Festum that had never been seen before. Rather than Festum, it was better to say that they were some kind of special Miz, because these Festum were wrapped in angular outer armor, and their hands were not only not strange in shape, but also held weapons that resembled guns and cold weapons. The golden flesh belonging to the Festum could be seen through the gaps in the outer armor and the uncovered parts. The new Festum is named the Squire type. Yulin, Neil, make a test attack. Lyle, cooperate with others to eliminate all Diablo types. Graham, we are responsible for the 8 Azazel types. Understood. X4 Natal, how many, Dawn series, can be awakened with the current number of Festums? All are sufficient, but the position distinction needs to be very precise. Leave it to you. Understood. Then, let me ask first, is anyone's partner greedy? Yang Hui asked Graham, Yulin, Neil and Lyle. Their bodies are now companions, not only will they be hungry, but they also want to grow. Don Ersterlin, Creation, was able to use wormhole combined with nuclear explosion attacks only after assimilating and eating the core of an Azazel type last time. Leave one for me. The power of that nuclear explosion is very greedy. Lyle said first. If there is an Azazel type that can use penetrating amoeba holes, please leave it for me. Neil and his machine had no intention of eating an Azazel type, unless there was a special one that met their needs. I don't need it. Yulin refused directly. Luna Division was very similar to her personality. Division can't eat such disgusting things. I don't need it either. The sword in my hand is enough. Graham replied proudly. High-powered attacks and various amoeba holes were not that important to Graham. He possessed the unique skills of the invincible Oriental style. Instead of caring about these external forces, it is better to practice well and reach the ultimate martial arts with Flag Abskneten, cut, to create more powerful moves. I didn't ask you. Yang Hui made a joke in a serious battle, and then, the next second, at the same time, Luna Division and Angel of Destruction Tarnung raised their long-range sniper rifles at the same time. The lines on the gun body began to flow with purple-black light, and the gem on the handle of the other gun shone brightly. The two machines pulled the trigger at the same time, and the purple-black wormhole ray penetrated countless Festums and came to the front of the Squire. As a result, something happened that surprised Yulin and Lyle. The Squire Festum actually raised its arms and crossed its arms in front of its body. Suddenly, a force field barrier made of squares appeared, blocking the sniping of Yulin and Neil. Wow! At least the reaction speed is good. The surprise was very short-lived. It was not the first time that their sniper was blocked and dodged, What really surprised them was the reaction speed of the Squire type. The firing speed of the wormhole ray was extremely fast, and there were a lot of festum blocking them. In other words, the side of the Squire type festum was blocked. When they saw the wormhole ray, the distance between them was only a blink of an eye. However, they were able to deploy the force field barrier in time to block it. The reaction speed was very fast. In addition, the defense of the force field barrier was very high and could block the wormhole ray. It seems so, but if it's just like this. Before the voice fell, the full moon behind Luna Division shattered and scattered again, scattered in the golden ocean, and the ultra-long-range sniper rifle in his hand pulled the trigger again. The thick purple-black torrent surged and rushed, shooting not far away, splitting, and turning into countless small but deadly streams, turning back and forth in the golden ocean, and finally surrounded several Squire-type festum from all directions. As expected, the force field barrier appeared again. The several festum followers surrounded them in a circle, forming a spherical force field barrier that wrapped them up. Countless wormhole rays fell on them like raindrops. The heavy force field barrier was overwhelmed. First, dense cracks appeared, and then it broke, allowing the wormhole rays to fall on their bodies. For a time, they were wrapped by the huge spherical wormhole. Fixed in one direction to deploy, multiple machines can be linked, and it is not a reaction ability, but a perception sharing. Yulin waited for the result of the attack, and also shared the result of the test with everyone. Soon, the spherical wormhole disappeared, revealing its true appearance. The several festum followers locked by Yulin were not directly eliminated, but they were not much different from being eliminated. Only some limbs were left floating. Wait? Floating? Only limbs were left, on the earth? Floating? Question mark. Sure enough. Yulin's eyes fixed, and the strangely floating stumps actually sprayed out a dark liquid from the broken ends. These liquids seemed to be unaffected by gravity and gathered together to connect all the stumps, turning into follower-type festum 4 or 5 times the size. Can they be reborn at this level? And can they merge? Yulin frowned. No matter how strong the regeneration ability is, it has its limits. 90% of the body was destroyed, but it can still regenerate and even merge with other stumps. This shows that the body seen by the eyes is not their true body. Neil. Locked on, Tarnung, hidden, start sniping the target. Just as the words fell, a wormhole ray came from the empty air and hit the fused festum. It did not penetrate, but the wormhole energy was blocked by something inside the festum. The dissipated energy rushed through its body, and the flesh that had just recovered began to collide because of the violent energy in the body, and then, bang! Golden red blood flew along with the broken meat, and it was clearly visible that the wormhole ray of Angel Destroyer Tarnung, hidden, was blocked by a turquoise core, and, around this core, there were several identical cores floating, the same number as the one locked by Luna Division, split. It has a core, and its strength is similar to that of the Azazel type. While recording the report, Luna Division fired again, and the energy torrent was split again, falling on several cores from all directions. After precise calculations, including the sniping of Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, the attack intensity of each core was kept exactly the same. Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks appeared on each core at the same time, and the depth, shape, and size of the cracks were exactly the same. I see. No wonder it is as strong as the Azazel type core, and the core of the Squire type festum is strong and adds up, spreading the damage. That's simple. That's right. Lyle, be careful. What? With the arrival of Yulin's alarm, the alarm bell of a crisis rang in Neil's mind at the same time. He subconsciously operated Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, to leave the current position. The next second, several pure black energy rays penetrated a position where Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, was just now. Looking up, I saw several escort-type festums holding their weapons and aiming at that position. How did they find us? Neil was horrified. Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, was hiding in the cracks of space, and even mental waves and gravity radars could not find him. Yang Hui also asked Mjolnir to test it, and Festum's sensing ability could not find it. As a result, the newly appeared escort-type Festum was able to find the location of Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden. Doesn't this mean they can't find you, but they can find the location where you shot? Yulin reminded Neil seriously. This time, it was obviously Neil who was careless, because the concealment ability of Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, even forgot the basis of moving after shooting. Sorry, I was careless. Neil knew it was his fault and slapped himself. But don't take it lightly. Their attacks can hit you, which means it seems that we have to leave one for the research department. It's a weapon that can penetrate space. Even if Neil was careless just now and the other party couldn't really find the location of Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, their weapons were scary enough. Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, was hiding in the interlayer of space. Being able to attack Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, means that the energy of this weapon is enough to penetrate space. Should we leave one and take it back for research? I just don't know if I can keep it. Won't you know if you try? As soon as the voice fell, several cores connected together were finally shattered by the split shooting of Luna Division, Split, and this time, the follower-type Festum did not regenerate again. Hurry up and get rid of all the followers. They've already started over there. Understood. I still have to make amends. Really, I'm so embarrassed this time. The test has produced certain results, and it's time for them to make some efforts. After all, violent tornadoes have been blowing in different directions of the Golden Ocean. In the center of each tornado, there's a Dawn series that keeps devouring Festum. Determined roars erupt from the body of each machine that is gradually wrapped in emerald green crystals. Chapter 1146, Pretty Fast. No, you're slow. Tisk, this new enemy is a bit troublesome. Graham couldn't help complaining. Yulin and Neil were responsible for testing the Squire-type Festum, and at the same time they were also responsible for holding them back, giving Yang Hui and Graham the opportunity to eliminate the Azazel type with peace of mind. As a result, during the testing process, it was found that the Squire-type Festum was not so easy to kill. They had cores and had to completely destroy the cores to kill them. Otherwise, they had the same regeneration ability as the Joy Knights, and even if only the stumps were left, they could recover quickly, and even several or dozens of them could be fused together. Moreover, when testing, the remaining parts of each one were different. From this, it can be inferred that they can control the core to move freely in the body, making the core more difficult to lock. It is not difficult for the trump cards of the promise to deal with these Squire-type Festum, but because they have to assist the fleet and the Dawn series to be awakened, they are inseparable, and the Mist troops of the Third Fleet also need to protect the fleet from the attack of the Festum army. For a while, they were unable to support Yulin and Neil, so there were fish that slipped through the net, interfering with Yang Hui and Graham. The core moves too fast. Yang Hui also felt that these follower-type Festums were a bit tricky. In terms of defense and attack power, they were not strong, just ordinary B-level medium, but their cores could move quickly in the body, had strong regeneration ability, and could also fuse, making it difficult to kill them with one strike. Just take them all away. Yang Hui, come up with a big one. Graham said. The Severance of Flagabskneden, Severance, was a one-shot kill power, and the attack range and destructive power were not very strong. Don Ersterlin, Creation, was omnipotent and had a very strong range destructive power. So, if precise destruction was not possible, then just cover them with firepower and blast them all into slag. Good idea. But before he finished speaking, golden particles sprayed wildly, forming a circle of rotating energy balls around Dawnbreak Ersterlin, Creation. At the same time, countless GN Super Dragoons appeared, locking all enemies with their guns. Change your approach. For a moment, the surrounding spheres shot out one after another, all targeting Azazel types, and the GN Super Dragoons fired quantum reaction cannons like flowers from the sky, landing on the body of the Squire-type Festum. Boom 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 boom. For a moment, mushroom clouds rose one after another. The Azazel type wanted to attack Dawnbreak Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Cut, but could only hide in the force field barrier and was powerless. The quantum reaction cannons fell like raindrops, without any need to lock, and covered all the Squire-type Festums. The broken limbs flew everywhere, like gifts scattered by the god of wealth, and it was raining golden rain. Hey, hey, hey. Yang Hui, you're doing this. Graham, Yulin, Neil. Get ready. Without waiting for Graham to finish, Yang Hui interrupted him. The attack of Dawnbreak Ersterlin, Creation, did not stop at all. The energy balls surrounding Dawnbreak Ersterlin, Creation, not only shot out at high speed, but also condensed again after each shot. The explosions comparable to small nuclear bombs were like waves, hitting the Azazel-type force field barrier. It didn't last long before the thick force field barrier had dense cracks, and then it shattered, allowing the terrible explosion and high temperature to fall on itself. At this time, the covering bombardment of the quantum reaction cannon stopped, and the scattered limbs gushed out black liquid as Yang Hui expected, gathering, connecting, and merging with each other. In the end, an unimaginable giant stood up, standing proudly between heaven and earth like Optimus Prime. At this time, the ball of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, did not bombard the Azazel type again, but turned around and landed on the giant of the Squire type. Like the Azazel type, its force field barrier did not last long and was shattered, and its body was bombarded by the small nuclear bomb. Graham, when Yang Hui reminded him, already understood Yang Hui's plan. He did not need to be reminded or instructed. Flagabskneten, cut, had disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it came to the middle of the two seriously injured Azazel types, with the double blades unsheathed, wrapped in purple-black energy. Its clear, soul-seeking Yinling/round dance. The fiery red fighting spirit burst out from Graham's body, along the body's conduction circuit, all the way to the double blades wrapped in wormhole energy, and merged into it. The color changed from purple-black to red-black, as if there was the whisper of a ghost, seeking the soul of the target. As Banner Abskneten, cut, spread its arms and turned in a circle, the sharp blade of Dao-Ki expanded in the shape of a ring with Banner Abskneten, cut, as the center. Almost in the blink of an eye, it cut through the broken bodies of two Azazel types at the same time, and smoothly cut through the cores in the body. It was not until a few seconds after the sharp blade of Dao-Ki left the core that the two cores broke from the middle, and the smooth cut surface was like a mirror. Banner Abskneten, cut, did not stay in place to enjoy the results of the battle. The next second after, soul-calling Yin spirit/round dance, was slashed, Banner Abskneten, cut, had disappeared in place and came in front of several other Azazel types, with the red and black sharp blades crossed on the chest. Soul-calling Yin spirit cross/, the Dao-Ki blade slashed out in the shape of a cross, and the air was instantly ignited by Graham's fiery Dao-Ki, burning with black flames, and emitting waves of Yin spirits wailing. Crack 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 crack. As the sound of shattering rang out, 3 more cores shattered, but, tisk, they actually escaped. Graham was very dissatisfied with this result. There were a total of 8 Azazel types. Under the continuous bombardment of small nuclear bombs, not only did they lose all their defense capabilities, but even their bodies were blown to pieces, and they were completely defenseless. However, Graham only destroyed the cores of 5 Azazel types. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other 2 Azazel types had already escaped through space teleportation. It's still because of my lack of practice. Graham sighed. He could see the Death Star, and the core of the Azazel type only needed 1 hit to destroy it. With the talent of super intuition, his reflex speed could also soar in an instant, and he could lock onto 8 cores in an instant. But his physical fitness could not keep up with the reflex speed, and Flagabskneten, cut, could not keep up either. Well, it's okay. Let's grow together. Graham comforted the guilty Flagabskneten, cut. The strength of the Dawn series is not only the super performance and special abilities after awakening, but also the growth potential. They can grow with the pilots. Although Flagabskneten, cut, was the first to awaken, it is still at the level of a newborn and needs time and enough battles to grow. I say, did you forget to keep one? At this time, Yang Hui's shadow appeared beside Graham. Through the Siegfried network, Yang Hui contacted Graham. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, also came to Flagabskneten, cut, and an Azazel-type core floated in the raised hand. The core has been shining with dazzling brilliance, but it was blocked by a layer of light blue light curtain. It wanted to teleport and escape, but it hid a wall back and forth. This is the last Azazel-type core. Before escaping, it was intercepted by Dawn Ersterlin, creation. You're pretty quick. You're slow. Tisk. As soon as they finished speaking, the two looked in the direction of the Festum giant. At this moment, the giant that stood tall had disappeared, and only a dozen cores floating in the air remained. One of them was under the shooting of Luna Division, and Tarnung, and the gaps became more and more numerous and dense. With a click sound, more than a dozen cores shattered at the same time, turning into ashes and scattering in the ocean. In the bombing of Ersterlin, creation, The Festum giant was just a larger target, and it was even convenient for Yang Hui. There was no need for precise aiming. The huge body quickly disappeared in the impact and high temperature, revealing the connected cores, and then, it became the target of Yulin and Neil. With the destruction and defeat of the Azazel type, the battle was declared over. The 9 terrible sea tornadoes had calmed down, and the dazzling light had weakened. 9 Dawn series were successfully awakened, and the golden ocean was almost swallowed up by them. Even if there were still some that slipped through the net, they were all destroyed by the Promise and the Second Fleet. This time, almost no Festum escaped. Now, the combat power should be enough, right? Graham looked at the 9 newly awakened Dawn series in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. He was warlike, but not a fool. The huge combat power gap between the Promise Fortress and the Festum still made him worried about the future. I don't know, but this way, we can also concentrate on dealing with the Joy Knight and the Red Miz. Yang Hui said. He didn't know how many foreign Festum there were, but he was very clear about one thing, that is, the most important goal of this mission was to kill the Joy Knight and the Red Miz. As long as they were killed, the foreign Festum would be scattered and no longer have the ability to threaten the Promise Legion. Haha, when the time comes, I'll take care of that guy, and the red one is yours. Graham said confidently. So confident? Has he found a way to deal with it with his special ability? No, but I will find it. Are you arrogant? No, I believe in Flagabskneten, cut. Don't underestimate our growth rate. Haha. Yang Hui smiled and said nothing more. Since Graham is so confident, let him do it. Even if something unexpected happens, he will keep an eye on it. After all, he and Graham have never thought of treating the battlefield as a gladiatorial arena. Not saying it does not mean not supporting or coordinating. They have never said they want a one-on-one fight. As for the so-called knights, Yang Hui also does not think that the 2 so-called knights that have appeared really have the code of chivalry. Chapter 1147 The most unlucky person in the universe gets a good luck buff? I didn't get any meat. After the battle, Lyle complained with a depressed look. The explosive power of Hell Angel Explosion was not inferior to Dawn Erstellen Creation in terms of destructive power and attack range, so the task assigned to Lyle was to assist the fleet in slaughtering the remaining Festum army. Lyle wanted to complete the task quickly and then go to support Yang Hui and Graham, but the speed over there was too fast. Just after the battle ended, the Squire-type Festum was destroyed, 5 Azazel types were killed, 2 escaped, and the core of 1 was captured and handed over to him and Hell Angel Explosion for assimilation and devouring. Don't say it, hey, I almost flipped over. Neil punched Lyle in a bad mood. Lyle did not get any meat, but he also drank soup and ate the Azazel-type core he wanted. But what about him? He was careless and almost flipped over. It was a shame. Brother, you deserve it. Lyle laughed and shook his head. He had never thought that his mature and steady elder brother would be careless one day. He actually relied too much on the concealment ability of Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, and forgot to change his position after sniping, and was almost caught by the enemy. Alice, it should be the influence of transformation consciousness. Damn, I was affected unconsciously. It seems that the connection between me and Tarnung, hidden, needs to be strengthened. Neil scratched his hair and sighed. He also found something wrong. If it was still the period when he just joined Heavenly Man, he would still make such a low-level mistake, but under Yang Hui's training, he had corrected it long ago, and in the subsequent large number of battles, he has always maintained the good habit of changing positions after firing a shot, and has never neglected it once. Now that the battle is more dangerous, he actually made such a mistake. This is abnormal, just like Ram suddenly lost his enthusiasm for fighting one day, did not kill in the battle, kept dodging, and persuaded the enemy to put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. The only possibility is the influence of transformation consciousness. Transformation consciousness started from the 3rd generation of Valorhona, the Excalibur Valorhona. The biggest problem when driving Valorhona through the collaborative line is the driver's extra thoughts and emotions other than driving. The more sophisticated the Valorhona's operating program, the more the driver's extra thoughts and emotions will become interference factors, causing Valorhona's actions to get out of control. In order to avoid these interference factors, Minato Kozo's proposal is to data all human thoughts or emotions. With this huge database, Valrhona can distinguish the will to control and other thoughts or emotions, and can also constantly test thoughts or emotions not related to driving, and actively learn which are the will to control, so that the Valrhona can better match the driver's personality. When piloting the Excalibur and the subsequent heroic spirit Fafnir, the pilot's personality will change at the beginning, but the Savior Fafnir and the Dawn series should not have this problem, especially the Dawn series. The machines used were originally companions who had fought side by side for a long time. When the Festum core awakens, it will assimilate everything in the machine itself, including the memories carried by them. Therefore, after the Dawn series awakens, the compatibility with the pilot is 100%, and there is no need to separate thoughts and emotions, but to perfectly merge with the pilot, because the machine itself knows very well which emotions are necessary for combat and which emotions and thoughts are not, and knows how to distinguish. Now it seems, transformation consciousness still exists, but no one else has appeared, and Neil did not notice the problem at first. It is a very minor impact. If it were not for the weapon of the Squire Festum that can penetrate the interlayer of space, he would still not have discovered it. This matter needs to be reported to Yang Hui. After listening to his brother's account, Lyle also realized that this matter was not as simple as carelessness. If they were all influenced by the transformation consciousness, once something like Neil happened in the battle, the result would be fatal. It has been reported. Neil waved his hand. As soon as he found something wrong, he reported the situation to Yang Hui. I'd better communicate more with Tarnung, Hidden. This child is still too young and a little willful. Let's go together. You scared me a little. Lyle also felt that he should communicate more with his own body to avoid the same problem. Nadal, how are Cruz and the others? Yang Hui asked. After inspection, there is no problem. After all, they just awakened successfully and the battle ended. Even the initial assimilation phenomenon did not appear. Baki Lulu reported. Well, that's good. After the injection of the Festum factor, the awakening of oneself and the body is different for each person. No matter how Wang Lao and Yuanji and Kaiyan study, it is impossible to get a 100% accurate answer. Yang Hui is also worried that one of them will be in danger after awakening. Let them rest for a while, and then go to the hangar to communicate with their own bodies. According to Neil's report, the influence of transformation consciousness must be eliminated. Understood. Then, Yang Hui also went to the hangar, intending to continue communicating with Dawn Ersterlin, creation. Among all people, he is the least likely to be affected by transformation consciousness. Not only because Yang Hui will enter an absolutely rational state after entering the transformer mode, any changes in thoughts and emotions can be detected at the first time, and there is zero-time difference calculation, which can also get results when calculating. But for the sake of insurance, Yang Hui still has to deepen his connection with the body, not only to prevent trouble before it happens, but also to accelerate the growth of himself and the body. Yang Hui, you are here. When he arrived at the hangar, Yang Hui saw Cruz and others who came here together. Well, the rule has been broken. I don't know when the next attack will be. While there is still time, deepen the connection with the machine. Yang Hui nodded to everyone. It has to be you. Cruz and others smiled and shook their heads. They also felt a lot of pressure. The people they followed were unwilling to stop for a moment, and they couldn't stop to rest either. How do you feel? It feels great. And everyone answered Yang Hui with a smile. Even the serious Kong Yun had a happy smile on his face. Before, he was just jealous of the powerful power and didn't want to fall behind, but now, only after truly awakening, you will know what it feels like. Others may feel very strange that their machine has become the other half of themselves, an existence that is in tune with their hearts. Luo. After awakening, he jumped in the cockpit, excited like a child. Since the earliest Astray Gundam Red machine, he has regarded his machine as his closest companion, and this companion is different from Yang Hui and others. For Yang Hui and others, the machine is their best companion, but it is still a weapon and a machine. To Luo, the machine has always had its own consciousness and soul, and he would never treat it as a machine, but Luo is very passionate and innocent, but he is not a fool. He knows that this is just his wishful thinking. Although he persists, he knows that the machine is the machine and the machine is the machine, and it is impossible for them to have their own consciousness. Until now, persistence is no longer a joke. His partner finally has his own consciousness, can communicate with him, grow with him, and is the other half of himself, which makes Luo cry with joy. Okay, you guy, is it that serious? Yang Hui patted Luo, who is looking up at the machine with a perverted look. So serious. Very serious. Luo answered firmly. What is it called? Yang Hui asked Luo, and also looked up at the red and white machine in front of him. Like other Awakened Dawn series, the armor became somewhat rounded. The original red and white color became red as the main color, with white embellishments on the face and joints. The whole machine seemed to be wrapped and burned by passionate flames. The Super Red Dragon backpack on the back disappeared, and it was empty, which made Yang Hui a little uncomfortable for a while. After all, Luo's Astray Gundam Red machine frequently changed various backpacks, but now they are gone. However, at the wrist of the left arm, there are two slender blade-like long poles that are folded up, and the right wrist looks like it is wearing a heavy wrist guard. Hey, Gluck, look, Red Dragon Gluck, look, it's amazing. Luo was like introducing his own son, with a proud look on his face, his nose almost turned up to the sky. The longsword on the left wrist can not only be removed as a handheld weapon, but also unfolded at the wrist to become a longbow. The right wrist is a toolbox, which can unfold various tools according to my ideas, and can also release nanorobots. I can even reconnect your broken hands and feet. And more. During the battle, the toolbox can also be transformed into a revolver cannon. Or release a wormhole shockwave for replacement. Gluck, you are worthy of it. When Yang Hui and others heard the code name of the new machine, their mouths curled up. Gluck, look, Luo is the luckiest person in the universe. Moreover, the armament of Red Dragon Gluck, look, is also very interesting, and it fits Luo very well. While it has both long-range and short-range capabilities, it also has a battlefield maintenance function. It retains the maintenance function of Super Red Dragon Backpack, and integrates it with the machine in a more convenient and powerful manner. In addition, the special ability of Red Dragon Gluck, luck, is also very interesting. There is no specific performance, it is just luck. According to Luo, he feels that his luck has become better. This also gave Yang Hui a great idea. In the future, if there are uncertain things, let Luo take over. He is the luckiest in the universe. Now his luck is even better. What else can he do? So, what about you? As he said, Yang Hui looked at Cruz again. Cruz's mouth curled up with a meaningful arc. Domineering, dominate, God's will domineering, dominate. Chapter 1148 Cruz's marionette. Domineering, dominate? You. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows, feeling that Cruz was a bit incredible. He turned his head to look at the domineering, dominate, beside him, and his eyebrows kept jumping. If the appearance of Erstling, creation, and other machines did not change much after awakening, at least the shadow of the past could be seen, and Cruz's domineering, dominate. Even if Yang Hui was told that this was a completely rebuilt one, he would not doubt it. Because it abandoned some of the mobile types to enhance its strength, defense, and firepower, Supreme God's Will Gundam is a heavy miss, which looks much heavier than Gundam and other machines. Just like the Angel standing next to the Angel, the large disc behind it carries dozens of GN Super Dragoons of various sizes, and the wrist also carries a Super Beam Sword, which can also be transformed into shooting mode, and its power is no less than that of a high-power beam rifle. And now, if the Supreme God's Will Gundam is a heavily armored, fully armed heavy infantry, the God's Will Domineering is an elegant noble with an elegant posture, slender figure, and gorgeous clothes. The heavy armor is gone, replaced by light clothes like a noble dress. On the wine-red cloth, beautiful embroideries outlined with white and gold fine lines, and a noble white rose on the chest is lifelike. The long hem droops and sways with a breeze. The palms of the machine can't see clear joints, but wear a pair of black gloves, which echo the black round hat on the head. The disc on the back is gone, the large number of GN Super Dragoons are gone, the high-powered beam swords on the wrists are gone, all the weapons are gone, and there is no trace of weapons on the body. If Cruz drives the God's Will Domineering to the battlefield now, no one will think that he is here to participate in the battle, but to attend an elegant dinner. What is the ability of the machine? Yang Hui guessed from the name, but he was not sure, because this guess was a bit scary. It was a very abnormal ability, which was very compatible with Cruz, but it was an ability he had never encountered in battle, and a combat style he had never used. Domineering, domination, of course it is domination. Cruz shrugged his shoulders and made a normal attitude, but the arc of his mouth showed his pride at the moment. Details. Okay, you are really impatient. I am going to give you a little surprise in the next battle. Cruz was really preparing a surprise. After the successful awakening of domination, Cruz knew its special ability and was very meticulous. Although he had never tried such a combat method or combat style, it was a perfect match for him. Moreover, this ability was also something that the Promised Legion had never encountered before. Just when the awakening was successful, the battle was over. Cruz also planned to keep it secret for the time being and bring everyone a little surprise in the next battle. His whole body is covered with weapons. Cruz was still acting as a riddle man. These thin metals. Yang Hui frowned slightly and asked. Yes, Marionette. I can't hide it from you. Domination, or control, all the weapons of domination, have disappeared, replaced by this gorgeous dress. Every strand of silk on the dress is the weapon of domination, the only integrated weapon. During the battle, this dress that seems to have no defensive ability is a super composite armor that integrates the GN Whole Point Defense System, VPS armor, and nano armor. It can even be covered with a layer of gravity blocking barrier, and ordinary wormhole attacks can be easily resisted. And every strand of silk in the dress can be separated from the dress according to Cruz's consciousness, and can be tied, bound, or even cut. Even the original armor will be cut like tofu. If it is wrapped with wormhole energy or the space energy of Fold Crystal, Azazel-type force field barriers can be cut. Finally, the most important ability is the most powerful and special ability of Dominuran. Individuals bound by these threads, whether they are living beings or mechanical creations, will become puppets of Cruz and Dominuran, and follow his thoughts. Quantity and fine operation. Yang Hui asked. With my current mental wave strength, Azazel type and above can't do it. 15 Diablo type is the limit. I haven't touched the Squire type yet, so I don't know. The others, 200 is the limit. Under the limit, they can only execute the simplest commands and cannot perform fine operations. Half of it will be fine. 15 Diablo type, you succeeded. Hearing this, Yang Hui looked at Cruz in surprise. Yes, I succeeded. Cruz smiled proudly again. The reason why he was so happy was not only because Dominuran successfully awakened, he got a powerful force that fits perfectly, but also talent. Cruz's talent awakened, and he successfully promoted to A-class pilot. Tell me about it. Yang Hui asked with interest. The determination of every A-class pilot is worth celebrating. Only those who have successfully been promoted to A-class pilots can understand how big the gap between A-class and B-class is. In fact, my talent is not specialized in combat, so it is not very helpful in combat. While happy, there is still some regret. My talent is psychological suggestion, which makes it easier for people to believe everything I say. The effect depends on the strength of the target's mental wave. If it is an ordinary person, a couple who are more affectionate than gold, I only need one sentence, and no matter whether it is a man or a woman, they will betray each other without hesitation. Hearing this, Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes. What? Well, you won't. Well, get out. As companions for many years, Cruz and Yang Hui have a tacit understanding, and immediately understood what Yang Hui's eyes meant at this moment. Is Cruz's talent strong? Very strong. It is indeed not very helpful in combat, but don't forget that Cruz is the general manager of the intelligence department, and the talent, psychological suggestion, is a well-deserved magical skill for conducting intelligence work. For example, if Cruz wants to get some information but doesn't have a good way to get it, Cruz can directly impose psychological suggestion on the target and get all the information directly from him. And when it comes to torture, what kind of torture is needed? Just ask directly and you will get the answer. Yang Hui is very clear about this point, that is, there are so many good examples to use, but he has to use this kind of thing as an example. This makes Yang Hui wonder if Cruz has inherited the legacy of Wei Wu. Ahem, you continue. Humph. Cruz snorted coldly and continued, although it doesn't help much in combat, it is not completely useless. At least my mental wave strength has become much stronger, and it can also allow me to use the power of Dominuran more skillfully. That's really good. The strength of your mental wave has not been enhanced for a long time. Cruz does not have a strong special bloodline, and he is not even an adjuster. He has not successfully awakened NT or a purebred transformer, but his main means of combat is to control the GN Super Dragoon. The strength of his mental wave has always troubled him. Originally, he planned to choose a special bloodline of mental strengthening type after Durandal's research had achieved results, but it didn't work. So he kept waiting, and his mental wave didn't improve, which made Cruz very depressed and anxious. Now, his mental wave has finally been strengthened, and it can continue to grow, which made Cruz relax a lot. Yes, the talent itself is not important, the improvement of mental wave is the biggest gain. Others. You will be surprised. After Cruz, Yang Hui asked about the situation of others and was indeed surprised, because it was not only Cruz, but also Luo who awakened the talent, Super Mechanic. Luo successfully promoted to A-class pilot. Isem awakened the talent, Super Acceleration, but failed to be promoted to A-class pilot because his bloodline level has not reached the requirement, but his road to A-class pilot has been unblocked, and success is only a matter of time. Although others failed to awaken their talents, they also clarified their own paths and knew how to go on their paths. Then there are the machines. Each of them has obtained powerful special abilities, such as Asem's, Years and End, Change. The original Gundam Age series were all tied to the Age system, and weapons were frequently changed to deal with various environments and enemies. Now, Years and Changes also changes various weapons, but no longer requires mechanical replacement. Instead, various weapons are stored in the subspace associated with Years and Changes. When they need to be replaced, they can be directly replaced using the assimilation ability. While replacing, the power of each weapon will be further strengthened. Another point is that Years and Changes no longer needs the Age system, but Years and Changes collects enemy data on its own and creates new weapons in the subspace, which is also faster. It's a pity that they didn't succeed in being promoted. How did Luo and Uncle Graham succeed? Arthur complained regretfully. Like Graham, he was originally a firm supporter of human blood and resolutely walked in the path of growth of natural people. And the blood of natural people is too ordinary, so ordinary, that it has infinite possibilities and doesn't know how to grow at all. In the same situation, Graham succeeded and he failed, which made Arthur quite depressed. Have you ever thought that the Invincible Oriental School is also a special bloodline? Yang Hui asked Arthur uncertainly. Huh? Is that so? Arthur was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, the difference between him and Luo and Graham seemed to be the Invincible Oriental School. Anyway, I don't think that a completely natural person, with fighting spirit, can dismantle a Gundam with bare hands. Chapter 1149 Hunter and Prey. The external exploration mission was declared over, and the three fleets returned to the Srinagar area. At the same time, a high-level meeting was immediately held to report the harvest of the external exploration mission and the subsequent development plan. At present, all the materials collected are enough for the entire Srinagar area to use for 2 years. Within 2 years, we must have the ability to be self-sufficient. Lakis, the situation of the land around Srinagar. I have checked the list of crop seeds. Most of them can be planted. A small part requires a special environment, but it is not a big problem. The engineering troops can build the corresponding greenhouses. As for manpower, don't use automation, mobilize the refugees. Well, I understand. Lakis also thought so. As long as there are seeds and land, with the technology of Promise Fortress, a complete ecological agricultural circle can be established without a single person. Animal husbandry and agriculture have never been a problem. But Lakis thought that the refugees brought to the Srinagar area had no sense of belonging to the Srinagar area. Even most people had negative feelings about the Promised Legion. There were also people who hated Dragon Palace Island and Poseidon Island, saying things like, since you have such a powerful force, why didn't you use it in the first place? Also, the relationship between the refugees is not always harmonious. In troubled times, some people are in Rome, while others are like cattle and horses. Naturally, there are emotions such as envy and jealousy in their hearts. Therefore, Lux wants to give up automation and assign jobs to refugees, so that people with different forces and different ideas can gradually merge together and work together for survival. The reason why they choose agriculture and animal husbandry is that this is also their rigid need. If they want to survive, food is the foundation. For their own survival, even if they reject the Promised Legion, they will do their best to plant and raise. Due to the influx of refugees, the previous planning scheme can be abandoned. Veda has been asked to replant it, and the locations of the planting areas and livestock areas have been sent to you. Wang Liumi said to Lux, then looked at Yang Hui, but according to Veda's calculations, even if it is crowded, the defense circle in the Srinagar area must be doubled, and half of the previously built armed defense facilities need to be demolished and rebuilt. Are there enough engineering troops? Enough, but it takes time. The pattern of attacks has been broken. We don't know when the next attack will come, so we don't know if we can catch up. Don't worry, armed defense facilities are just a bonus. Now we have a lot of successfully awakened Dawn series, and have enough defense forces. Originally, the armed defense facilities in Srinagar were not the main armed forces to resist the Festum attack. They were just a bonus, or a prop to delay time, because no one knew what kind of accidents would happen later. If the Promise Corps left the Srinagar area for necessary reasons, and the Srinagar area happened to be attacked by the Festum army, these armed defense facilities would be able to buy some time to send back the Promise Fortress to help, so as not to be completely exposed to the Festum attack without clothes. Now, the Promise Corps has no need to leave yet. The Festum army will naturally be resisted by them. The construction of armed defense facilities is not so urgent. Understood. The most important issue now. Professor, Mr. Wang, about the exploration of the eye. No results yet. Professor Eefman and Mr. Wang shook their heads at the same time, exuding a frustrated atmosphere, which made Yang Hui and others a little confused. Professor Eefman and Mr. Wang are big names in technology research. Let's not talk about their abilities. In terms of mentality, they are definitely not so fragile. They have encountered technical bottlenecks and difficult problems in the past, but they have never been disappointed or frustrated because of difficulties. Instead, they are more enthusiastic and expectant, and use more enthusiasm to solve technical bottlenecks. But why, now that they have encountered a problem, they are in such a frustrated state? This does not match everyone's understanding of them. However, the next second, everyone's pad vibrated slightly, which made them stunned, but the people present were all very smart people. They immediately thought of something, put away their stunned expressions, and did not rush to check the content of the information received by the pad. They sighed in tacit understanding. Professor, Mr. Wang, don't worry. We have been prepared for a long-term battle for this mission. We still have time. Yang Hui comforted the two teachers. Alice, I didn't expect that I couldn't help you the first time I accompanied the team on a mission. I am really ashamed. Professor Eefman shook his head in frustration and blamed himself. You can't say that, Professor, and Mr. Wang, you have helped us a lot. Our aircraft and warships have always been prepared by you. Without you, the Promise Corps would not have the current size and strength. Yes, there are also Festum factors, Dawn series, and Rising Sun series. They are all your hard work, so that they can be deployed in the Corps so quickly. Don't blame yourself. Professor, Mr. Wang, you two should take a break. Since you came to this world, you have been doing research and have never had a good rest. Relax, maybe you will have some ideas. Everyone spoke up to comfort Professor Eefman and Mr. Wang, alleviating their self-blame and persuading them to take a break. Not only them, but also the entire research department. At present, there are no urgent and important research projects, and they don't have to study day and night like they did at the beginning. Sometimes it's like this, when you want to do something all at once, you will do it worse and worse. If you relax your tense nerves appropriately and change your perspective, you may know what to do. Well, we really should take a break. Give us 3 days off. No problem. After getting the approval for the vacation, Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang left a meeting room. Their work had been completed, and there was no need to stay any longer. The rest of the people all looked heavy-hearted, because they still had no way to find the eyes hidden around them, which meant that their every move was still exposed to the local vision, and accordingly, they had no control over the enemy's actions. Originally, after the appearance of Joy Knight and the Red Miz, the Festum army continued to maintain the attack pattern, especially after Joy Knight was no longer just watching the show and playing around with Yang Hui and Graham. Yang Hui and the others guessed that this was not just a game forced by Joy Knight and the Red Miz to play, but also some restrictions that forced them to follow the rules of the attack. But in the latest attack, the rules were broken, which showed that their speculation was wrong. Joy Knight and the Red Miz were free, and they could follow the rules if they wanted to, or break them if they wanted to, all depending on their mood. You think, do they want to Put more pressure on us. Gerhardt put forward his own ideas. It's possible. I can see that they are a little impatient, but... Yang Hui sneered, and the others made the same expression. They look down on us too much? This level of pressure, it's just a game, for us, too. But, this is not a solution, Yang Hui, we must find their hiding place. Katie said seriously. Everyone present is a top commander, and they all understand one thing, that defense without the ability to counterattack is a defense doomed to fail. Although they will not take the initiative to attack, after all, there are still many unknowns about Joinite and Red Miz that have not been explored, but they have no way to find the traces of Joinite and Red Miz, and they can't track them or lock them. Even if they have the power to counterattack, they can only watch them leave, which means they have no chance to fight back. In this way, they can only play the role of prey and be played by hunters. They are not here to be prey, and none of them want to be prey, nor do they allow themselves to be prey. Next time they appear, we must keep them, both of them, all of them. Yang Hui said firmly to everyone. Understood. And everyone's eyes were full of murderous intent. Even Lux, who advocated peace, did not mean that she was a good man or a good woman. She could be ruthless to her enemies, and her methods were more cruel than those of Yang Hui and his men. The meeting ended here, and everyone returned to their respective posts, but without any communication. They all made the same move, returned to their rooms, put a small device on their ears, and then began a conversation. The content was very mixed, including work content, complaints about hard work, jokes, and complaints about each other, just like a private chat between brothers and sisters. However, this was all an illusion. Their fingers tapped a few times on the pad without leaving a trace, and the content of a document, without being viewed with their eyes, directly entered their brains, and then, in a wonderful consciousness space, the senior people gathered together again. This was the latest research result of the Siegfried system, the consciousness communication space of the Siegfried network. And that headset is not a wireless headset, but a miniaturized and portable Siegfried system device, which allows people to directly access the Siegfried network anytime and anywhere. Everyone, have you read the file? Yang Hui waved his hand, and a virtual file appeared in front of him, and everyone had an identical copy in front of them. Yes. XN Professor and Mr. Wang really worked hard. They really found a way. Not only the eyes, if your speculation is correct, then the identities of hunter and prey can be reversed. I have a plan. Chapter 1151 Year Transition. A year passed quickly, and the development of Srinagar was on the right track. The residents of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island had completely merged with a promise caller. The islanders who had originally planned to stay away from the world also gradually gave up such ideas after a year of contact. The main purpose of staying away from the world is to be peaceful. Before leaving the world, Neon had endured the malice of the whole world and suffered an unprecedented disaster. They just wanted to live peacefully. What the outside world was like had nothing to do with them. As long as they could live peacefully, it was enough. But there is a limit to staying away from the world after all. Whether it is peacetime or the chaotic times when human civilization is destroyed, it is impossible to be immune. In peacetime, the new United Nations will not let them go with their powerful strength. Penglay Island and Poseidon Island are a lesson for us. In chaotic times, Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island alone could not stop the Festim army that destroyed the world. Moreover, young people always yearn for new things. The world is so big, they always have to go and see it. There are so many wonderful things outside, they always have to experience them. Of course, this world is gone, but it does not mean that other worlds are gone. If you can't feel it now, you can use the video to satisfy your craving. There will always be a chance in the future. Just like living in a remote small county for more than 10 years, suddenly coming to a big city, it is easy to be dazzled by the prosperity. There is another saying, other worlds are so prosperous, don't you want to have it in your own world? This is enough, even if it can only pry open a crack, it is enough. The crack that appears will only get bigger and bigger, and there is no possibility of healing. The hearts of the older generation are calm enough, but they are also sober people. They can see clearly that this is the general trend. No matter how much they resist, they can't stop the pace of the times. Simply, follow, as long as the Promise Corps can eliminate the foreign invaders and let them continue to live a peaceful life. During this year, The foreign Festum has also launched many large-scale attacks, but for the increasingly powerful Promise Corps, the simple Festum attack no longer poses any threat. In the largest attack, the foreign Festum sent out 50 Azazels, 500 Squires, and 500 Diablos. There were countless Festums, and the Golden Ocean almost occupied the entire sky and sea. The 50 Azazels were easily destroyed by the Awakened Dawn series. The 500 Squires and 500 Diablos were mixed in the Golden Ocean, and were either covered by the battleship's cannons and missiles, or killed by the Miz troops. If there were not too many ordinary Festums, the battle would have ended within an hour. Now, all members of the Promise Fortress who have a compatibility of more than 50% with the Festum factor have been injected and fully adapted to the Festum factor. All T0 level aces are equipped with the Dawn series, and have all awakened. Among them, the top aces such as the Delandi brothers, Aleluja, Tieria, Wolf, Kara, Aslan, Kusagahi, Flit, Asem, Gerhardt, Amuro, Char, Larazan, and Hammond have all awakened their talents and become true A-level pilots. More than 40 Dawn series have been awakened. Members who failed to enter the T0 level have also switched to the latest Rising Sun series. Although they do not have the ability to awaken and do not have awakened special SPDs, the performance of the machine is stronger than that of the previous machine. In addition, although the Rising Sun series cannot awaken, the machine also has a core similar to that of the Dawn series. In other words, the Rising Sun series can also grow with the growth of the pilot, and can be regarded as a semi-biological existence. Members who cannot inject the Festum factor are not disappointed, because their bodies have been further transformed and strengthened, and their performance is not inferior to the Rising Sun series. Most of the members who cannot inject the Festum factor are due to special bloodlines, such as Setsuna. They also have their own power and their own path. It is worth mentioning that Setsuna has also successfully awakened the talent called Communication and Fusion, which strengthens Setsuna's communication ability. He can even communicate with others directly without using the high concentration, high purity GN particle field, and even directly open a large chat room. In terms of combat, it is mainly reflected in fusion, which strengthens the speed, range, and scale of fusion. After fusion, it can be reproduced in a very short time. Let me give you two examples. 1. At present, the largest object that a Gundam ELS can fuse and devour within 10 seconds is Solomon Fortress, and it can reproduce Solomon within 10 seconds. It is composed entirely of ELS, does not require human operation, and is fully automated too. A Gundam ELS can fuse and devour 200 conventional Mizes at the same time within 10 seconds, and reappear within 10 seconds, and is completely controlled by Setsuna, similar to a drone, but controlled by Setsuna's mental waves. The most important point is that there is no limit on the number, that is to say, Setsuna and a Gundam ELS are not only a one-man army, but can also serve as an arsenal for ultra-high-speed production. Every 10 seconds is 200 conventional Mizes or a Solomon Fortress, and 1 minute is 1,200 or 6 Solomon Fortresses. It's scary to think about it. Finally, there is one more thing to say, that is, Dongfang Bubei and other Gundam fighters from the Gundam G world. When they came to this world, the first mission they performed was a Legion battle, and they were very unfamiliar with such a large-scale war. Many Gundam fighters died, but the fighters who stayed were absolutely elites, and each of them had strong strength. They were either A-level pilots such as Dongfang Bubei, or peak B-level pilots. Even if they were not far away. After experiencing large-scale battles, the proud Gundam fighters also integrated into the Promise Corps. Before, they just joined, but their pride made them still do their own thing and often disobey orders. Now, this situation no longer exists. They obey orders and strictly abide by military orders. Sure enough, unknown challenges are the best way to grow. Dongfang Bubei put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone who was busy building the Srinagar area. Among them, he saw his disciple Daman and the disciples of other members of the Safru Alliance, all of whom were carrying various materials and running around the construction sites. At the beginning, they were also arrogant. Even if they were taught a lesson in the training room of the Promise Fortress, the arrogance in their hearts was still not extinguished. They recognized the strength of these people and recognized that they were companions fighting side by side, and they would obey orders, but it was absolutely impossible to ask them to work on the construction site. When they were in a good mood, it didn't matter if they helped, But when they were in a bad mood, they would not be happy to receive orders. And now, not only do they not reject such things, but they are also happy to join them. Looking at the sincere smiles on their faces, they really understand that the strong are never tools for fighting, nor are they the efforts of fighting. Focusing on the ground and the present, building a new home is also the embodiment of the strong. It can be seen that they have grown a lot. Yang Hui came to Dongfang Bubei's side and also looked at everything that was thriving. Yes, these little guys finally understand that hands are not only used to make fists and fight, but can also do more meaningful things. Dongfang Bubei said with a smile. What about you? Master, are you still not going to accept it? Yang Hui asked Dongfang Bubei seriously. He was asking about the festum factor. Maybe it was because of the practice of martial arts, or maybe it was the similarity of the super system. Every Gundam fighter was very compatible with the festum factor, but none of the surviving Gundam fighters were willing to inject the festum factor. There is no shortcut to martial arts practice. Relying on external forces to improve oneself will never reach the peak. Dongfang Bubei said proudly, without any hesitation or entanglement. He was determined to make his choice from the beginning. Even when he saw Yang Hui and others' strength increase greatly, he never envied or was anxious. He was very clear about his path and walked on it unswervingly. Graham, Luo, and Wu Fei, you won't expel them from the sect, right? Yang Hui teased. Graham, Luo, and Zhang Wufei were Dongfang Bubei's disciples who practiced Dongfang Bubei's style, but they not only injected the festum factor, but also awakened. In Dongfang Bubei's words, they took a shortcut and could not reach the peak. Ha ha ha, of course not. Dongfang Bubei laughed heartily. Graham, Luo, Wu Fei, their paths are different from ours. You have more things that we don't have, solid driving skills, traditional tactical concepts, and what about us? We only have this martial arts training. If we don't carry it out, what else do we have left? I'm grateful. Yang Hui respected Dongfang Bubei very much, not only because of his strength, but also because of his character and his mind. Not everyone can keep their original intentions in the face of powerful forces. When Dongfang Bubei joined the Promise Corps, he was already a strong man in the first echelon. Yang Hui didn't dare to say that he could beat Dongfang Bubei. But now, because of the determination of Dawn Erstellen, creation, Yang Hui is confident that he can defeat Dongfang Bubei, and it won't be too difficult. Seeing that someone who was originally similar to him has surpassed him, and he can easily get this power, not only did he not feel moved, but he sneered and resolutely chose to give up, sticking to his own path and moving forward, without being arrogant or impatient. This is Dongfang Bubei, who possesses the talent, Master of Martial Arts. The Master of Martial Arts not only brings Dongfang Bubei a smoother path of practice, but also a master's heart. Ha ha ha, we are learning from each other, Yang Hui. I have learned a lot from you and you guys. Haha, we are companions. Yes, companions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the alarm sounded in the sky of Srinagar, and the tense atmosphere immediately filled the entire Srinagar area. An abnormal gravity reaction has been detected. The enemy is attacking. Ordinary citizens, please evacuate immediately. All troops should return to their posts immediately. I repeat, an abnormal gravity reaction has been detected. The enemy is attacking. Ordinary citizens, please evacuate immediately. All troops should return to their posts immediately. Let's go, Master. It's time to kill the enemy. Ha ha ha. Of course. The path of cultivation is not just about cultivation, but also about the excitement of life and death. Yang Hui and Dongfang Bubei quickly moved towards the place where their machines were parked. They met many people on the way. Everyone's face was filled with solemn murderous intent. After boarding, Dawn Erstellen, creation, and receiving the communication from Buggy Lulu, the murderous intent on Yang Hui's face and the cruel smile on his mouth became more and more intense. Yang Hui, Joy Knight, and the Red Miz have appeared. Chapter 1151. Yes. It's just not a matter of martial ethics. The fleet array was deployed in the air. Facing the festum that continuously poured out of the wormhole, no one was afraid, no one was timid, and some were only increasingly eager to fight. In the sky, unlike the black exit of the wormhole, two strange mobile suits wearing heavy armor stepped out of it, standing proudly in the sky, overlooking all living beings. There are still two, it feels, not enough. Graham's mouth curled up into a fanatical arc, his eyes burning with blazing fire. It shouldn't be that bad, after all. Halfway through his words, Yang Hui's eyes fell on the Azazel type below the Joy Knight and the red mobile suit. The number is far more than before, at least 100, and there are even more Squire types and Diablo types. It is impossible to count them with the naked eye. The count of the radar detection system is still rising. This is the largest attack so far. If the Promise Corps encountered this level of attack at the beginning, there would be no luck, and only destruction. That's not bad. No one is competing with us for it. Graham said with a smile. That's right, but I don't like looking up all the time. I agree. As soon as the voice fell, Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Severance, flew high into the sky, on par with Joy Knight and the Red Miz. Similarly, Gundam ELS and the Awakened Dawn series, such as Luna Division, Split, Tarnung, Hidden, and Hell Angel Explosion, followed closely behind, and came to the side of Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Severance. There were also a large number of T1 level elite teams, leading a large number of Miz troops, blocking the Azazel type, the Squire type and the Diablo type. Behind them, there were also a large number of fleets. The boundless golden ocean could not stop the momentum that shook the mountains and rivers. At this time, the one-way communication was once again connected to the channel of the Promise Corps. I'm glad to see that you are still alive, ants. It seems that the counterfeit did a good job and let us enjoy a good drama. It was the voice of Joy Knight, still so disgusting, even disgusting. It's a pity. I was planning to watch your performance more, but the adults are a little impatient, so I can only regretfully ask you to leave. Haha, leave? You don't have the final say. In the cockpit, Yang Hui smiled coldly. The last time he appeared, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Red Miz and the awakening of the Scarlet Miz, he and Graham would have teamed up to take down Joy Knight. How could he still be so arrogant now? Huh? It seems you have a different opinion, fake. So you can hear, I thought you were just talking to yourself. Yang Hui was also stunned. He didn't expect that the unilaterally connected channel was actually a two-way channel. The other party could hear him talking, but this also made Yang Hui smile even worse. Since he can talk nonsense, don't blame him for being rude. When it comes to talking nonsense, he thinks he is not inferior to anyone. Haha, fake, you've made me happy enough, so I'll reward you with the opportunity to talk to me. Oh my god? So awesome? Then, is your sword repaired? Or did you get a new one? The other side was silent, and Yang Hui also laughed. From the last battle, Joyful Knight was furious because of the broken giant sword in his hand, and said that it was given to him by that adult. Therefore, Yang Hui judged that the sword was very important to him, no, including the Red Miz that should also be a knight, and then, what about the other one? To be honest, I'm more interested in you than this one in the late stage of Chunibao. You should be better than him, right? Yang Hui was not sure whether the Red Miz could hear him, but it didn't matter. He had discovered before that the relationship between them was not as close as that of companions. It was enough to stimulate Joyful Knight. Yang Hui's favorite was an opponent who lost his mind in battle. You. Bloody Knight, Mutisal, fake, you have proved that you are worth killing. Yang Hui's goal was achieved. The voice of Joy Knight was indeed heard in the communication channel, but he was interrupted by another strange voice before he said two words. If the voice of Joy Knight sounded like a playboy, it was disgusting. The voice of Bloody Knight was full of indifference and cruelty, ignoring life and killing life, as if the ghost full of grievances was lingering in his ears. Haha, interesting, let's try it? Let's see who kills who. Yang Hui replied coldly. Don't treat me as that idiot, fake, such a simple provocation is useless to me. Bloody Knight's plain answer sounded, his tone was full of confidence and indifference. Mutisal. You bastard. Shut up, idiot, and stop embarrassing the adults, otherwise I will kill you. You. Swish. The quarrel in the communication channel came to an abrupt end. In the sky, the Bloody Knight once again drew out the blood-red sword, but instead of pointing it at the enemy Prometheus Legion, he crossed the neck of the Joyful Knight. Now is the time. When dealing with enemies, Yang Hui and Graham never knew what martial ethics were. At this moment, Ersterlin, Creation, and Flag, Cut, disappeared at the same time, and appeared again, already in front of Joyful Knight, and Bloody Knight. Ersterlin, creation, clenched his hands, and the golden particles instantly condensed into a sword wrapped in purple-black light, stabbing straight at the chest gem of Joyful Knight, while flag, cut, double-edged blades popped out, also wrapped in wormhole energy, and slashed at the blood-red sword across the neck of Joyful Knight, with the force of splitting Mount Hui, locking onto the Death Star on it, and also wanting to borrow the power to chop off the head of Joyful Knight. HMPH. Naive. The Blood Knight snorted coldly, and the sharp sword in his hand quickly moved, holding it horizontally to block the double blades of the banner Abskneden, cut off. The huge impact force seemed to be non-existent, and it remained motionless. The reaction of the Joy Knight on the other side was not so fast. He was originally threatened by the Blood Knight, and because of his arrogance, his attention was all on the Blood Knight. He did not notice the sudden attack of Yang Hui and Graham at all. It was not until the sharp blade reached his chest that he reacted and dodged subconsciously, but only moved a little distance to avoid the gem on his chest from being hit directly, but the sharp blade also pierced his left shoulder. Swish. After the two swords stabbed in, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, raised the two swords upwards, and the sword light drew a bright moon, cutting off the entire arm, and then kicked Joy Knight's abdomen heavily, kicking it hard in the opposite direction of Bloody Knight, and Flag Abskneden, cut, holding the two swords tightly and catching up quickly, while gathering dozens of GN Super Dragoons around him, and firing wormhole rays one after another to keep suppressing Joy Knight. For a moment, the battlefield in the sky was divided into two parts. One part was the stalemate between Flag Abskneden, cut, and Bloody Knight. The other part was the fierce battle between Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Joy Knight. The battle in the sky began, which was also the signal for the start of the war. At the same time that Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flag Abskneden, cut, disappeared, the machines behind Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flag Abskneden, cut, also immediately took action. The full moon behind Luna Division split, shattered in an instant and turned into dust. At the same time, the ultra-long-range sniper rifle in his hand was raised. The purple-black light flowing from the gun sound had gathered at the muzzle. The majestic power gushed out as the trigger was pulled by the index finger, splitting several times and gathering several times. Several thick wormhole energies hit the Azazel type who was about to raise his hand. But at this time, it was also the time when Luna Division split was unprepared. The Azazel type that was not locked by Luna Division split naturally locked the attack on it. Don't even think about succeeding. Countless cone-shaped wormhole attacks surrounded Luna Division from all directions, leaving no gaps. Even if Luna Division wanted to dodge, there was no chance. But at this moment, when the cone-shaped wormhole was about to fall on Luna Division, a thick purple-black light curtain unfolded around Luna Division, and polygonal force field barriers were like thick walls, protecting Luna Division in the center. No matter how the cone-shaped wormholes collided and eroded, no traces were left. Thank you, Kira. Yulin smiled sweetly. She was not a person who could easily relax. She dared to show her flaws, and she must be fearless. This confidence came from the Eternal Freedom Gundam behind her. No, it should be called Freedom Wash Guardian now. Similarly, the angular armor became rounded, with blue and white as the main colors, and golden embellishments on the joints. The wings carrying the GN Super Dragoon and Glory Bearer on the back disappeared, and were replaced by butterfly-like wings composed of colorful light. The electromagnetic cannon on the waist, the empty face particle cannon, and the sword and gun composite weapons in both hands all disappeared, and even the most basic beam sword was not left. There was no weapon on the body. Wash, to guard, is Kira. No one dislikes killing more than Kira. All his battles are for guarding his friends, guarding his companions, and guarding himself. Therefore, Freedom Wash Guard abandoned all weapons, and similarly gained almost invincible defensive capabilities. It can condense a solid stand shield at any time. The energy intensity is so strong that even a black hole can hardly tear it apart. Not only can it be used by itself, but it can also be released to companions. In other words, as Freedom Wash Guard raised its hands, everyone in the audience, including the fleet in the rear, the fighting Mist troops, the aces around him, and the Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flag Abskneden, cut, fighting with a Joy Knight and Bloody Knight in the front, all put on solid armor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1152 Natural Kira, Demon Angel and Healing Angel. When Freedom Wash, Guardian, awakened, it shocked everyone, because Kira has always been one of the strongest firepower points of the Promise Caller. His talent, high-speed thinking, combined with a multiple locking system is no less than Yang Hui in the medium-range high-speed mobile shooting battle. As a result, the awakening of the machine completely changed from attack to defense. But at the same time of shock, I couldn't help but sigh that it was natural, because Kira's personality was too gentle. Even after so many years, even if he had adapted to the battle, was familiar with the battle, and accepted the battle, he still maintained his original intention. Guardian is always the reason for his fighting. Therefore, Freedom Wash, Guardian, the machine named Guardian, is the most suitable machine for Kira's half. But, don't think that Freedom Wash, Guardian, has no weapons. It is just a turtle shell, and has no attack power. When Freedom Wash, Guardian, released a shield for its companions on the entire battlefield, several Diablo-type and Squire-type Festum had already rushed to its side, with sharp blades flashing cold light and ferocious gun muzzles condensing deadly purple-black light. However, before they could make the next move, the inertia of their advance brought them crashing into the wall that suddenly stood up in front of them, and for a moment, all the offensives collapsed. At the same time, a purple-black wall appeared all over the back, left, right, top and bottom, spliced together with the wall in front, fitting perfectly, and then, as Freedom Wash, Guardian, closed its palm, the seamless spliced blocks began to shrink, and finally turned into point and disappeared, and the Diablo-type and Squire-type Festum wrapped inside were naturally sent into nothingness. Kira's clenched palm bounced open again, and waved casually. Several more force field barriers appeared, but they were not vertical, but horizontal. Compared with the force field barriers protecting his companions, they were smaller and thinner, but the color was deeper. As Free Wash, Guardian, waved his hand, the thin force field barriers rotated on the spot, turning into sharp circular blades, spiraling around Free Wash, Guardian, and cutting several Diablos that surrounded it again into pieces. At this moment, a thick wormhole ray passed through the chaotic gap and came in front of Free Wash, Guardian. Don't even think about it. Suddenly, a red figure inserted itself between Freedom Wash, Guardian, and the wormhole ray, raising the shield in its hand to block the wormhole ray. The blocked wormhole ray not only did not dissipate, but was sucked into the shield bit by bit, and then returned without any consumption, hitting in his Azel-type bloody mouth. Rich wormhole energy exploded from the mouth, and the huge head was eaten by the wormhole. Kira, are you okay? I'm fine, Atheron. Helping Freedom Wash, Guardian, to block the attack was Atheron's new machine, Justice Jejanangrif, Counterattack. Like Freedom Wash, Guardian, the new code name clearly explained its special ability. Atheron and Kira have similar personalities. They both don't like fighting. Although they can persist in fighting for the sake of protection, they definitely don't like it. Unlike Kira, Aslan was originally an excellent soldier from a regular military academy. He was more conscious than Kira from the beginning. He had no grudges against killing. If he was sure that the enemy was his, he would not show mercy. Complaints about Aslan releasing Kira from the sea, etc. At that time, Aslan still did not regard Kira as an enemy. It was not until Nigel died in the battle that he really regarded him as an enemy. Therefore, the special ability of Justice Jejanangrif, Counterattack, is not an active attack type, but a passive counterattack. It can absorb and release all energy. As long as it does not exceed the absorption limit of Justice Jejanangrif, Counterattack, it can rebound, including but not limited to the kinetic energy generated by various energy weapons and physical weapons. With the current carrying limit of Justice Jejanangrif, Counterattack, Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, can withstand one high-energy wormhole energy ball. Moreover, Justice Jejanangrif, Counterattack, will continue to grow, the carrying limit will be higher, the absorption range and efficiency will be higher, and it may be able to develop more powerful abilities. Swish. The double-headed beam sword in Justice Jejanangriff counterattack. S hand spun rapidly, turning into a disc, standing upright in front of the conical wormholes that followed one after another. The condensed conical wormholes kept hitting the rotating double-headed beam sword, but they did not explode. Instead, they were absorbed one by one. The pink beam sword gradually turned purple-black, and then the conical wormholes returned the way they came. At the same time, Justice Jejanangriff counterattack separated the double-headed beam sword, holding one in each hand, and slashed left and right. The two Diablo-type circular saw-shaped wormholes turned 360 degrees on the spot smoothly, returned to the original route and cut the original owner in half. It's really a powerful force. Kira smiled gently. Athrun was one of his best friends. He was also very happy to be able to obtain such a powerful force. Kira, can you change your nature? I want to beat you up if you are always like this. Athrun complained unhappily. After so many years, Kira still has this personality, even though he has become a father. He is gentle and modest to everyone. He never flatters anyone. He tells everyone what he really thinks. But it is precisely because everyone understands him and knows that this is his true thought that sometimes they want to beat him up even more. For example, when they were performing a mission in the Gundam UC world, when Lambda Ralanchar first came into contact with the simulation training cabin, they fought with Kira and were completely defeated, and they were killed instantly. Kira really thought that Lambda Ralanchar were very powerful, and he didn't mean to provoke them. But Kira ignored his appearance and age at the time, as well as the specific situation at the time, so Lambda Ralanchar thought Kira was mocking them. And now, many people in the Dawn series have awakened, and everyone's special powers are unique and powerful, but if we really have to rank them, the counterattack ability of Justice Jejanangriff counterattack should be one of the weakest. Erstrelin, creation, can use sublimated GN particles to condense a large number of various weapons. The more technical reserves Yang Hui has in his mind, the more powerful weapons he can make. Luna Division, Split, S-splitting ability makes Yulin's best mirror reflection tactics even better. With her talent, she can use a sniper rifle as a heavy machine gun or heavy artillery, or a heavy machine gun or heavy artillery as a sniper rifle. Flagabskneten, cut. Although the destructive power and range are small, the existence of Death Star makes the sword of Flagabskneten, cut, inexhaustible. As long as it hits Death Star, whoever is hit will die. Others include Hell Angel Explosion, S-blasting ability, Domineering, Domination, S-control ability. One is more perverted than the other. Even Freedom Wash, Guardian, S-own defensive ability is at the strategic level. In terms of strategic significance, it is more than one level higher than Justice Jejanangriff counterattack. However, Kira was still praising him sincerely, and it was hard not to beat Kira up. I'm fine. Go home and ask Yukino yourself. Adhoha. Don't chat during the battle, you two. At this moment, the orange figure kept flashing in the chaotic battlefield, moving almost in a teleporting manner. Every time the figure disappeared, the body of the Diablo-type or Squire-type Festum at the original location was cut into pieces. Finally, it came to the side of Freedom Wash, Guard, and Justice Jejanangriff counterattack, cursed, disappeared again, and rushed into the battlefield. Yeah, it seems to be hallelujah. Upon hearing this way of speaking, Kira and Athrun smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They knew that Hallelujah had a bad personality on the surface, but was actually at Sundir, but it was still hard to like him. But Hallelujah's reflex speed and dynamic nerves are really fast. Flackern's continuous flashing ability, most people would have fainted, right? This is the power of a super soldier, right? The orange body, Aleloja's, Flackern, has a special ability of flashing without cooling, a means of direct spatial displacement. Now the distance that a flash can cross is not far. According to the information Aleloja fed back, if he continues to grow, he feels that he can definitely move directly from the Earth to the Moon. But this kind of power is not something that everyone can use. For ordinary people, the picture in front of them suddenly changed once, and they all felt a little uncomfortable. The high frequency and continuous changes, nausea and vomiting are already mild, and serious ones will faint directly. Boom. Several thick energy torrents rushed on the battlefield, submerging the stumps that were being reborn and fused together under the action of the black liquid. The energy flushing did not cause any explosion, but everything it touched was annihilated bit by bit in the tearing of energy. At the source of the torrent, the muzzle of the Zerstron destruction gun was emitting white smoke. The energy torrent did not stop after completely destroying the core of the Squire-type Festum. Instead, it swept across the body as the machine turned around and landed heavily on an Azazel type. The thick force field barrier collapsed at the touch of a finger, and the huge body was quickly annihilated in the rushing torrent. Archangel. Just as the energy torrent was about to subside, the black armor covering the whole body fell off from the main body, and in front of Zerstron destruction, it combined into an identical, completely black, Archangel Zerstron destruction. Archangel Zerstron destruction caught a double cannon thrown by Zerstron destruction, and the energy quickly condensed at the muzzle, and once again exploded, bombarding the same Azazel-type body. The Healing Angel Zerstron destruction has already drawn out his beam sword. The two hilts are combined together to extend an extremely long beam blade. With flames blazing behind it, it cuts through the air and lands on the exposed core. Chapter 1153, Clone, Wildness and Analysis. A crisp shattering sound was heard, and the core that was hit immediately cracked. It struggled to hold on under the dazzling blade, and the shining light became more and more dazzling. The crack spread at an extremely slow speed, and the entire core began to tremble violently. Tisk, don't even think about it. At this moment, the bombardment had dissipated, and Archangel Zerstron destruction once again disintegrated, turning into fragments of armor that attached to Healing Angel Zerstron destruction's body, wrapping it up. The dark armor lit up with orange-red light, flowing along the dense lines, and flowing through Healing Angel Zerstron destruction's body. The green eyes were also stained with the orange-red of destruction. Finally, the orange-red stream of light flowed along the dense lines to his hands and merged into the beam giant sword. The pink beam blade suddenly turned orange-red from the root to the orange-red of destruction. The cylindrical beam blade began to condense and turned into the shape of a sword blade. It cut into it along the cracks on the core, and the energy of destruction collided with the energy emitted by the core, making a harsh sound. Bang! In the end, under the destruction of the energy of destruction, the cracks in the core suddenly exploded, and an Azazel type was completely destroyed. But Dira was not satisfied with his results. The power of destruction is powerful, and it can destroy all targets that come into contact with the energy of destruction at the atomic level. Of course, this is not without any restrictions. The energy of destruction can only destroy entities now. If the target can release energy to resist, it can stop the destruction of the energy of destruction. However, the energy level of the energy of destruction is very high. If you want to resist, the required energy level has requirements in both quantity and quality. If the quality is poor, more quantity is naturally needed to make up. Zerstron destruction is different from other Dawn series. The special ability awakened by Zerstron destruction is not only the energy of destruction, but also the ability similar to the clone. Archangel Zerstron destruction, the original Archangel, can be transformed into a second body by the armed backpack behind the Angel of Destruction, which is controlled by Dira's mental waves and Veda. After awakening, Archangel awakens with Healing Angel and becomes Archangel Zerstron destruction. As the wingman or clone of Healing Angel Zerstron destruction, Archangel completely breaks free from the shackles of Veda and follows Dira's will. It changes from a backpack to an external armor attached to the whole body of Healing Angel Zerstron destruction. It can be separated and combined into a separate body, or it can be combined with Healing Angel Zerstron destruction to strengthen the output power of destruction energy. It can be said that when Healing Angel Zerstron destruction awakens, Archangel, who should have been the second body, is awakened as a body with Healing Angel, as the only body with two special abilities. However, it is better to say that it is a half body than a clone. After all, Healing Angel Zerstron destruction and Archangel Zerstron destruction are originally one body. And the clones, you monsters, all of you go to hell. Ha! Sheen in the cockpit roared, and his partner, the awakened Fate Clownin clone, spread its wings, spraying colorful illusory particles, but the illusory particles flying in the air did not disappear, but cast a hazy veil over the world, and the scenery in the eyes was blurred and distorted, and then, the next second, Fate Clownin clone moved, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the enemy. Not only one Squire-type Festum, but several Squire-type Festum had identical, Fate clone, in front of them. Some raised the giant sword in their hands and chopped it down, some raised the heavy artillery against their chests and fired, some sank the energy balls in their hands into their bodies, and some threw out beam boomerangs. Fate Drapel, the ability of the Avatar is different from the two machines in one. Healing Angel Zerstron, Destruction, and Archangel Zerstron, Destruction. Fate Drapel, is a real Avatar. The scattered phantom particles are sublimated like golden GN particles, and can condense several real avatars to follow the will of the real one. So far, the real limit can only reach 6 avatars, but everyone knows that the growth of Dawn series has no upper limit. As long as the pilot can become stronger, it can continue to become stronger. After breaking the Squire-type Festum in front of it, it did not stop. As the main body and the avatar of Fate Drapel acted at the same time, they dispersed in various directions, dragging along after Image Trail, shuttling back and forth between the Diablo-type and the Squire-type Festum. Wherever it passed, it would leave a pile of limbs, or turn into a spherical wormhole and disappear, or ooze out black liquid and begin to regenerate and merge. Still want to merge? Go to hell. More and more black liquid gathered together. The main body and clone of Fate clone, all returned, using all kinds of weapons on their bodies to bombard the reborn Squire-type Festum. With a fleeting faint green light, Gen determined the location of the core. The 6 identical, Fate clone, locked the scattered attacks to the same position. No matter how fast a black liquid regenerated, it could not keep up with the damage caused by Fate clone. Attacks fell on the core one after another. The core shining with green light became dimmer, and more broken places were found. Finally, the last palm cannon fell on the surface of the core. The green light completely dissipated, and the core became dim and lightless. Under the impact of the palm cannon, it exploded and turned into dust and dissipated. The black liquid that gathered together exploded and sprayed, falling like raindrops. In the falling mid-air, it quickly solidified, then shattered and dissipated, turning into dust and scattered into the sea. Finally killed them. After killing more than a dozen fused Festums, Shin's explosion also made him gasp for breath. Shin's awakening was something no one expected. He was still the last among the trump cards of the promise, and the 4th batch of awakenings was not originally executed so early. But in the last attack, Shin, who was not originally scheduled to awaken, and Mikazuki, Inatokezuka and several others chose to disobey orders, rushed into the Golden Ocean, and awakened. Oh no, ugh. While he was gasping for breath, 2 Diablo types quietly approached. One hid in the chaos and threw a circular saw-shaped wormhole at Fate clone, and the other's right arm's blade was wrapped in rich wormhole energy, stabbing the cockpit position of Fate clone, from behind. When Gen reacted, the circular saw-shaped wormhole and the purple-black blade were already within reach. Gen had enough time to react, at least he could avoid the cockpit, but misfortunes never come singly. At this time, assimilation occurred, and the green crystals that pierced the skin made Gen unable to do anything for a while. However, at this moment, bang bang 2 gunshots rang out, a heavy bullet hit the sharp blade of the circular saw-shaped wormhole, shattering it directly, and another bullet hit the chest of the Diablo type, which exploded instantly, and blood and limbs flew everywhere. The other Diablo type suddenly froze, and its sharp blade was about to touch the back of Destiny clone, but was lightly grabbed by a heavy wolf claw, unable to advance or retreat. The wolf claw exerted a little force, and the wormhole energy wrapped around the sharp blade dissipated, and the sharp blade was also directly crushed. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Diablo type was about to retreat and escape, but strangely, a sharp tail thorn pierced its skin from behind and came out from the chest. The tail thorn was stuck in the chest of the Diablo type, and it was carried to a mobile suit that was breathing white air like a living creature. The wolf claw just now and another wolf claw grabbed the sides of the Diablo type's body and tore it apart alive. Makoto, are you okay? It's a bit too much? In the Siegfried network, the shadows of Mikazuki and Nanahokezuka appeared beside Makoto, with blame and worry in their eyes. The machines guarding the 2 sides of Destiny clone, Doppelganger, were Mikazuki's new machine, Barbatus Wildness, and Inatokezuka's new machine, Iron Rider Analysis. Barbatus Wildness is the closest to a living creature among all the awakened Dawn series. Its internal skeleton has completely turned into flesh and blood, but it is still covered with a layer of metal armor. Its metal face has also turned into a living creature's face, and even has a bloody mouth full of sharp wolf teeth. The original mechanical palm has turned into a wolf's claw, and the back of the flesh and blood is covered with the golden armor. The sharp claws shine with a bloody red light. The external multifunctional heavy artillery originally installed on both sides of the arm has been wrapped under armor and muscles, leaving only the dark muzzle protruding from the front. The spikes connected by cables on the back have become wolf tails with metal joints, and each section emits a cold light that stings the skin. Iron Cavalry Analyze is quite standard. If you look at it with your eyes, it is still a mechanical creation, but the armor is a little rounder, and there is no special weapon. The whole body is still a physical sword on the waist, a shield on the left arm, and a multifunctional rifle on the right arm. The special ability of this body is not dedicated to combat. Analysis allows Inahokezuka to have the ability to think and calculate faster when driving, analyze, in battle. It is a weakened version of zero-time difference calculation. It does not have such a fast calculation speed, and Inahokezuka does not have the same fast reaction ability as Yang Hui. However, Inahokezuka is very satisfied with his new machine. He has always respected Yang Hui, and his own fighting style is very similar to Yang Hui. He is satisfied to get the same ability as Yang Hui. The difference is that compared with Yang Hui's instant calculation results in reaction, Inahokezuka can only make various calculations in advance and formulate corresponding tactics in advance. Well, I didn't know it consumed so much. Zhen replied embarrassedly, and began to restrain the assimilation phenomenon. The burst of clone, consumes a lot of energy. I remember Director Farside and Mr. Maddock warned you. Inahokezuka calmly taught Zhen. It's okay, I've got it under control. I'll be more careful next time. Yet, Mikazuki, the same goes for you. Your body assimilation phenomenon is the most serious among all the Awake series. How do you feel now? Inahokezuka asked Mikazuki. It's okay. While answering, Mikazuki looked down expressionlessly at the green crystals that appeared in various parts of his body, and then broke. I can control it. Retreat a little. Chapter 1154 Chaotic Battlefield. Missouri, Yorktown's energy shields failed, entering the cooling process. Hamilton and Phoenix were slightly damaged. Festum broke through the assault class defense circle from the gap, and the MIS troops have launched a pursuit. Don't panic. Missouri, Yorktown retreat, speed up the cooling process. Hamilton and Phoenix disperse on both sides, leaving the channel open. Yorktown and Texas turn 30 degrees, and together with Hamilton and Phoenix, attack Festum that broke into the defense circle from both sides. The 3rd Squadron of the 1st MIS Battalion retreated 10 kilometers, located behind the channel, to intercept Festum that escaped. Lelouch received a lot of feedback. While looking at the battle map and formulating battle strategies in his mind, he calmly commanded the fleet. Lelouch, who had been an apprentice under Rebel, was already able to take charge of his own affairs. Although Lelouch still did not lead a fleet alone and was still Rebel's chief of staff, this was also Lelouch's own wish. In large-scale battles, Rebel is still in charge of the overall command of the entire fleet, and his command priority is second only to Yang Hui. Lelouch is Rebel's chief of staff. Rebel has handed over part of the command power to Lelouch, and the master and apprentice have enough tacit understanding to cooperate in command. In Lelouch's view, Rebel's chief of staff has a higher status than an ordinary fleet commander in large-scale battles. He also prefers to have an overview of the overall situation and be responsible for large-scale operations rather than leading a fleet alone. Understood. How long will it take for the Missouri in Yorktown to cool down? 3 minutes. How many shells are left on this ship? There are still 50. Load the shells on missile launchers number 1 to 10. Lock the coordinates A01, B21, C35, D41, E59. Launch in 3 minutes to suppress the enemy's momentum. After detonation, the Missouri and Yorktown will plug the gap in the defense line. Understood. Orders were issued one after another, and Lelouch's eyes were condensed. The battle had already started for 2 hours. The firepower of the fleet was not as fierce as it was at the beginning. Too many shells were used, and the remaining shells of the entire legion were running low. Whether it was the red mark on the combat radar or the golden ocean visible to the naked eye, there was no reduction at all, which also made Lelouch feel the pressure. Sure enough, it is still needed. Lelouch's eyes turned to the direction where Yang Hui and others were. Although the Golden Ocean was still turbulent and the red mark in the radar detection system was still a whole piece of red, he knew that the balance of victory had already tilted towards the Promised Legion. Except for the Joyful Knights and Bloody Knights, only a dozen of the most threatening Azazel types were still struggling, and there were not many Diablo types and Squire type Festums left. The top combatants would soon be able to devote their energy to supporting the main battlefield, or supporting Yang Hui and Graham. The key to the victory or defeat of this battle was not in the main battlefield, but in the victory or defeat between Yang Hui, Graham, Joyful Knights, and Bloody Knights. As long as they were determined, the battle would be over. Therefore, the only goal of the main battlefield was to hold on, and to hold on until Yang Hui and Graham defeated Joyful Knights and Bloody Knights. High energy reaction detected. It's artillery fire. Adjust the output mode of the force field barrier. Concentrate the energy on the front. Understood. Artillery fire is coming. Boom. Ugh. XN. Dozens of purple-black energy artillery shells rushed in from the gap in the defense line, not only hitting the sides of several White Tiger-class firepower ships, but also turning into thunder and exploding on the general revel. Fortunately, Lelouch took countermeasures in advance and concentrated all the energy of the force field barrier on the bow, so that he could block so many artillery fire. Report the situation. The damage is minor, the energy consumption of the force field barrier is 79%, and it can continue to hold. The recharging time is expected to be 5 minutes. The Festum's assault troops have been suppressed and it is difficult to break through the passage. The force field barrier has resumed normal operation. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the MIS Force will carry out assault operations to eliminate all the Abyss Giant Mouth Festum. The 4th and 5th Battalions will provide cover. Tell Fugido and Gino that all the Abyss Giant Mouth Festum must be eliminated, not a single one can be left. Lelouch gave the order. The Abyss Giant Mouth Festum is a new type of Festum that appeared in the late first year. Its entire body is a large worm. In addition to the golden flesh and blood, it only has a hideous giant mouth. This kind of Festum has only one way of attack, that is energy-stored artillery fire, but it should not be underestimated. The power of one shot is enough to consume 60% of the force field barrier of the Bayou-class shield ship, and the White Tiger-class firepower ship can't resist it, and one shot is enough to break it. If it was just a small-scale battle, the danger would be very small. Not only would it take a long time to charge, but there would also be obvious signs before firing, so evasive maneuvers could be performed in advance. Generally speaking, after firing a shot, they would be lambs to be slaughtered. But now it was a large-scale battle, the battlefield was really too large, the number of enemy vanguards was endless, and the threat of the Abyss Giant Mouth Festum was also rising sharply, so Lelouch ordered that all the Abyss Giant Mouth Festum must be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent them from threatening the safety of the fleet again. Understood. The order has come. All machines assemble. Tactical Formation A01. Understood. After Gemini killed a dozen Festums with his sword, Fujito Kagemashiro received Lelouch's order and immediately gathered all the team members. At this moment, there were still many Festums blocking them. It was not so easy to rush to the Abyss Giant Mouth Festum. Mr. Fujito, my team will launch a charge from the Q-93 direction. Gino on the other side also received the order and immediately contacted Fujito Kagemashiro. Okay, my team will attack from the direction of G21. Adrian, Enya, I'll leave the firepower cover to you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you open the road. It's ready. In the Siegfried network, Fujito Kagemashiro, Gino Bienbaruch, Adrian Zevin, and Enya Alstrom connected together. Now, the 4 people connected to each other seized the best opportunity and started to act at the same time. The 3rd Battalion led by Adrian Zevin and the 4th Battalion led by Enya Alstrom were both heavy firepower long-range support troops. At the same time, they opened fire in the direction of the 1st and 2nd Battalions. The fierce firepower tore 2 wide roads in the Golden Ocean. The 1st Battalion led by Fujito Kagemashiro and the 2nd Battalion led by Gino Bienbaruch would not just stand by and watch. They immediately followed a passage opened by the 3rd and 4th Battalions and rushed in. The battalions formed a pointed cone formation. As the battalion captains, The two naturally had to take the responsibility of the cone head, as the battalion's sharpest blade. Keep up the firepower output, don't let the festum get close. Keep up the firepower support, don't stop. After tearing open the road, the 3rd and 4th battalions dispersed their firepower coverage to both sides of the road. The dense barrage of bullets blocked the festum that wanted to close like the ocean. Senba, Asayana, Buba, Chiba. The 1st battalion had already rushed out of the passage and came in front of the abyss giant mouth festum. Fujito Kagashiro immediately ordered them to disperse and slaughter the abyss giant mouth festum. The yin-yang double swords in the hands of Gemini slashed left and right, and 2 dazzling sword lights directly cut several sky worms in half. Fujito Kagashiro's direct subordinates, the 4 holy swords, also dispersed. The sharp blades in the hands of the machines shone with cold light, and the sword light flashed, easily cutting the body of the abyss giant mouth festum. At the same time, the machine guns in their hands fired, clearing the other festum who wanted to defend. The 2nd squadron on the other side also rushed forward. The moment the abyssal mouth festum entered the attack range, the energy claws popped out from the knuckles, transforming into the king of beasts, tearing its prey to pieces. The team members followed Gino Benarek's footsteps and started the slaughter. Not only the 1st and 2nd squadrons, but also the abyssal mouth festum appeared in other directions. All fleets sent out assault troops to launch a charge, tearing open the Golden Ocean, and locked the target on the abyssal mouth festum. Under the fire cover of friendly forces, they successfully killed the abyssal mouth festum. Chief of Staff, all units report that the abyss mouth festum has been completely destroyed. Protect all units to withdraw to the defense circle, and instruct all radar detection systems to pay attention to the appearance of new abyss mouth festum. Notify me as soon as you find them. Understood. Missouri and Yorktown's force field barriers have completed the cooling process, and the force field barriers are back online. Order Missouri and Yorktown to return to their original positions immediately and plug the gap. Understood. The gap was plugged again, and the defense line was once again stable. Lelouch was a little relieved. Looking at the current situation, he felt that there was an opportunity for a counterattack, so he looked at Rebel. Hold the line and wait for the situation at the front line. Rebel pressed down his military cap and said to Lelouch in a deep voice, understood. Although Lelouch didn't say anything, Rebel guessed what Lelouch wanted to say and directly denied his idea. Lelouch did not argue about this. The tacit understanding between the teacher and the student made Lelouch feel that things were not that simple. Rebel must have other plans, otherwise he would not miss this good opportunity to launch a counterattack, or even support the Promise and the Ace troops to eliminate the Diablo type, the Squire type festum and the Azazel type as quickly as possible. In the core battlefield, the sky was divided into 2 areas. One area was stained with ink, intertwined and fighting with a sacred golden light, and the other area was blood-red clouds being smashed by a black meteor. It's really a bit troublesome. It's really not easy to deal with it. Yang Hui's eyes flowed with colorful light, staring at the Joy Knight in front of him. At this time, the Joy Knight was no longer a knight in armor, but a hideous monster. Chapter 1155, the trump card finally used. Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, kicked Joy Knight out, and the GN Super Dragoons beside him fired one after another. The fierce firepower did not give Joy Knight any chance to fight back, and the heavy force pushed it to fly farther. Damn, fake. Don't be too aggressive. Bang! The giant sword in Joy Knight's hand condensed with black light, and was about to cut the direction of Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, with a sword, not only to cut through the smoke and miasma that wrapped around him, but also the GN Super Dragoons that besieged him, and even Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, himself. But Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, was faster, and when the giant sword was about to sweep out, Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, had already arrived in front of Joy Knight, not only kicked up fiercely, kicking the giant sword horizontally, which would make the giant sword's power dissipate upwards, but also the sharp sword in his hand once again chopped at Joy Knight's right arm. From the beginning to the end, Yang Hui had only one goal, that is the right arm, or the giant sword in his right hand. However, Joy Knight also saw Yang Hui's goal. The sharp blade was still raised high, but it was controlled by his tightly clenched hands. He held the hilt and moved it down to block the sharp edge of the sword. Come again. Yang Hui did not give up. When one sword was bounced off by the hilt, Another sword chopped down directly at the right wrist. The hilt moved again to block the sword of Dawn Erstellen, creation. Just as Dawn Erstellen, creation, was about to use the reaction force to chop it, Joy Knight's right hand again, the raised giant sword fell quickly, and the sharp slashing wind broke Dawn Erstellen, creation's armor, allowing Yang Hui to immediately distance himself and control the GN Super Dragoon to maintain fire suppression again. HMPH. That's all. After adjusting his posture, the Joy Knight was not knocked out by the fierce firepower of the GN Super Dragoon. The giant sword in his hand seemed to be weightless. The Joy Knight swung it quickly. Every swing would shoot out a dark sword light. The dense sword light flew around like raindrops, cutting off the quantum reaction cannon, cutting off the GN Super Dragoon, and almost cutting off Dawn Erstellen, creation. Tisk. Damn it. Yang Hui had no choice but to dodge and retreat in front of the dense sword light, pulling away from the distance. The concentrated wormhole energy balls rotated around his body, shooting out one after another, and hit the Joy Knight's giant sword in the blink of an eye. It's useless. Your attack is meaningless to me. Ho ha ho ha. Joy Knight accelerated the swinging speed of the giant sword, and the dark sword light cut the wormhole energy ball in half, and the arrogant laughter echoed in Yang Hui's ears. But Yang Hui was not anxious or angry. Instead, he raised his mouth and smiled with a smile of success. Boom boom boom. Just as Joy Knight cut off all the wormhole energy balls and thought that the energy was dissipating, he raised his sword to rush towards Dawn Erstellen, creation. The wormhole energy balls scattered around exploded one after another, and the sky-high fire column instantly swallowed Joy Knight. The shock wave split the sea, and the mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. It's not enough. Yang Hui knew that such an attack alone could not kill Joy Knight. The sword in his hand returned to the golden brilliance. When it condensed again, it merged into one, and the sword became a heavy artillery held by both hands. The golden particles continued to condense at the front of the heavy artillery, and changed from gold to purple-black. After a short period of energy storage, the wormhole energy gushed out, like a surging river, hitting the rising fire column and directly piercing it, swallowing Joy Knight, who was resisting the high temperature and impact again. Really tenacious, but the rush of the river continued for a few seconds. As the purple-black energy gradually weakened and dissipated, the Joy Knight, which was swallowed by the majestic energy, appeared in Yang Hui's side again. At this moment, the Joy Knight was no longer complete as before. The reborn left arm and healthy legs disappeared. The hideous armor became tattered, revealing the broken flesh under the armor. The gem on the chest was no longer so dazzling, but dim. The most important thing was the giant sword in front of him. Because of the protection of the giant sword, the body part, especially the gem on the chest, was not directly baptized by the wormhole energy, but I don't know whether it was replaced or repaired. The giant sword once again had cracks, which were larger, deeper, and more hideous than the cracks caused by Graham last time, as if it could be broken with a slight touch. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you, you damned bastard. How dare you, dare to hurt the sword bestowed upon me by my lord again. Unforgivable, 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 unforgivable. Ah. You've lost your mind. Now is the time. No good. The reason of Joy Knight has been completely devoured by anger. Yang Hui knew that this was the best opportunity to seize the opportunity and completely destroy the giant sword that it had set its sights on. However, just as Dawnbreak Erstellen, creation, was about to rush forward, Joy Knight underwent a mutation, and a large amount of dark liquid gushed out from its broken limbs and cracks. Yang Hui thought that this was to regenerate its incomplete body, and to gather a large number of GN Super Dragoons for fire suppression. The heavy artillery in his hand was also charged again, but the next second, the gushing dark liquid not only wrapped the body of Joy Knight, but also turned into a wave and slapped outward, hitting the surrounding GN Super Dragoons, immediately dyeing the GN Super Dragoons black, and Yang Hui also lost control of them. Erstellen, creation, immediately stopped its momentum and retreated at the fastest speed, dodging wave after wave of black liquid. Not only that, the Joy Knight in the center of the wave was wrapped in black liquid and was gradually getting bigger. It was originally only about 20 meters, but now it is at least 30 meters in size, and it is still expanding. Can't wait. I don't know what kind of changes are happening to Joy Knight, But Yang Hui knows that it is definitely not a good thing. He made a prompt decision. After the heavy artillery in his hand was fully charged, he locked onto the center of the black wave and pulled the trigger. The majestic energy gushed out again, and the river of wormhole energy rushed again, piercing through the waves with great momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to swallow up Joy Knight again. However, just when the wormhole energy was about to overwhelm the Joy Knight, a huge steel claw in the black liquid pierced through the black liquid and directly blocked the wormhole energy. The surging river hit the claw, just like encountering a cliff. The fierce impact not only failed to break the claw's palm, but also scattered everywhere, making it difficult to move forward. The wormhole energy became weaker and weaker until it completely dissipated, and it did not allow the claw to retreat even a centimeter. After the bombardment of Dawn Erstellen, creation, ended, the claw swung towards the body wrapped in black liquid. The sharp claw pierced into the black liquid and tore upwards. The black liquid wrapped around Joy Knight was torn apart like the mucous membrane of some creature, revealing its true appearance. The joyful knight was no longer what it used to be. His body had expanded to about 40 meters. More ferocious spikes were pierced all over his armor. The giant sword in his hand had disappeared. 2 pairs of wings spread out from his back. One pair was an enlarged version of the original spiked wings, and the other pair was made up of countless sharp blades. His helmet had expanded, allowing people to see more of his face. His eyes were still flashing scarlet eyes. On his metal-covered face, there was a bloody mouth full of fangs. Not only was there an unknown liquid flowing from the corners of his mouth, but every breath would spit out high-temperature black mist. Roar! The joyful knight's voice disappeared, replaced by a beast-like roar. Through the mental wave, Yang Hui could feel the other party's emotions: tyranny, bloodlust, madness, cruelty. So fast. Yang Hui understood that this should be the trump card of the joyful knight being stopped by the bloody knight. An unknown enemy needed to be tested first. But before Dawnbreaker Erstellen, creation, could act, the huge Joy Knight shook and disappeared. When it appeared again, its sharp claws had filled the cockpit screen of Dawnbreaker Erstellen, creation. Bang! Ugh! Yang Hui's reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment the alarm bell rang in his brain, without any thought, he condensed layer after layer of force field barriers in front of Dawnbreaker Erstellen, creation. As soon as it was completed, the sharp claws slapped on the force field barriers. The sharp claws tore the solid force field barriers apart like cutting tofu. The huge force directly slapped Dawnbreaker Erstellen, creation, away and smashed it heavily into the sea. Roar! The transformed Joy Knight did not stop there, but opened his arms and roared to the sky. The steel wings composed of the warrior blades completely split, and countless small blades flew away, and then gathered into heavy rain, sinking into the sea in the area where Dawn Erstellen, creation, fell. It was unclear what happened in the sea, but I knew that countless explosions broke out on the seabed, causing huge waves. So that's it. Is this your trump card? It's really ugly. On the other side of the battlefield, Flagabskneten, cut, maintained a fierce attack on Bloody Knight. Seeing the huge changes of Joy Knight and the fall of Dawn Erstellen, creation, he couldn't help but say, "How, that idiot, he actually used Excalibur fusion so quickly, and he made the Knight lose face." Bloody Knight had no worries about Joy Knight, no praise, only insults and contempt, which was not like a companion at all. So that's how it is. This move is called Divine Sword Fusion? Haha, we really got very valuable information. However, abandoning reason and transforming into a beast, this is what you call the Divine Sword? It's not worthy of the name. The reward from the adults is the Divine Sword. You don't understand the power of this force at all. And the information. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you all have to die. No matter how much a dead person knows, it's meaningless. The imposter is dead. It's your turn next, and... Yang Hui? Dead? Pooh. Ho ha ho ha. Graham couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Then his eyes became firm and fiery, and his Flagabskneten, cut off, eyes flashed. The sharp blade hit the Death Star on the abdomen of the Bloody Knight, blasting a hideous hole in its body. Who do you think you are talking about? He is a man I recognize. What? Boom boom boom. Roar. Dozens of thick wormhole rays broke through the sea surface and landed directly on the huge body of the Happy Knight. The huge impact force pushed it into the sky. At the same time, golden meteors rushed out from the sea, dragging long tails to kill the Happy Knight. In the blink of an eye, they crossed each other, and the Happy Knight's arms were cut off at the root, and he let out a painful wail. Chapter 1156 I1. As the wings of Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation, spread out, the brilliance that enveloped the whole body was like a sacred raindrop. At this moment, Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation, was not in a very good condition. Half of its left arm was missing. Judging from the scars, it was cut off by a sharp blade. The wings, which had lost their brilliance, were covered with charred black. Several places on its soft feathers were also damaged. Half of its head was also lost due to the impact of the explosion. Tisk, is it a sharp blade and a heavy bomb? It's really cunning. Yang Hui complained, and at the same time calmed down and merged with the consciousness of Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation. Green crystals appeared in all the damaged parts of the body, spreading and expanding rapidly. When it was broken, the damaged parts were restored to their original state, and even the half-broken arm was intact. Oh, this is the first time I use the assimilation regeneration ability. It's much easier than I thought. The body was restored to its original state, and Yang Hui exhaled. He originally thought that the assimilation regeneration ability consumed a lot of energy, but he didn't expect that it almost didn't consume too much physical strength and energy. Of course, this is also related to Yang Hui himself, because he knows too much about the internal structure of Dawn Erstrelin, creation, from the overall design to every part and pipeline in it. In the process of assimilation and regeneration, his mind will construct all the parts that need to be regenerated, which also reduces a lot of consumption. If it is other people, such as Graham and Flagabskneden, cut, since Graham does not know the internal structure of Flagabskneden, cut, so well, during the assimilation and rebirth, he can only provide Flagabskneden, cut, with physical strength and energy. The reconstruction of the body can only be done by Flagabskneden, cut, itself, so the consumption will be a little greater. But Yang Hui roughly estimated that it would not be that great. However, this should also be for the people of Promise Fortress. If it is the native residents of this world, such as Minaji Saushi, Mackay Baiki, and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram, they consume lifespan. After the body regeneration was completed, Yang Hui's attention returned to the body of Joy Knight. As expected, black liquid gushed out of its body again, extending outward along the broken arm, and also wrapped the steel wings that were exhausted underwater. In the blink of an eye, they were all reborn and restored to their original state. Are the regeneration abilities comparable? Then, before he finished speaking, golden particles were sprayed wildly, dyeing the entire area golden, competing with the black mist that was constantly spraying from the body of Joy Knight. Half of the golden particles condensed into GN Super Dragoons, and at the same time, the concentrated wormhole energy balls revolved around the body of Dawn Erstrelin, creation. The GN Super Dragoons fired continuously, and the wormhole energy balls fired continuously. The quantum reaction cannon tore through the black mist, and the wormhole energy ball exploded. The shockwave dispersed the black gas, and the high temperature that ignited the sea followed the flames and engulfed Joy Knight. Roar. With a painful roar, Joy Knight swung his huge claws left and right, and dozens of sharp black blades tore the pillars of fire into pieces. At the same time, the iron wings spread out again, and countless small blades shot out from all directions to surround Dawn Erstrelin, creation. Not only that, black mist gathered on the other pair of wings, and the hideous spikes flashed deep black. As the wings spread out, all the spikes were aimed at Dawn Erstrelin, creation, and all the bullets were fired at the same time, covering the sky and the sun. How, missiles and sword-type GN bits? You really are underestimated. As soon as the words fell, the golden particles condensed into a large number of small spheres in front of him, erecting a wall. Whether it was sharp blades or black spikes, they exploded the moment they touched the small spheres. The shockwave and high temperature of the explosion immediately triggered a chain reaction of explosions. The flames erected a high wall in front of Dawnbreaker, creation, blocking all the sharp blades and spikes in front of the insurmountable chasm. At the same time, the GN Super Dragoon had moved to another position, bypassing the edge of the flame wall, and continued to suppress the Joy Knight with firepower, so that his extremely sharp claws could only wave at the incoming quantum reaction cannons and wormhole rays, and could not touch Dawnbreaker, creation, at all. Because of the fierce attack and the shock waves of the chain explosion, the black fog that occupied half of the country could only shrink in a very coincidental area around Joy Knight, while the golden particles sprayed by Dawn Ersterlin, creation, attacked the city and surrounded Joy Knight. The golden particles were sublimated GN particles. They were not only the source of various weapons condensed by Dawn Ersterlin, creation, but also Yang Hui's eyes. His mental waves followed the spread of the golden particles, overlooking the entire area. Every move of Joy Knight was in his eyes. At the same time, zero-time difference calculation began to calculate and completely grasp the action mode of Joy Knight. Coordinates A48, B91, angle correction. Joy Knight had just swung out several claws to cut the incoming quantum reaction cannon and wormhole beams into pieces, and suddenly golden particles condensed into several sword-shaped GN Super Dragoons in the blind spot of Joy Knight. Each blade was wrapped in purple-black wormhole energy, while maintaining high-frequency vibration. The sword light flashed, and the pair of sharp claws and arms left the body of Joy Knight. Both arms were cut off again, and the cuts of the broken arms naturally gushed out black liquid again to regenerate the arms. But just as the regeneration was completed, several more rays of light flashed, and it was cut off again. Error correction, add regeneration efficiency considerations. Fire. The black liquid gushed out again, but before it could extend out, the location where it gushed out was hit by the quantum reaction cannon. The distortion of space prevented the black liquid from extending smoothly, and it was twisted and crushed at the broken end of the arm. Roar. Joy Knight roared in pain again. His wings were wrapped by a single black light curtain, and then wrapped around his body in turn, trying to temporarily block the attack of the GN Super Dragoon and buy enough time to regenerate his arms. But would Yang Hui just sit back and do nothing? Of course not. The black light curtain covered the entire wing, but did not cover the connection between the wing and the body. Just as the bare wings were folded, several sword-shaped GN Super Dragoons attacked again. The sharp cold light was like a hot knife cutting tofu, cutting it off from the root of the wing. The black liquid gushed out again, but the same quantum reaction cannon fell at the same time, preventing regeneration. But this was not the result Yang Hui wanted. After the calculation of zero-time difference calculation, the opponent's regeneration ability could not see the limit for the time being, and his physical strength and energy were rapidly consumed. If it dragged on, he would be the first to fall down, so, to defeat, no, to kill, Joy Knight, he must hit it with a fatal blow. And the fatal position, the gem on the chest. Yang Hui began to recall all the memories of the battle with the Joy Knight. He found that during the battle, the Joy Knight relied on its own regeneration ability and did not take many defensive actions on various parts of its body, allowing the attacks of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, to fall on its body, except for two places. One is the original giant sword, which has strong defense and blocked many fierce attacks, but every time Yang Hui wanted to let the giant sword escape from the control of the Joy Knight, he would be stopped at the first time, and now Graham has passed the information he obtained to Yang Hui through the Siegfried network. Excalibur fusion, the giant sword has been integrated with the body of the Joy Knight, and now this huge monster has been formed. Second, the main body has a gem that is now larger and more dazzling, and has always been embedded in the chest. Every time Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation's attack is about to touch the gem, Joy Knight will protect it even if the giant sword is damaged, which means it's that gem. Sure enough, Yang Hui's thoughts connected with the rich golden particles, condensed into various weapons, and attacked the gem on the chest of Joy Knight. However, without wings and claws, Joy Knight dodged the attack of Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, for the first time. Even the concentrated wormhole energy ball, which is as powerful as a nuclear explosion, did not allow Joy Knight to dodge. Now it actually dodged, so the answer is about to come out. Haha, a beast without reason, acting on instinct? This is really a big help. As soon as the idea came to mind, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, clenched his hands, holding two sharp swords shining with brilliant golden light in his hands, and his wings flapped lightly, and then disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared next to Joy Knight, and the two sharp swords were inserted into the back of Joy Knight, without any hindrance. When Dawn Ersterlin, creation, approached, the GN Super Dragoon, which was suppressing firepower, entered a brief stagnation. Taking this opportunity, Joy Knight's claws were reborn again, and he waved and turned without thinking. But unfortunately, when the sharp sword pierced Joy Knight, Dawn Erstling, creation, disappeared on the spot, and the sharp blade shattered only the afterimage left by it. It appeared again, from the side, and two golden swords pierced into the body of Joy Knight, from the side of the waist. At the same time, the sword-shaped GN Super Dragoon condensed again and cut off the claws of Joy Knight. Over and over again, Dawn Erstling, creation, flashed back and forth beside Joy Knight. The long afterimage trail almost wrapped Joy Knight up. Every time Dawn Erstling, creation, solidified, two more swords appeared on Joy Knight's body. In less than a minute, it became a hedgehog with swords all over its body. That's it. Dawnbreaker, creation, appeared again, in front of Joy Knight. It seemed to have regained its sanity and anticipated the location of Dawnbreaker, creation. As soon as it appeared, Dawnbreaker, creation, became stiff and unable to move. At the same time, the sharp cold light had already touched Dawnbreaker, creation's chest. If it went down a little bit, it would tear Dawnbreaker, creation, and Yang Hui to pieces. But at this moment, Joy Knight, like Dawnbreaker, creation, also fell into a state of stiffness and motionlessness. In the cockpit, facing the deadly claws at hand, Yang Hui did not panic, fear, or despair. The corners of his mouth still outlined a confident and complacent smile. It's over. I won. Crack. Chapter 1157 Fatal Sneak Attack. A crisp sound of breaking rang out, and the gem embedded in the chest suddenly cracked, and it became larger and deeper, and the flickering light became dimmer and dimmer. In the body of the Joy Knight, the swords were full of swords, and the blades were shining with dazzling golden light. The light was solid, making all the blades of the gems that could not be touched grow a section, piercing the gems on the chest. This was Yang Hui's calculation. Every time he inserted a sword into the body of the Joy Knight, it was not random. After precise calculation, the insertion position would not be close to the gems on the chest, so that the Joy Knight would not regard it as a threat to the gems, and successfully pierced all the swords into the body of the Joy Knight. At the same time, the angles of all the swords and the tips of the swords were all locked on the gems on the chest. Although there was still a certain distance and the gems could not be touched, but who said that the blades of these swords were only this long? In Yang Hui's eyes, the biggest threat of the Joy Knight, in addition to the Excalibur fusion, that had not been used before, was the special ability that made Graham fall into stiffness. So Yang Hui has been stimulating Joy Knight, and trying to destroy the giant sword in his hand. If he can destroy it directly, he can remove more than half of Joy Knight's combat power. Even if he can only damage it, it is enough. As long as Joy Knight's reason is swallowed by anger, it is enough. This is also Yang Hui's speculation. For Joy Knight to use an ability similar to stillness, it needs subjective will to be clear and controlled, and it can only be used within a certain range. Therefore, except for the initial raid, Dawn Erstling, creation, has always maintained a relatively safe distance and did not approach Joy Knight at will. It was not until it mutated and used Excalibur fusion that the wildness swallowed up all reason, and Yang Hui dared to rush up to fight. In the end, Joy Knight also recovered some reason, but Yang Hui had completed all the layout and was ready to launch a fatal blow. It was also very thrilling. The strength of the gem was not too strong and could be pierced by the extended sword blade, which was lucky enough to win the battle. However, this was only a predicted result. The gemstone was a fatal weakness, but it was only a speculation and had not been proven. A crack appeared in the gemstone, and the Joy Knight froze. At the same time, Dawn Erstling, creation, also regained its ability to move, retreated immediately, and distanced itself from Joy Knight. The sword in his hand was transformed into a gun. The concentrated wormhole energy ball revolved around Dawn Erstling, creation. The GN Super Dragoon surrounded the motionless Joy Knight, and Yang Hui stared at Joy Knight. Until the stiff Joy Knight changed. The hideous armor began to soften and melt from the fingertips of the claws, and turned into a black liquid again, falling into the sea like raindrops. Joy Knight's body shrank rapidly as it melted, and finally turned back to a body of about 20 meters. He held the hilt of the giant sword in his right hand, maintained a downward slashing posture, and floated in the air motionless. Crack crack. The sound of breaking gradually sounded. The source was the giant sword with deep cracks, which became more and more dense, and finally broke from the middle. Don Ersterlin, creation, moved. The powerful power of night came from the sword in his hand. There were too many mysteries and unknowns to explore. Now was the best opportunity to take away this section of the sword. However, the next second, Yang Hui. Be careful. What? Oh. Don Ersterlin, creation, had just started, and a scarlet flash appeared beside him. Yang Hui only felt his vision flash by the scarlet light. The alarm of life crisis sounded in his brain, and his left hand subconsciously pushed the joystick. It was also a subconscious action that saved Yang Hui's life again. The scarlet sword split the chest of Don Ersterlin, creation. The solid force field barrier and heavy armor could not stop the cutting of the blade. Yang Hui felt the sharp sword edge stinging his skin, and the red blade almost brushed his nose. Even so, after dodging the fatal sword, Don Ersterlin, creation's chest was not only cut open, but the huge force also brought Don Ersterlin, creation, to fall into the sea. The seawater quickly poured into the cockpit along the split crack, soaking Yang Hui. Yang Hui did not dare to hesitate, and immediately used the assimilation ability to repair the armor at the cockpit position, and then activated the drainage system to drain the seawater in the cockpit. Ahem. Fortunately, the drainage system was retained. Yang Hui spit out a few mouthfuls of seawater. The backflow of seawater made him drink several mouthfuls. Yang Hui. Are you okay? Graham's shadow appeared beside Yang Hui and asked anxiously. It's okay, ahem. I just choked a few times. Oh, that's good. This damn bastard, kill him. Graham's anger had reached its peak. His opponent actually got rid of his entanglement and almost killed Yang Hui. Protecting Yang Hui was his duty. Yang Hui was also his best friend. No matter what, Graham could never tolerate it. Yang Hui did not dare to delay and immediately drove Don Ersterlin, creation, out of the sea, his eyes looking at the Bloody Knight, who attacked him. At this time, Bloody Knight also grew to about 40 meters in size, probably because of divine sword fusion, but unlike Joy Knight, it only had one pair of wings, no spikes, and no countless small blades, but was made of scarlet liquid, barely maintaining the shape of the wings, and like the flow of water. In addition, in its hand, it held a scarlet divine sword that was magnified twice, and scarlet streams flowed everywhere on the armor, converging from all parts of the body to the gem on the chest. Don Ersterlin, creation, just rushed out of the sea, and saw Flagabskneden, cut, rushing up with a sharp blade raised high, but Bloody Knight just waved the divine sword in his hand lightly, instantly setting off a scarlet storm, and every wisp of wind was as sharp as a divine weapon. Damn it! Graham cursed, and Flagabskneden, cut, immediately stopped its move, crossed its arms in front of its body, blocked its main body, and curled up as much as possible to reduce the area of attack. Yang Hui would definitely not stand by and watch the show. Don Ersterlin, creation, reached out to Flagabskneden, cut, and the force field barrier immediately unfolded around Flagabskneden, cut. At the same time, another set of golden armor was worn on Flagabskneden, cut. It was Freedom Wash, Guard, who came. Yulin, Cruz, Aslan, Assem and others came together. The Diablo type, the Squire type Festum and the Azazel type had all been eliminated, and the ordinary Festum army had no more reinforcements. In the fierce artillery fire of the fleet, the Golden Ocean was shrinking rapidly. The Scarlet Storm disappeared, and the force field barrier wrapped around Banner Abskneden, cut, was completely broken. Fortunately, Banner Abskneden, cut, was intact and successfully retreated to the side of his companions. Asshole. Wait. Graham was ready to charge again because the anger in his chest could not be released, but Don Ersterlin, creation, pressed Banner Abskneden, cut, shoulder to stop him from being impulsive. Yang Hui. Look. Everyone's eyes turned to Bloody Knight. After forcing Banner Abskneden, cut, back, it did not launch any pursuit, nor did it take any action, allowing the trump cards of the Promised Legion to surround it, but just quietly floated beside the stationary Joy Knight, looking down at him with scarlet eyes, not knowing whether it was an insult or mourning. Then, the Blood Knight made a move that Yang Hui and the others had not expected. The huge palm stretched out and grabbed the body of the Joy Knight. The other hand grabbed the right hand holding the sword, and pulled it hard to both sides, easily tearing the body of the Joy Knight and the right hand holding the sword apart. Then, it threw the body of the Joy Knight into the sea like throwing rags, and at the same time raised its hand, and the half-broken sword that had sunk into the sea broke through the sea level and came into the palm of the Blood Knight, along with the broken fragments. "This idiot is dead, haha, what a waste." At this time, the voice of the Blood Knight rang in everyone's ears, still indifferent, cruel, and disdainful, even if his companions died in front of him. Retained reason. Yang Hui frowned. From the Joy Knight's speculation, after using the sword fusion, it is indeed possible to instantly gain powerful strength, and the size and performance of the body will be greatly improved, but, at the same time, it will also lose reason because of wildness. As a result, the Bloody Knight in front of him used the divine sword fusion, but he did not lose his mind, and he did not even have a bit of wildness, and his consciousness was not affected at all. Then, Yang Hui knew the answer. He did not know whether the Bloody Knight was conceited and did not care about the leakage of information, or whether he had some special purpose. You were unable to completely control the divine sword. The seal was broken, but you dared to use the divine sword fusion directly. The noble temple knight has become a beast. You have disgraced the adults, but it's better to die, otherwise I will kill you. Your soul is not worthy of being engraved on the monument of the temple, so just stay here, waste. After the voice fell, the Bloody Knight raised his head and looked around the aces surrounding him, and finally fell on the body of Ersterlin. Creation. Fake, you are indeed worthy of being killed. I know what you are going to do, so, come to see me, and then, be killed by me. After saying this, Bloody Knight raised his hand and clenched it. The broken blade and fragments were wrapped in scarlet mist into a sphere, which became smaller and finally disappeared. At the same time, a blood-colored door formed behind it, and Bloody Knight retreated into it. At this time, Luna Division beside Ersterlin suddenly raised the ultra-long-range sniper rifle in his hand. The bright full moon instantly condensed in front of him, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 1158 Good News and Bad News. Don't even think about leaving like this. This was the first time that Yalan disobeyed Yang Hui's order. Yang Hui told everyone not to chase him or stop him from leaving, but Yalan would not let the Blood Knight leave like this. The moment the sword cut into the chest of Ersterlin, creation, Yalan felt that the world had stopped. Not only did time stop flowing, but the blood in her body also stopped flowing. She stared with wide eyes, watching Ersterlin, creation, being cut open, watching the sword about to fall on Yang Hui, and her heart kept shouting, "Move! Move!" But no matter how she urged, her body did not react at all, and the distance between her and Yang Hui did not shorten even a millimeter. Ersterlin, creation's chest was cut open and fell into the sea. Yalan's heart was filled with endless hatred, not fierce at all, as quiet as a pool of dead water, so quiet that it was filled with a breath of death, leading straight to the underworld. Yulin was ready for a fight to the death, with her finger on the trigger of the self-destruct system. She was ready to fight to the death, no matter what the cost, to kill the Bloody Knight. Fortunately, Ersterlin, creation, broke through the sea level and appeared intact in Yulin's sight. Siegfried Network also felt Yang Hui's presence, and its resolute finger moved away from the trigger of the self-destruct system. But this did not mean that the anger and hatred in Yulin's heart disappeared. The sword of the Bloody Knight chopped on the body of Ersterlin, creation, and also chopped on Yulin's heart. This was the closest Yang Hui had ever been to death, and it was also the closest Yulin had ever been to a dead heart. Even if Yang Hui had a follow-up plan and intended to let the Bloody Knight retreat, the breath of anger in Yulin's heart had to be released. So, she fired, with maximum output power, without hesitation, and the purple-black wormhole ray bombarded the full moon in front of her, which was magnified several times and turned into a rushing river, rushing towards the Bloody Knight. However, the Bloody Knight had retreated into the door composed of blood-colored mist, and the wormhole ray failed to touch the Bloody Knight. It only penetrated the door composed of blood-colored mist and did not reach the other side where the Bloody Knight was. It just penetrated and dispersed it, and continued to rush towards the end of the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised, because this was the first time that Yalan disobeyed Yang Hui's order, but everyone was relieved soon. Everyone knew what Yang Hui meant to Yalan. To them, Yang Hui was a close friend, a competitor, a recognized leader, and the absolute core of the Promised Legion, but to Yalan, Yang Hui was everything to her. If she lost Yang Hui, she would lose everything. Then, they felt the same way, and they wished that the person who fired the gun and disobeyed the order was themselves, and they were unwilling to let the bloody night go just like that. The surging energy torrent began to dissipate. Don Ersterlin, creation, came to Luna Division, split, and raised his hand to gently press the hot super long-range beam gun. Although the burning pain was transmitted to Yang Hui's palm, he still gritted his teeth and insisted, pressing the raised gun down. Yang Hui, are you comfortable? Yulin was stunned for a moment. She was originally going to apologize. After all, she violated the order. Yulin had the ability to change the battlefield, but she disobeyed the order. Everyone understood her and would probably not punish her, but she still had to apologize, not only as a member of the Promise Corps, a soldier, but also as Yang Hui's wife. But Yang Hui spoke, without blaming or comforting, just a teasing question, which made the guilty heart feel much more comfortable. Yes, I feel comfortable. Yulin smiled at the phantom beside her. Then go back, the battle is over. Yes. Yorlin, well done. You did what you wanted to do but didn't. This shot is really refreshing. Immediately afterwards, the voices of her companions came into her ears. The Siegfried network could not materialize so many phantoms at the same time, but their emotions were all conveyed to her. Everyone. But, Yulin, ahem. Fleet reminded Yulin a little bit in a bad mood. Well, I understand, I will go. Yulin smiled, she knew what Fleet was going to say, no matter what the reason was, no matter who Yulin was, she broke the rules, so she naturally had to accept the punishment, and it was precisely because of her identity that she had to take the initiative to accept the punishment. There is no order without rules. As one of the top combat forces of the Promise Corps, one of the elders, and as Yang Hui's wife, she cannot leave any hidden dangers for the Promise Corps. Although it is not likely to be too severe, confinement is still necessary. Rebel, arrange the fleet and clean up the battlefield. Although the sword is out of reach, the main body of the Joy Knight is still there. Don't let go of any fragments. Understood. Natal, request to return. Received, you can return, welcome back. After the battle, each unit left a patrol unit to guard and arranged people to start cleaning the battlefield. The most important thing was to salvage the Joy Knight. Although this section of the giant sword and the scattered fragments were all taken away by the bloody night, and no residue could be found, the main body of the Joy Knight was also very important research material. For example, how is the black liquid that appeared out of thin air generated, and how did it have the ability to regenerate? For example, what kind of existence is that gem? Energy? Cockpit? And is there a cockpit? Is there a pilot? And what kind of creature is the pilot? After salvaging the Joy Knight from the bottom of the sea, the research department once again entered a busy work. Not only did Professor Elfman personally lead Billy Katajiri to analyze the Joy Knight, but also Mr. Wen temporarily put aside the research project of the Festum Factor and led the team to join the research. Yang Hui also brought Fleet to join them. Wang, Rebel, Cruz and others were very concerned about the situation of Joy Knight, and rushed to the research department as soon as possible, hoping to get first-hand information. Professor, teacher. Good news or bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang looked at Yang Hui and others with heavy faces and asked. Let's talk about the good news first. Yang Hui replied. Well, there are a lot of good news. First of all, it can be confirmed that this machine is a half-mechanical, half-biological structure. Professor Elfman nodded, and explained to Yang Hui and others while calling up the data. The companion ELS has been used to devour the broken arm. The external armor is a new type of metal that we have never seen before. It is not composed of all known elements. It is a brand new element. The hardness, toughness, heat resistance, all aspects of data exceed all existing materials, and the weight is very light, only half of the Gundam Nim alloy Greek letter gamma. Through the devouring of ELS, we have obtained this new element, but the molecular arrangement is very complex. Even if ELS performs mimics plating, it cannot be produced quickly. By the way, Festum's assimilation is the same, or even slower. Wang Lao added. Yang Hui nodded. ELS and Festum have similar assimilation, devouring, and learning abilities, but there are also differences. To be honest, ELS's assimilation, devouring, and learning abilities are stronger than Festum. Even ELS cannot be mass-produced quickly, let alone festum. Then there is the biological structure. This is the data fed back by ELS. Take a look. The physical sample has been divided and is being analyzed. This is it. Are you scared? Professor Elfman smiled and shook his head. Although the content of various elements is hundreds of times, it is confirmed to be human body tissue, which is hundreds of times stronger than human tissue. Doesn't that mean? Through this report, Yang Hui and others came to the same conclusion. Joinite is more like a living person than a machine. It is not a weapon, but Joinite himself. Then there is bad news. As they said this, Professor Elfman and Old Wang's faces darkened. They took Yang Hui and others to a laboratory with a very high confidentiality level. The broken gem was lying in the center of the laboratory, surrounded by various instruments. In the entire laboratory, only Billy Katagiri was there. Take a look. Professor Elfman took Yang Hui and others to the gem and pointed at it. This is it. Yang Hui and others' pupils shrank. In the gem, a person was sleeping, or a creature? The naked humanoid creature has 7 fingers and toes. Not only that, there are web membranes between the fingers and toes. The skin cannot be seen because the whole body is covered with thick hair. The thick arms are comparable to those of a bear, with webbed fingertips and claws similar to those of a wolf. The head is even more strange, with pointed ears, huge eyes, no mouth, and a round hole in the nose. There is no hair, but spikes instead. It has not been dissected yet, but this thing. It looks like a mixture of a lot of different genes. It is a pot of hodgepodge. It is really disgusting. Looking at the unknown creature in the gem, Professor Elfman couldn't help cursing. I really don't know how this product was made, and how many inhumane experiments have been done to produce such a product. Is it still alive? Yang Hui asked. The life characteristics are 0, and it can be confirmed to be dead. That's good. Yang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. If this thing was still alive, Yang Hui would not dare to let Professor Elfman and others study it like this. Looking at the thick arms and sharp claws, even if Yang Hui was hit, he would probably lose half his life. The 3 of us will be responsible for its dissection. We all agree that it is not appropriate to make it public before the detailed results are obtained. Professor Elfman said to Yang Hui. If such a creature is known to outsiders before it is studied thoroughly, it is likely to cause unrest, especially among the natives of this world. Joinite, and Bloody Night, the information of the Temple of Slaughter, were not disclosed to them. Yang Hui's explanation to them was that it was a higher-level festum. The human civilization of this world was originally destroyed by festum. Once they knew that festum was just a pawn and there was a higher civilization behind it, the people's hearts that had finally calmed down would fluctuate again. Okay, but just in case, I will send someone to protect your safety. Yang Hui said to the 3 people. After all, for a creature that they had never encountered before, the normal life characteristics could not guarantee that it was really dead. If it suddenly came back to life, Professor Elfman and the other 2 would be in danger. No problem. The 3 nodded in agreement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1159 Intelligence Summary. 3 days was enough time for the research team to thoroughly study Joinite. The plenary meeting was held again to collect all the information and decide on the next plan, whether it was time to execute it. Professor, teacher, please tell us about your situation first. Yang Hui said to Professor Elfman and Old Wang on the rostrum. No problem. Professor Elfman and Old Wang stood up and walked to the center of the conference room. They took out the pad and projected the experimental data obtained in the past 3 days, and then began to explain to everyone one by one. First, it was the body of Joinite. The new elements and new materials made everyone's eyes shine. This new material represents that the technological level of the Promise Core will be taken to a higher level. The projects that could not be realized before due to the bottleneck of materials can be completed. Then there is the human tissue under the armor. According to the research of Professor Elfman and Old Wang, the human tissue of Joinite brings higher flexibility and stronger strength to the body. The biological conduction circuit covered by the human tissue has a conduction efficiency increased by 14 percentage points compared to the general circuit used by the Promise Core, and the energy loss in the conduction process is reduced by 3 percentage points. The source of the black liquid was also found. It was distributed on the shoulders, waist, and knees of the machine. There were 5 small generators in total. When the machine was severely damaged, it could directly extract energy from the subspace according to the will of the pilot to generate black liquid, so that the damaged parts of the machine could be repaired and regenerated, and even grow extracorporeal organs such as wings. However, at present, all the black liquids have lost their activity. Apart from emitting a foul smell, no special features have been found. All the small generators have also stopped operating. Professor Eifman and Mr. Wang have the same speculation. The operation of the generators and the repair and regeneration ability of the black liquid are closely related to the sword. Without the sword, the generators cannot operate, and the black liquid will also lose its special function. The current goal is to continue the research on the small generators. Although the black liquid has strong repair and regeneration capabilities, it is not the goal of Professor Eifman and Mr. Wang. Their goal is the technology of the small generator that can tear open the subspace barrier and directly extract energy from the subspace to generate objects. If this technology can be successfully explored, then in addition to the Awakened Dawn series, all the Legion's bodies and warships will gain powerful repair and regeneration capabilities. The repair technology of nanorobots has been in use, but nanorobots are always limited, and the upper limit of their repair capabilities is not high. In addition, the energy extracted from the subspace can be used for repair and regeneration. Can it be used for defense, attack, or even manufacturing? We found traces of energy in the fragments of the gem. It can be determined that the gem is not only the cockpit of the body, but also the energy of the body, providing energy for the basic activities of the body. It's just that this kind of energy. You may not like it too much? Old Wang said, shaking his head. Seeing that both Mr. Wang and Professor Eifman had the same expression, everyone had their own guesses. Whether it was the 360 degrees all-around linear cockpit, the somatosensory cockpit of the Gundam GE world, or the cockpit of the Dawn series, there was room for people to move around. They either had a compact instrument panel, operating lever, and various complicated buttons, or a compact somatosensory conduction system. Even the Nibelungen system of Fafnir was controlled by the pilot to drive the machine, leaving ample room for movement. However, the gem tightly wrapped the pilot, leaving no gaps. How could the pilot drive the machine? Of course, it is not ruled out that the gem is some kind of special sensing system that allows the pilot to directly control the machine through consciousness, but if that were the case, Mr. Wang and Professor Eifman would not have such expressions. The autopsy of the pilot has also yielded results. From its body, we found not only human genes, but also amphibians, wolves, bears, eagles, and more than a dozen genes we have never seen. The only organ in its body is the heart. It has no digestive system or filtration system, which means it does not need to eat or excrete. The heart is twice the size of a human's, and the cell density is 4 times that of a normal person, which can provide a faster blood supply. The brain is no different from that of an ordinary person, but the precision and complexity of the nervous system is more than 3 times that of a human. In other words, this creature is not born like this, but is made after birth. Cruz asked. Yes, there is no doubt that no matter how many genes of other creatures are mixed, the core gene code is human. And, how old do you think that creature is? What do you mean? People who have seen the creature dare not say how old it is. If it is a human, judging from its height and body shape, it is at least 20 years old. But after all, it is not a human, or, not completely a human, so it is impossible to judge. But Mr. Wang specifically asked this question, which means 3 years old. The age test result of the creature is 3 years old. Sure enough. Everyone's guess was verified. It seems to be some kind of biological cloning technology, but the problem is, the body can be quickly formed, but what about consciousness? His fighting skills are not like what a 3-year-old creature can have. Fleet asked. We thought of this problem at the beginning, but after repeated age tests, it was confirmed that he was 3 years old. As for mature consciousness, copies and transformers, both make sense. Wang Lao replied. Copies are the product of gene cloning. At the same time, copies have the technology of directly instilling memories, allowing the newly born clones to immediately have the memory and consciousness of adults. Transformers digitize their consciousness and upload it to Veda, living in the form of quantum numbers. Their bodies can be replaced at any time, just uploading data. There is also the implant technology in the macrosf world that can do it, but it requires the body to be biochemically transformed and most of it to become a machine. But the possibility of quantum data form or implant technology similar to transformers was ruled out by Professor Elfman and Wang Lao, because before the Bloody Knight disappeared, he clearly said that the joyful knight was dead. It is not ruled out that this is a lie of the enemy, but combined with all the current performance of the Bloody Knight, this possibility is very small. Finally, there is the special ability that Yang Hui and Graham mentioned that can make people unable to move. We have not found anything so far. We speculate that this ability should be related to the sword. When fighting with a Bloody Knight, bring detection equipment with you. You can bring back more data. No problem. Yang Hui nodded and agreed to Professor Elfman's request. Collecting data in a tense battle is a dangerous job, but considering that there will definitely be more knights in the future, it is not certain whether the Bloody Knight has the same special ability. If each knight has different special abilities, then more data also means a safer future. This is all the results so far. After the research department reported the results, Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang returned to their seats. The harvest is not small. It can be confirmed that the knight is a semi-mechanical, semi-biological body, with driver operation, various data of armor, and the two cores of the knight, the sword and the gem. Now we can be sure that every knight has a magic sword, and this magic sword is their main source of power. There is also a gem, which is the heart of the body. Lock them. It is best to destroy the magic sword before launching the magic sword fusion, or at least cause some damage. Understood. X and the Bloody Knight has already told them that the power of the magic sword is not perfectly controlled by every knight, and the integrity of the magic sword itself will also affect the power level of the magic sword fusion. For example, the joyful knight cannot fully control the power of the magic sword. After launching the magic sword fusion, it is controlled by the power and becomes a beast. Another example is the Bloody Knight, who not only maintains his sanity, but also shows a much higher combat power than the joyful knight. Then next, we can execute the final plan. Yang Hui crossed his hands in front of him and solemnly gave orders to everyone. The other party already knows our plan, should we continue to execute it? Fleet questioned. The words of Bloody Knight before leaving were very clear, telling Yang Hui and others that he knew all their plans and would wait for them to find him in the final place. The plan has been exposed. If it continues to be executed, the risk factor is too high, and it should be carefully considered. We have no second choice. Yang Hui said to everyone after thinking for a moment. Everyone was silent after hearing this. It was true. If they wanted to complete the task, if they wanted to eliminate the foreign festum and let the world be reborn, they had to kill Bloody Knight and find their base camp. Otherwise, if they just defended and resisted blindly, they would be dragged to death one day. Then start preparing. In a week, we will start to implement the final plan. Mjolnir, please. No problem. Mjolnir, who represented the Festum tribe to attend the meeting, was a listener from beginning to end. She preferred to listen and learn rather than speak. After joining forces with the Promise Corps, Mjolnir's Festum tribe has never participated in a single battle. On the one hand, their numbers are too small, and they are just a drop in the ocean in front of the large army of foreign Festum tribes. On the other hand, they are peace-loving and do not evolve that fast, and they are not specialized in combat. Therefore, Yang Hui did not arrange them to go to the battlefield, and also suggested that all of them transform into human forms as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they can integrate into human society, at least they will not scare people away or turn their guns against them as soon as they appear. Mjolnir found that the Promise Corps is not only powerful in combat, but also has outstanding performance in all aspects, including politics, economy, people's livelihood, construction, entertainment, etc. These are all things she wants to learn. She and her compatriots do not intend to completely integrate into human society, but want to develop their own civilization independently. So, the Festum, who is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, needs to learn these things. Chapter 1160, set off to attack the enemy's lair. Ike, what are you doing? Tommy Maya, Hanesima Shoko and Hanesima Kanan, who had just finished training, saw Makabe in the corner of the training room. They didn't know what he was doing, so they asked. Nothing, nothing. Makabiki turned around quickly and faced the three people in a panic, which made the three people suspicious. Ike. That? I'm Ike, let's go to the next area. Just when Ike was sweating profusely, Minoshiro Saushi rushed over from another direction and resolved Makabiki's crisis. Minoshiro? What are you doing? Tommy Maya, seeing that the two of them must be hiding some secrets, asked curiously. We are carrying out a mission. Minoshiro Saushi said bluntly, but did not tell the three people the content of the mission. Mission? Ike, is it true? The three looked at Makabiki again and confirmed with him. Yes. Makabiki hesitated, but still nodded. Oh, so, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that Makabiki said so, Tommy Maya was no longer curious. Hanesima Kanan had long been accustomed to it. Tommy Maya and Hanesima Shoko had also developed a good habit of not asking too many questions about military affairs. Thank you, we'll leave first. Well, goodbye. The three girls waved goodbye to Makabiki and Minoshiro Saushi. After the two walked a distance, they could hear Minoshiro Saushi complaining to Makabiki, why is it that every time she doesn't believe what I say, she believes what you say? Huh? Is that so? You guy. Heh. The three girls of X3 looked at each other, covered their mouths and chuckled, then turned around and prepared to continue training. Makabiki and Minoshiro Saushi walked around the base. The training room was the third area they passed by. They did not lie, they really received the mission. Saushi. Yes, I feel it too. The two looked at each other and nodded, then separated and walked to different corners as if taking a walk, and then, at the same time, they stretched out their hands and grabbed something in the air. It was completely transparent and could not be seen by the naked eye, but there was indeed something caught in their hands. You are me. I am you. As Makabiki murmured in a low voice, the invisible object in his hand appeared. It was a palm-sized festum, with a huge eyeball occupying 3/4 of its body and a pair of small wings. It suddenly stopped struggling after being caught. The next second, the emerald green crystal spread from Makabiki's hand, quickly wrapped it, and then shattered and disappeared. After the two killed a festum each, they did not leave in a hurry, but walked around the area, killing all the festum hidden in different corners, and then went to the next area side by side. Not only Makabiki and Minoshiro Saushi, but also Yang Hui, Graham and other people whose machines have been successfully awakened, as well as Mjolnir, Kasugai Kawao, and Radi Shusao who have transformed into humanoid festum, are scattered throughout the Srinagar region and the Promise Caller. Their mission is to clear out all the eyes lurking in the Srinagar region and the Promise Caller. This is the plan made by Yang Hui and others. After Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang discovered that festum or people who have festum factors and have successfully awakened can sense weak connections and develop a small amplification device, they can clearly find the location of these eyes. When making the plan, they believe that in the Siegfried network, because it is a communication of consciousness, it will not be discovered by these eyes. They unanimously decided not to find all the eyes immediately and eliminate them, but wait for a suitable opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop, so that Joy Knight and Bloody Knight will lose their eyes to monitor them in a very short time. This opportunity is when Joyful Knight and Bloody Knight appear again and start fighting. Because Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang have developed a nanoscale coordinate positioning device based on the induction characteristics of festum. During the battle with Joyful Knight and Bloody Knight, this new coordinate positioning device is placed on Joyful Knight or Bloody Knight, and then they are asked to return to their nest with a coordinate positioning device. After that, they immediately start to clean up all the eyes, turning Joyful Knight and Bloody Knight blind, and then immediately dispatch the whole army to kill their hidden nest and catch them off guard. However, so far, the plan has undergone major changes. Joyful Knight was killed by Yang Hui, and Bloody Knight also knew their plan. But at this point, Yang Hui and his team have no choice. They have no way out from the beginning. The mission must be completed. All the preparations that can be made have been made, and they can no longer get stage-by-stage improvements. It is time to start a decisive battle. If it is dragged on, it is unknown what will happen. Therefore, Yang Hui decided to maintain the original plan and clear out the eyes in the Srinagar area and the Promise Core in the shortest possible time. After clearing them, he immediately set out to the lair of the Bloody Knight to to kill it and eliminate the foreign festum in one fell swoop to complete the mission. In addition to being anxious to complete the mission, there is another important reason. Iki, can you still hold on? After clearing out the eyes in several areas, General Minajo supported the somewhat weak Iki Makabe and used the assimilation ability in succession. Moreover, without the assistance of the body, using the assimilation ability directly would consume them greatly. I'm fine, General Minajo, I can still hold on. There's only one area left, and the mission will be completed. I can do it alone. Let's go, General Minajo, I'm fine. Okay. General Minajo did not persuade Iki Makabe again. He is a typical cold-faced but warm-hearted person. He cares about his companions very much. He once had a runaway when he was a child because of the festum factor in his body, and the adaptability of the Excalibur Fafnir was very low. He had no choice but to command others to fight in the Siegfried system. Watching his companions fighting, getting injured, and being in danger on the battlefield, he was the most nervous and uncomfortable person. Every moment, he longed to drive a Fafnir onto the battlefield, fight side by side with his companions, and protect them. But General Shikaijo also understood everyone's awareness and persistence, so, if they didn't want to fight, he agreed to stay behind and be protected by him, but if they were determined to continue fighting, he would not dissuade them and would firmly support them. This is the last one. After clearing the last eye in the granary of the promise, Yang Hui was sure that there was no eye on the promise, so he took off the small device behind his ear. Natal, what's the progress of other areas? Yang Hui took out his pad to contact Baki Lulu. The fleet has been completely cleared. Areas A, B, and C in the Srinagar area have all been completed. Area D has completed 97%, and Area E has completed 89%. Areas D and E, areas that Jonathan, Iki, and General Shi are responsible for, how are their physical conditions? Yang Hui asked with concern. They can still hold on. After this, have them go to Director Yuanjin immediately. If their assimilation rate exceeds 70%, they will not be allowed to participate in the next battle. Yang Hui gave the order. Understood. Also, the foreigner pilots from Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island must be checked before departure. If their assimilation rate exceeds 60%, they will not be allowed to participate. Okay, I will supervise it personally. After hanging up the communication, Yang Hui sighed. This was also the reason why he was anxious to end this war. The foreigner pilots from Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island had reached their limit, especially the three savior-type foreigner pilots, Makabe Iki, Minaji Soshi, and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram, as well as Hino Michio and the second-generation pilots from Ryugu Island. They were all old and had been flying foreigner for a long time. Their physical condition was not optimistic. The reason they were still able to fight was that they relied on the treatment technology sent by Mjolnir to keep them alive. Yang Hui and his team are different. They have the blessing of Promise Fortress. Driving the Dawn series does not require burning lifespans, but only consumes physical strength and energy. The Fafnir troops of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island are indeed a powerful force, but no matter how powerful they are, Yang Hui will not use them as consumables for victory. Instead of consuming them in one mission, it is better to take them to Promise Fortress and establish more merits in future battles. What? We don't have to participate in the next battle? Why? After getting the physical examination report, Yuanji and Kaianziru found that the situation on Poseidon Island was not so bad. The erosion of the Makabe factor to the human body was much lower than that of the festum factor, and the situation was not serious. But on Ryugu Island, the lowest fourth-generation pilots have exceeded the 60% red line. According to Yang Hui's order, no one is allowed to participate in the next battle. This is the order of Commander-in-Chief Yang Hui, you must obey it. Yuan Jiankaian agreed with Yang Hui's order. The pilots in front of her were all children that Yuan Jiankaian had watched grow up, and among them were her own son-in-law and daughter. If they continued to fly the Fafnir to fight, not to mention the dangers they would encounter in the battle, they might die directly in the cockpit, or disappear directly. But no buts, this is an order. If it was before, Yuan Jiankaian would not know how to stop these children who wanted to join the war, but now, the word order has become her trump card. These children didn't know what an order was before, but after staying in the Promise Corps for such a long time, they would not reach the point of Krypton gold in their bones, But when they heard the word order, they would not insist on their own way. Director Yuan Jin, if the commander-in-chief agrees, then should we? Sir, give up. The commander-in-chief will not agree. Yuan Jin Chizuru knew what Sir Minaji was going to say and interrupted him directly. I have sent your physical examination reports to Captain Bujalulu. Captain Bujalulu wrote back to me and said that he would never let you participate in the decisive battle. Your machines should have been locked now, and, let's see. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw in the sky that the huge fleet that was originally guarding the Srinagar area entered the fold jump channel one by one and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 1161 Final Battle. In the universe, countless purple-red fold exits opened, and huge fleets jumped out of the exits smoothly one after another. Although everyone was prepared to step into the trap and fight hard from the beginning, the scene in front of them really shocked them. Hey, Yang Hui, this guy seems more infuriating than that Chunibao. Although they haven't attacked yet, the cockpit synchronized the optical camera image of the Promise, and saw the scene in front of them clearly. This is the space domain near the center of the Milky Way. The space domain is completely painted gold by densely packed festum. You can't see the end at a glance. The most complete is a variety of ordinary festum. In the inner circle, there are countless Diablo-type, Abyss Giant-Mouth-type festum and Squire-type festum. Further inward, there are a large number of Azazel types of various shapes. In the center is the Bloody Knight, with a sharp sword in front of him. Not only that, the ocean separated a wide road, and on both sides of the road were different Squire-type festum. Compared with ordinary Squire-type festum, their armor was more splendid and the difference between armor and body was more obvious. Their faces, which should have been plain, had a pair of scarlet eyes. In their hands, they held not wormhole energy cannons, but golden swords. They imitated the posture of the Bloody Knight, and held the sword in front of them. At this moment, the Bloody Knight was like a noble monarch, and the Squire-type festum on both sides of the road were its loyal knights, and the surrounding ocean was its people, waiting for the challengers who were overconfident to come. Hell, it's not a bad thing. Yang Hui was also angered by the arrogant attitude of the Blood Knight, but unlike Graham, he was not only angry, but also, he found this to be an opportunity. Rebel. Deploy the fleet. The force field barrier of the Basalt class is at its highest output. The White Tiger class fires all its bullets. The Macros class flagship is fully transformed. The super heavy quantum reaction cannon begins charging, and the attack is launched immediately after completion. The MIS troops are urgently dispatched. After receiving Yang Hui's instructions, Rebel immediately ordered the fleet to attack with all their strength. The hypocritical attitude of the Blood Knight made people angry, but also gave the Promise Corps the best opportunity. War is not a duel between knights. There has never been the word martial virtue, only life and death. And now, all the festum are crowded together, which is the best target. There is no need to aim at it. Just fire all the ammunition at once and countless festum can be destroyed. The enemy army, the biggest threat to the Promise Corps, apart from the Bloody Knight itself, is the countless ordinary festum. The Golden Ocean has completed the process of quantitative change to qualitative change, so, take the initiative to reduce the number of ordinary festum as much as possible to reduce the threat of the army to the supervision. At the same time, the MIS troops of each fleet attacked from the deck one after another, joined their teammates, and formed a seemingly scattered but extremely tight tactical formation to rush towards the enemy. For a time, the war began. On the main catapult deck of the Promise, Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, Luna Division, Split, and Flagabskneten, Cut, stepped on the catapult at the same time. Yang Hui, he is mine, don't grab it. Graham said to Yang Hui with enthusiasm. You got the wrong person. Yang Hui grinned and replied jokingly. Huh? What do you mean? Graham was stunned. Sorry, Graham, he's mine, no one can take him away. Yulin used the most gentle tone to vent the anger and hatred accumulated in her heart. She was not a battle fanatic like Graham, and she had never snatched other people's targets. Anyway, they were all enemies and needed to be eliminated. It didn't matter who was eliminated first or later. But this time, Yulin had no intention of letting the Bloody Knight go. It would be difficult to calm her anger if she didn't kill it herself. Wow? It seems that you are also ignited, Yulin. Graham smiled with relief. He understood Yulin's fight very well, but unfortunately, Graham was not inferior to Yulin in terms of anger and hatred in his heart. But sorry, Yulin, I won't give it to you. Then it depends on your ability. Okay. Then I'll join in too. Yang Hui interrupted. Graham and Yulin were both ignited. If he was willing to fall behind, it would be too embarrassing. The attack procedure is ready. Erstellen, creation, Luna division, split, abskneten, cut, please attack. Understood. Yang Hui, Erstellen, creation, attack. Graham Aka, abskneten, cut, attack. Yulin Lucker, Luna division, split, attack. The three machines attacked and turned into meteors at the same time, rushing into the road prepared for them by the Bloody Knight, at the fastest speed. The Squire-type Festum on both sides of the road raised the great swords in their hands and charged at the three meteors, trying to intercept them here. The Diablo-type and ordinary Squire-type Festum in the back also moved, and came towards the three machines in an overwhelming manner, blocking the road. The next second, dozens of strong energy torrents bypassed the three machines from behind and collided with the golden waves, not only stopping the surging waves, but also blasting a huge gap in the blocked road. Hey, don't interfere with the battle of my generals. Lyle said leisurely, and at the same time controlled, Hell Angel explosion, and pulled the trigger again. Dozens of energy rays fell into the gap. The energy rays that should have penetrated directly exploded violently after touching the target. The gorgeous flames were dyed purple and black. The high-temperature burning did not melt, but seemed to be swallowed by countless giant teeth. School. Dongfang Bubei. Super Movie Overlord Bullet. Luo's head was on the front of the huge energy bomb, and it hit the golden wave in the blink of an eye. No matter how powerful the golden wave looked, it collapsed at the touch of the Super Movie Overlord Bullet. The wave was blasted open with a big hole. As the Super Movie Overlord Bullet moved forward, the big hole extended into a straight passage. Boom. The Super Movie Overlord Bullet moved forward, just in time to encompass all the hundreds of Diablo types that surrounded it, and finally hide in his Azel type that had just opened its bloody mouth. When attacking, there was no force field barrier to protect it. The two energies collided together. Not only did the Azazel type's head explode, but it also impacted several Azazel types around it, interrupting their attack. How lucky, take another one of my moves. Arrow Overlord Thousand Kings Key Flame Bullet. The long poles of both arms unfolded, combining into an extremely large bow at the left wrist. The right hand stretched out two fingers to pull the energy bowstring back, and an exaggerated energy arrow appeared out of thin air, clamped on the long bow. At the same time, the combination bag on the right wrist sprayed out fiery red fighting spirit, which attached to the energy arrow, dyeing it with a fiery color. The finger loosened, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh sound. After touching the first Squire-type Festum, it not only penetrated it and the core moving at high speed in its body, but also split into countless arrows, piercing a large number of Squire-type Festum behind it. Moreover, each arrow accurately hit the core in their body, not giving them the opportunity to merge and regenerate. Not only that, when the core of the Squire-type Festum was penetrated, the muzzles of the guns in their hands had already been charged. Just as they were about to fire, the core was hit, causing the muzzles of the guns to shift direction. The trigger was pulled just before it disappeared. The crooked energy beam not only did not pose any threat to Yang Hui and others, but also strung together many Festums around. My luck is good. Luo touched his neck and smiled confidently. This is really unreasonable. After seeing Luo's performance, Cruz couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile, but I still like the feeling now more. Domineerin's dress has been shortened, and the long dress has become a waist-length short dress. The silk thread that is difficult to see with the naked eye connects the finger dance of Domineerin to countless Festum. Under the control of Domineerin, they all point their guns at their compatriots. Luo's luck has reached the level of metaphysics. Although Cruz feels it is outrageous, that has never been Cruz's pursuit. Compared with the illusory existence of luck, he prefers to control everything in his own hands. For example, now, the enemy is like a toy being manipulated by him. On the other side, the three machines, Erstellen, Creation, Luna Division, Split, and Banner Abskneten, Cut, have passed through the passage opened by their companions and arrived in front of Bloody Knight. The moment Bloody Knight entered the range of Luna Division, Split, the full moon behind Bloody Knight shattered and scattered everywhere, surrounding Bloody Knight in the center. The finger pulled the trigger of the ultra-long-range sniper rifle without hesitation, and the thick wormhole rays shot out, falling on the fragments that were invisible to the naked eye, splitting into countless pieces, turning in the air, and surrounding Bloody Knight from all directions, leaving no room for dodging. Bloody Knight finally made a move, raised the sword in his hand, and swung it quickly. The afterimage of the sword shot out blood-colored sword rays, cutting all the wormhole arrays surrounding it into pieces. Soul-chopping. Banner Abskneden, cut, S-figure flashed, and it easily passed through the blood-colored sword light and came in front of Bloody Knight. Its double blades were wrapped in purple-black energy, locked onto the Death Star on the divine sword, and chopped it down fiercely. Humph, it's clear at a glance. Bloody Knight snorted coldly. From the beginning, it expected that Banner Abskneden, cut, S target was the divine sword in its hand, and the divine sword quickly moved its position, and the Death Star on the blade not only broke away from Banner Abskneden, cut, S lock, but also blocked the double blades of Banner Abskneden, cut, and at the same time, with a golden glow, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, appeared behind Bloody Knight, and stabbed the sharp blade at the gem on his chest. Got it. Naive. Boom. Chapter 1162. Goodbye, no one can escape. The alarm bell of danger rang in Yang Hui's brain, and he immediately gave up the attack and dispersed his two swords. The golden particles condensed into a solid shield in front of Dawnbreaker, creation, and there were 3 or 4 thin light curtains. The next second, with a loud bang, soft tissues like tentacles suddenly grew behind Bloody Knight, with sharp sickles at the end. The sharp blades of the 2 heavy sickles fell fiercely on the golden light curtain. The moment they touched, cracks appeared, and the sharp blades pierced the light curtain and embedded in it. Then, the first layer of light curtain that blocked the heavy sickle was shattered in a second. The huge force continued to move forward and fell on the second layer of light curtain, and then the third layer. The light curtain condensed by the golden particles almost failed to stop the heavy sickle steps. It didn't consume much power, just like a heavy fist piercing the shield. The huge force carried Dawnbreaker, creation, backwards. Fortunately, the heavy sickle only pierced the shield with a sword blade, without directly destroying it, and did not hurt Dawnbreaker, creation. It's not black liquid, it grew directly, or it has always been there, just hidden. Don't even think about it. Bloody Knight showed a new ability. Yang Hui immediately analyzed it, but soon, a huge pulling force interrupted Yang Hui's thinking, and saw that the heavy sickle embedded in the shield and flying backwards suddenly straightened, trying to pull Dawn Ersterlin, creation, back. Yang Hui naturally couldn't let it succeed. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, flapped its wings, and the same force and pulling force were balanced. At the same time, it condensed several sword-type GN Super Dragoons, and the sharp blades cut off the flesh and blood tentacles connected to the heavy sickle. Flag Abskneden, cut, in front was also forced back by Bloody Knight, and flesh and blood tentacles grew everywhere at the joints. In addition to the heavy sickle, there were also 18 kinds of weapons such as spear tips, swords, broadswords, heavy axes, etc. at the end, either stabbing, chopping, or smashing. For a time, the afterimages of various weapons surrounded Flag Abskneden, cut, making it embarrassed. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of wormhole rays refracted and accurately hit the flesh and blood tentacles in the chaotic afterimage, breaking them all and relieving the pressure of Banner Abskneden, cut. The pressure suddenly decreased, and Banner Abskneden, cut, once again raised the blade and rushed towards Bloody Knight. Graham's eyes were locked on all the Death Stars on Bloody Knight. The most important ones were the Death Stars on the Excalibur and the gem. As long as he could hit them once, even just once, he could directly defeat Bloody Knight. Hit them. Ling. Unfortunately, another charge still failed to hit the Death Stars on the Excalibur and the gem, but Graham was not upset, because this sword hit the Death Star, not far from the gem, and the heavy armor of Bloody Knight was immediately pierced by the sharp blade of Banner Abskneden, cut, and deeply penetrated into its body. Yang Hui. Don't be so loud. In less than a second, the golden particles of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, condensed into a sword-shaped GN Super Dragoon, right in front of Bloody Knight, close at hand, piercing the gem in his chest. Ling. A crisp metallic sound rang out, and the divine sword in his right hand turned into an afterimage and slashed down, cutting off the sword-shaped GN Super Dragoon, and then raised it, aiming directly at Flag Abskneden, cut. Bang! The thick wormhole array arrived in time, like a heavy fist falling on the side of the divine sword. The huge force not only interrupted the slash of Bloody Knight, but if it had not been clinched in time, it would have been knocked away by the sniper shot. At the same time, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, flashed and appeared in front of Bloody Knight, in the blink of an eye. Before he had time to retract his power and the middle door opened, the sharp blade in his hand aimed at the gem in his chest and stabbed it straight. Success, retreat. The danger signal sounded again. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, immediately gave up the attack. Flagabskneten, cut, pulled out the sharp blade that was inserted into Bloody Knight, and the two machines quickly retreated with afterimages. The next second, black liquid gushed out from all parts of Bloody Knight's body, wrapping it up, and the black liquid turned into a wave and spread to the surroundings, and the volume in the center became larger and larger. Tisk, I still can't stop it. It doesn't matter. Before he finished speaking, Luna Division raised the gun in his hand, the full moon gathered in front of the muzzle, and pulled the trigger. The surging energy torrent was amplified countless times by the full moon, splitting the wave of black liquid and hitting the Bloody Knight in the center, which was growing, just a stationary target. Luna Division's output was getting higher and higher, and the surging energy torrent was getting more and more fierce. The purple-black wormhole energy and the black liquid were intertwined, competing with each other, and consuming each other. The black liquid was getting less and less, and the Bloody Knight, who was changing, could already be seen. The armor expanded little by little, just like a living thing growing, and the muscles under the armor were also growing, but very slowly under the scouring of the wormhole energy. The black liquid not only stimulated the growth of biological tissues and armor, but also repaired the damage caused by the wormhole rays. We can't miss this opportunity. School. Dongfang Bubei. Stone-breaking slash. The fiery red fighting spirit wrapped around the double blades and merged with a rich wormhole energy. The sharp blades suddenly became extremely huge. Flagabskneten raised his arms high. When the fighting spirit and energy merged to the extreme, he swung them down heavily. The huge blade light flew past, cutting the energy torrent of Luna Division in the middle, and fell on the exposed Bloody Knight along the straight path. Boom! The blade light cut into the right shoulder of Bloody Knight. At the same time, the high temperature of the flame melted the armor all over his body. The rapid regeneration speed could not keep up with the speed of damage. Not enough. The energy beam of Luna Division was cut off, and the blade light of Banner Abskneten also began to weaken, but it was still unable to cut off the right arm holding the holy sword. Dawnbreaker Ersterlin's body was wrapped in golden light, and then turned into starlight and disappeared. The next second, golden particles condensed in front of Bloody Knight. The moment Dawnbreaker Ersterlin appeared, the fist stretched out was against the right shoulder that was about to break. The gap between the fist and the right shoulder was an extremely small wormhole energy ball. Zero distance power, eat it from me. As soon as the voice fell, the energy ball shot out and hit the fracture of the right shoulder. The huge spherical wormhole immediately spread out, completely engulfing Bloody Knight. At the same time, the flames rose to the sky. The sky-high fire column not only engulfed Bloody Knight, but also burned all the surrounding black liquid. The Dawn Ersterlin creation, at the center of the explosion, at the moment of the impact, turned into starlight and disappeared, and condensed again beside Luna Division, split. Did you kill it? Graham asked. You idiot. Don't set a flag at this time. Yang Hui scolded angrily, but he also had sufficient confidence in the results. The zero-distance ultra-concentrated wormhole energy ball, without the protection of the force field barrier and armor, had already broken half of the arm. If this couldn't be blown up, then there was no need to fight this battle. Whether it could kill Bloody Knight directly, Yang Hui couldn't say, but the right arm must be broken. Sure enough, the heat wave weakened, the fire dimmed, the smoke dissipated, and the black liquid had disappeared. At the center of the explosion, the half-grown Bloody Knight was now a bloody mess, and the armor on his body was gone. The biological tissue was also emitting green smoke, and there were traces of burning everywhere. And the right arm was broken. The broken right arm disappeared, and the divine sword held in the right hand dimmed and floated in the universe. Bloody Knight moved slightly, raised the broken arm, and stretched it towards the floating divine sword. Do you look down on us so much? As the voice came, Flagabskneten, cut, had come to the side of Bloody Knight. A flash of cold light flashed, and the outstretched left arm was cut off at the root, and another cold light, another sharp blade inserted into the chest from the side, as Flagabskneden, cut, turned his wrist, the sharp blade inserted into the body drew a crescent, and the gem on the chest was cut out alive. At the same time, Don Ersterlin, creation, came to the side of the divine sword, stretched out his hand to hold the divine sword, and was about to retreat, but the moment he held the divine sword, Yang Hui felt his consciousness dazed for a moment, and he came to a familiar and wonderful space. It's here, then. Looking up, as expected, the unclear figure that Yang Hui had seen before appeared in front of him again, still in a dark mass, with only the pair of terrifying eyes clearly visible. The difference is that below this figure, there is not only the Snake King, but also the huge Festum, the disgusting giant insects, the hideous dimensional beasts, and dozens of knights, holding various swords whose faces cannot be seen. Zizzy. Zizzy beep beep beep. You kill me. Knight. Zizzy. Interesting. Not even close. Beep 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 beep. Fake. Not qualified. Not enough. Keep struggling. Please. Haha, why don't I know that I have such a disgusting side? Listening to the unclear words, Yang Hui's mouth curled up coldly. He didn't know what the person in front of him was, what he had experienced, and why he became like this, but if he is really another self, then this disgusting self should be eliminated. No, pain, naive, stupid, wait for you, I will, no, cruelty at that moment. Just wait. Yang Hui ignored the intermittent sarcasm and contempt, and just raised his thumbs upside down towards the figure and the lackeys under him, then put it at the throat and cut it horizontally. None of you can escape. Chapter 1163, Victory, Exhausted. After another moment of trance, Yang Hui withdrew from the strange space and returned to the battlefield in reality. The time spent there was not long, only about a minute, but the real time seemed to be frozen, without any flow. Yang Hui. Although time did not flow, Graham and Yulin still noticed a momentary stiffness of Don Ersterlin, creation. Without thinking, they immediately drove the machine to guard Don Ersterlin, creation. I'm fine. Yang Hui shook his head and decided to tell them about this after the battle was completely over. Then he looked at the battlefield behind him. Let's end the battle completely first. Yes. The 3x2 machines nodded to each other, turned into 3 meteors, dragged their tails, and inserted into the chaotic main battlefield. The moment Bloody Knight was defeated, Festum suddenly fell into a strange pause, like a puppet without the control of the silk thread, quietly waiting for the slaughter of the Promised Legion. Soon after, the puppets that lost their threads suddenly resumed their actions. The broken connections were reconnected, but not as tight as before. Instead, they were in a mess. Many ordinary Festums were running around like headless flies, and even ran into the guns of the Promised Legion or their compatriots. For example, when several abyssal mouth Festums fired, they did not lock onto the warships of the Promised Legion at all. Instead, they had no target. There were more compatriots on the beam than their enemies. Only the Diablo, Squire Festum, and Azazel types were still insisting on attacking the Promised Legion. However, their attacks also lost their only coordination and became a mess. They attacked whoever was closest to them, and did not care whether there were compatriots within their attack range. It's really troublesome. After joining the battle, Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, cooperated with his companions to kill dozens of Diablo types and an Azazel type, and then gave up the pursuit and began to dodge the chaotic attacks. If it is a small-scale battle, they like chaotic enemies very much, but in large-scale battles, especially when the enemy's number is far greater than their own, and their own side is surrounded by the enemy, chaos is the most deadly, because there is no order, so it is difficult to predict the enemy's action mode. Stray bullets are flying all over the sky, and the slightest carelessness will end up with the destruction of the plane and the death of people. We have to open a breakthrough and rush out of this chaotic vortex first, Rebel. Yang Hui was about to give instructions to Rebel, but before he could speak, he received an evasion notice from the General Rebel, asking all friendly forces in the Super Heavy Quantum Reaction Cannon Beam and within the coverage of the MDE warhead to leave immediately. Yang Hui did not evacuate immediately, but drove Don Ersterlin, creation, to shuttle between the chaotic barrage and the enemy. In addition to the aces, there are many members of the ordinary Ms troops in this area. They were entangled and it was difficult to get out for a while. Yang Hui had to help them leave first. For a moment, golden particles were sprayed wildly with the flapping of wings, and soon filled the entire area. The golden particles quickly condensed, and GN Super Dragoons appeared one after another, with fierce roars from the muzzles and sharp cold flashes from the blades. In less than a minute, the Festum in the entire area was killed in pieces, leaving only scattered golden figures running around. Master Yang Hui. Quickly retreat. Understood. After all the MIS troops in this area were evacuated to a safe location, the purple-red spiral beam rushed over. The Festum that was caught in it could not hold on for a second, and was twisted and strangled by the energy. Even the Festum that was not directly hit was touched by the invisible aftermath, and the twisted gravity field still tore them into pieces and residues. For a moment, the Golden Ocean was divided into several pieces by the super-heavy quantum reaction cannon. When the purple-red spiral torrent began to weaken, one MDE bomb after another dragged a long tail and fell into the center of the area at a very fast speed. There was no violent explosion, no flames rising to the sky, just a small black dot, spreading at an unimaginable speed, turning into a bloody mouth, opening wider and wider, and then biting down, and a large piece of the entire golden color disappeared immediately, as if it was wiped clean by an eraser. Now, the whole army breaks out. The flagships of each fleet go first, the White Tiger class follows, and the Basalt class lags behind. After breaking out, turn 180 degrees. In the General Rebir quickly issued an order. The purpose of breaking out is to get out of this chaotic vortex, not to retreat. After breaking out, turn around immediately and re-aim the muzzle at the chaotic Festum cluster to eliminate them as quickly as possible. After the residual power of the super-heavy quantum reaction cannon and MDE bombs dissipated, the MIS troops re-entered the Festum cluster and launched a ruthless killing, not only to eliminate the Festum, but also to help the fleet break out and clear the way, and to eliminate all the scattered Festum that remained in the direction of the breakout. Ha ha ha, I say, does it have to end like this every time? Graham was panting in the cockpit. The driving suit on his body had become a beggar's outfit, with holes everywhere, and the skin could be seen directly. The green crystal that originally pierced the driving suit had long disappeared. Shut up. Do you think I want to? Yang Hui cursed angrily. His current state was similar to Graham's. Don Ersterlin, creation, was stepping on an Azazel-type chest at this moment, holding a sharp sword in his right hand and inserting it into its chest, pulling it out, and the core that had been cut into pieces in its body was shattered. Its body also changed from gold to black and gray, and then turned into ashes bit by bit, dissipating in the universe. This is the last Azazel type, and also the last Festum. The universe, which was originally dyed with gold, has returned to the silent black, with only the Promised Legion as an embellishment. 15 hours have passed since the battle began. The battle with the Bloody Knight ended in 3 hours, and the remaining 12 hours were all spent on exterminating the Festum in this universe. Ordinary MIS troops are fine. When the Festum group is in chaos, the battle is not so intense, so there is no need for all MIS troops to concentrate on the front line. All fleet commanders unanimously decided to adopt a shift system. When the limit is reached, they will return to the ship to change people and take turns to rest. The same is true for the fleet. They just need to be on duty in batches and maintain firepower output. Anyway, the Festum group has not launched an organized attack, nor has it escaped. It is like a group of pigs running around, waiting for them to be slaughtered. But the aces were not so good. Ordinary Festums were in chaos and did not take the initiative to attack, but Diablo, Squire Festum and Azazel were. Although they were not as organized as before, they maintained a strong desire to attack. Diablo and Squire Festum were fine. Ordinary MIS teams adopted proper tactics and could easily eliminate them. But Azazel was not good. Ordinary MIS teams could not even break through its force field barrier, let alone kill it, and could not withstand its nuclear explosion. Therefore, the aces had to stay and kill all the massive Azazels. The combat effectiveness of Azazels was also fully demonstrated. Dozens of successfully awakened aces fought for more than 10 hours before they killed all the Azazels, and even fell behind the Legion to clean up countless ordinary Festums. The last Azazel became the symbol of the end of the battle. After a long battle and the huge consumption of the Dawn series, every ace pilot was exhausted like a dead dog. They put their hands on the control stick in the cockpit and couldn't even lift them up. Only their fingers could move a few times. Yang Hui, it has been confirmed that there is no Festum reaction in the current space domain. The battle is over and we can return home. The shadow of Baki Lulu appeared beside Yang Hui and said to him, "Understood, return home immediately." After the shadow of Baki Lulu disappeared, Yang Hui slumped in the cockpit and let go of the control stick with both hands. "Ersterlin, please take me back. I don't want to move." There was no specific answer, but Yang Hui could feel the emotions from Don Ersterlin, creation, asking him to have a good rest, and he would send him back to the promise safely. So without Yang Hui's operation, Don Ersterlin, creation, moved by itself and flew slowly towards the promise. Returning to the hangar from the sortie deck, it walked to the fixed stand and stood, and the cockpit opened automatically. "Boss. Are you okay?" Shortly after the hatch was opened, the maintenance staff still didn't see Yang Hui come out. They were worried that something had happened to him. They didn't care about the danger of contacting Don Ersterlin, creation, and squeezed to the cockpit door to observe the situation. "It's okay. I'm just too tired. I don't want to move." Seeing Yang Hui lying on the cockpit seat, the maintenance staff all breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Yang Hui so tired and his cockpit uniform like a strip of cloth, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. In their impression, Yang Hui was so tired only a few times, and it was the first time that his cockpit uniform was so tattered. However, they still had to hold back their laughter. Two of them went in and helped Yang Hui out of the cockpit gently. They also had to thank the fact that the internal space of the current cockpit of Quan's Haoshan was not small, and there was no gravity in the universe, otherwise they really didn't dare to do it, for fear of bumping into it. By the way, Yulin and the others. Yang Hui suddenly thought that his cockpit uniform was tattered, and Yulin and other female ace pilots must be the same. They must have been exposed. A group of men went to help him. What would happen? "Don't worry, boss. Captain Bujalulu has already ordered that female pilots are under the care of female medical staff." The maintenance personnel laughed slyly and couldn't help but tease. They didn't have any improper thoughts in their hearts, nor did they dare to have any. After all, the consequences, cough cough. Yang Hui, who was helped out, happened to see the Luna Division and other machines. The female pilots such as Yulin who were helped out were not only under the care of female medical staff, but also wrapped in blankets, so he felt relieved. "Okay, boys, send me back to the room quickly. I want to have a good sleep. I'm really tired." "That won't do, boss." The corners of everyone's mouths raised a playful arc, and they shrugged helplessly. "Captain Bujalulu has given an order. Each of you must check your body as soon as you get off the plane." I'm fine. I just want to sleep now." Chapter 1164. Welcome back everyone. Earth, Srinagar region. The pilots of Ryugu Island are very idle and bored, but they can't calm down to do what they want to do. They put down their work and gathered at the coastline. "Why are you here too?" Tomihiko Maya went to find Hanesima Shoko first, and Hanesima Kanan happened to be there. The three of them felt uneasy and wanted to go out for a walk. As a result, they came to the beach and saw everyone here, and they were stunned for a while. "I didn't know what to do, so I just walked around, and then I met Aki and Soshi." Kondo Kenji shrugged. "Me too, I met them on the way and came here together." Tati smiled cheerfully. "It happened that Yumiko brought Mew from the island, so I planned to take them around, but Mew was clamoring to come to the beach, so we came." Hino Michio and Tomihiko Yumiko looked at each other helplessly, and touched the head of the little girl beside them lovingly. But the little girl seemed to have no feelings, and did not react to her parents' doting. She just raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance eagerly. "Miayu-chan, are you worried about them?" Yuanji and Maya said. "Aren't you the same?" Hino Michio looked at the people present and said with a smile. Everyone chuckled and acquiesced. "Yes, since the destruction of human civilization, there has been a battle almost every 3 days. They are exhausted physically and mentally and have not felt a day without fighting for a long time. Although the Promise Corps has only been gone for less than a day, they were ordered not to fight. It was the first time that they felt that the burden on their shoulders was completely lifted and they were extremely relaxed. But it came and went quickly. This relaxation did not last long and was replaced by anxiety. It was not easy to have time to relax and do what they like, but no matter what they do, they feel complicated and difficult to feel at ease. They want to walk around and relax. They all come to the coast at the same time, looking at the place where the Promise Corps set off, looking at the sky, hoping that their sight can cross the separation of space and see those who are fighting. Miayu-chan, can you feel anything? Yuanji and Maya squatted down and touched Yuanji and Miayu's head and asked. Everyone looked over. They were also looking forward to Miu's answer. Miu was a hope speaker. She could talk directly to the star cores. Although she didn't know how far into the universe the Promise Corps had traveled, or that they might not be in the same space as them, but what if? There were countless star cores in the universe. What if Miu could learn something from the connection between the star cores? Well, I don't know. Miu shook her head in disappointment. Really? Maya smiled gently, hugged Miu and comforted her. It's okay, Miu-chan, they will all be fine. Well, Maya's comfort failed to soothe Miu's worries, but she nodded. Miu was the only surviving hope speaker. She was special and naturally worth studying. It was impossible for Mr. Wang to conduct those morally corrupt studies, and Kai and Yuanjian would not allow it. But she could still cooperate with some experiments. As time went by, Miu had more contact with members of the Promise Corps. Not only when cooperating with the research, but also when she was on Ryugu Island, Yuanji and Miyai was influenced by the Star Corps and had a strange sense of closeness to the members of the Promise Corps. She liked to take the initiative to find the members of the Promise Corps to play. Slowly, she became very familiar with the members of the Promise Corps. As for the little girl, the members of the Promise Corps were a group of old uncles and aunts who were unknown how old they were. Many of them were married, and because of the restrictions of the Promise Fortress, they did not have their own children, so, the cute little girl immediately got everyone's love. Yuanji and Miayu lived on Ryugu Island and rarely came to the Srinagar area. This time when the Promise Corps went out, she clamored to let Yuanji and Yumiko take her to the Srinagar area, and then went directly to the beach and looked at the direction they set out. Although everyone was a little disappointed, they didn't think much about it, let alone blame Yuanji and Miayu. But not long after, Yuanji and Miayu became very happy and excited, and even stood on the beach and danced. Uncles and aunts are back. Uncles and aunts are back. Back? No, back. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, and immediately looked up at the sky, but the familiar purple-red exit did not appear. Everyone was wondering, and the next second, the fold jump exit appeared in their sight, and familiar warships flew out smoothly from it. It can be seen that most of the warships are not intact, and even found that the number is less. Everyone understands that this battle, they won, but also paid a price. Many people will never come back. At the same time, they are sad, but also very excited, because this battle, they won. The Promise Corps defeated Festum, the world is saved, they are saved. Everyone, let's go to greet them. Makebiki suggested. Yes. X and everyone nodded in unison. Fighting side by side many times, they have long regarded the Promise Corps as close comrades, especially some of them, who have been saved by members of the Promise Corps many times. I want to go too. I want to go too. Miu jumped up and held on to Maya's trouser leg, tears in her eyes, her little face puffed up like a bun, as if she would cry if you didn't take me with you. Okay, let's go together. Maya smiled. Yumiko Tommy picked up Miu, and they all walked towards the headquarters together. Huh? Why aren't Mr. Yang Hui and the others here? It was impossible for a huge fleet to land, even if it was just a quarter-level Macros battleship. The Srinagar region did not have a place to berth, so the group went directly to the headquarters, thinking that the leadership team would definitely come back here as soon as possible. But when they came to the door to waiting for Wang and Rebel to return, there were many figures missing, including Yang Hui, the ace pilots. None of them were there, especially Yang Hui, the commander-in-chief. Why are you here? Wang was a little surprised to see the Fafnir pilots from Ryugu Island gathered at the door of the headquarters. Chief of Staff Wang, General Rebel. Welcome back. Huh? Wang and the others were stunned for a moment, revealing a warm smile. This feeling was not the first time. Going to an unknown world, fighting for that world, fighting hard, and returning victorious, hearing such a sentence always made their hearts warm. Well, we are back. Mr. Yang Hui and the others? Makebiki asked hesitantly. They were all very scared, afraid that Yang Hui and the others had an accident. They are fine, they are just too tired and are still sleeping now. Wang explained with a smile, dispelling everyone's worries. Hearing this, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Chief of Staff Wang, General Rebel, welcome back. On the other side, Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram also ran over with a few people. Their ideas were the same as those of the people on Ryugu Island, but they were different from the people on Ryugu Island. Although they did not participate in the decisive battle, they were responsible for the defense of the Srinagar area. Well, we are back. Yang Hui and the others are fine. They are sleeping because they are too tired. Rabir also saw the worry on the faces of Jonathan, Mitsuhiro Bartlett and others, so he told them directly without waiting for them to ask. That's good, but... As they said that, everyone's expression was gloomy. There will be sacrifices in war, let's be more open-minded. At least tell us their names, okay? Far-sighted Maya asked with courage. We will immediately count the list of the dead and then announce it. Wong said to the people on Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island. After the Legion War, the top leaders will count the list and announce it. On the one hand, the comrades who died deserve to be remembered, and on the other hand, a farewell ceremony will be held. Thank you very much. Okay, you guys go do your own things first. We still have a lot of work to do. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Wong, Rabir and others walked into the General Command Headquarters. The leaders of both sides, General Minaji and Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartlett, nodded at each other and left in different directions with their people. The group of people from Ryugu Island returned to the beach, looking at the sky and the sea. General Minoshi gave Hino Michio a look, and the latter said something in Tommy Yumiko's ear. Tommy Yumiko then walked away to play with Tommy Mew. General. Everyone looked at General Minoshi with some doubts, because they felt that General Minoshi wanted to say something to them. Everyone, I know some of you are still hesitating, but it's time to make a choice. General Minoshi's expression was very serious and his tone was very serious. Hearing this, everyone was silent. They knew what General Minoshi was asking. To be honest, they all regarded the members of the Promised Legion as companions, and they also admired what they did very much, but most people couldn't make a decision whether to join them. General, you will go, right? Makebaiki looked at General Minoshi and asked seriously. Yes, I will join. Minajo Saoshi nodded without hesitation. He had already decided that not only for his pride, not only for himself, but also for Ryugu Island and the world, he would join the Promise Fortress and become a member of the Promise Legion. Jonathan and the others will also join, right? Makebaiki continued to ask. Yes, they will all join. The Poseidon Island party was originally all soldiers. It was decided from the beginning that they would join, and no one objected. Then I will join too. Makebaiki took the lead in making the decision. Aiki. Aiki Sr. And everyone looked at Makebaiki in surprise. The Makebaiki they knew was very strong, but he was a very gentle person and was very disgusted with fighting. Makebaiki looked at his companion seriously, his attitude was extremely serious. I don't have the ability to save this disaster. I can't protect everyone in the island, but they can definitely do it. Not only the island, but also more people. I want to protect more people and more precious things. This may be the reason why I still exist here. Chapter 1165 Be a steel model for me. Are we really here again? Yang Hui, who was in his sleep, once again came to a strange space. The whispers rang in his ears again. It was the same words, but they did not become clearer. The glimmer in front of him was still so far away. Oh, it seems to be a little closer. Can the progress be saved? Although it was very small, Yang Hui was sure that the distance between him and the glimmer was shorter than the previous two encounters. It should be that the distance before he woke up last time was saved. Thinking of this, Yang Hui ignored the whispers in his ears and continued to move forward. All his energy was focused on the idea of moving forward, and then the distance with the glimmer was shortened again, very slowly, even slower than the staggering of an old man in his twilight. It was like every time he wanted to lift his foot and stride forward, he could only move a little distance by rubbing the ground, and then change to the other foot. It's slow, just keep going, and you will always arrive. Yang Hui was not anxious about this slow speed. He calmed down and moved forward bit by bit until he woke up from his sleep. It's so comfortable. Yang Hui sat up after waking up, stretched his body, and felt extremely comfortable. This was the first time that after leaving the strange dream, he did not feel any discomfort, only physical and mental comfort. He looked around the room and found that no one else was there. They should be busy with their own things. He took out his pad to check the time and smiled bitterly. I actually slept for so long, No wonder I feel so comfortable. The time on the pad showed that Yang Hui had slept for 28 hours. The special blood of the purebred transformer, NT and Festum factors made eating no longer a daily necessity for Yang Hui. The stress and fatigue he had been feeling were released in his sleep, so he felt so relaxed. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the room. He did not see anyone in the corridor. Yang Hui could not help but wonder. This was not in line with the style of Bucky Lulu. Generally speaking, even if Bucky Lulu is not at home, one of her sisters will stay behind. If all her sisters are not at home, someone will be arranged to stand guard at the door so that Yang Hui can notify her the first time he wakes up. After all, as the commander-in-chief of the Promise Corps, Yang Hui has too many things to deal with, such as the casualty list of the Promise Corps after this war, the bodyguards damaged in battle, the progress of the mission. Nadal, where are you? Why can't I see anyone on the ship? Huh? Are they all going to the concert? What's going on? Okay, I'll be there right away. Then I won't go. What? What is that pink-haired monster doing again? Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui shook his head helplessly. No wonder he didn't meet anyone when he walked around on the Promise. Except for a few people on duty who stayed at their posts, everyone else was on vacation. Besides, surely, Li Lanhu and Lux's concerts were about to be held, so naturally they all went to watch the concerts. Shirley spent a lot of effort preparing for this concert, and was determined to hold the grandest concert. First, this time they truly saved a world, saved the human civilization that was on the verge of destruction, and the celebration banquet must be grand and magnificent. Second, because of this battle, Shirley was unable to sing on stage. She had Vajra cells in her body, and her compatibility with Festum factors was 0. The Vajra that could protect Shirley was not cultivated, and Li Lanhu was the same. So the two of them really became mascots this time. They didn't dare to let them sing at all, for fear that they would be assimilated by Festum. Shirley was so frustrated. How much she wanted to show off her singing voice, whether it was to help everyone in the battle or to calm the panicked hearts of the indigenous people in the end times, it was all strategic, but she was not allowed to speak. Until now, the war has been won. Although the mission has not been completed and the alien Festum is still scattered around, it no longer poses any threat. Shirley finally has the opportunity to sing loudly, so she can't wait to hold a concert, and it must be grand and magnificent, leaving the resounding name of Galaxy Fairy in this world. Because Shirley can't wait, and she thought that she could hold a private concert for Yang Hui, so Shirley didn't consider waiting for Yang Hui to wake up, and held the concert directly. As a result, just as it was about to start, Bucky Lulu, who was accompanying Shirley, Li Lanhu and Lux backstage, received a call from Yang Hui. Since he's awake, come here immediately. Not only do you have to rush to participate in the concert, Lux also suggested that Yang Hui go on stage and perform a show together. What? Can sing? Can dance? That doesn't matter, you have to stand up straight on the stage even if you are a wooden stake. Why? Just because you are the commander of the Promise Fortress, the commander-in-chief of the Promise Corps, and the strongest force of the Promise Corps. You have to go on stage to show your support for such a grand and magnificent celebration concert? No, I can't sing or dance, what am I going to do on stage? Quickly rushing to the backstage of the concert, Yang Hui looked helplessly at Shirley and Lux who were surrounding him, and he was overwhelmed. Then I don't care, I finally have a concert, you have to go on stage. Shirley didn't care about that. She had been fooled by Lux. She couldn't get involved in the affairs of the Promise Corps, but she was the queen when it came to singing in concerts, and everything had to be done by her. Yang Hui glared at Lux unhappily. He didn't need anyone else to tell him that this was Lux's idea. Although Shirley was arrogant and a little willful sometimes, she would never do such a thing. But I really don't know what to do on stage. It's not appropriate for me to give a serious speech on stage in this kind of occasion, right? You can't really let me be a wooden stake. Yang Hui covered his face and said with a headache. You are Yang Hui, you must be able to think of a way. If it doesn't work, I can design a dance on the spot, and you can be a model. You'd better say model, not pole. Yang Hui squinted and glanced at Shirley. Of course not. It was confirmed that Shirley wanted him to be a pole on stage. How could Yang Hui agree to such a thing? Do you still have face? Just as he was about to speak, He saw Art, Michelle, Luca, and several pilots from the Macros F world. They were wearing X-Gear, Macros F's exoskeleton-powered flight suits. If nothing unexpected happened, they should cooperate with Shirley, Leland and Lakis in acrobatic flying performances at the beginning. Ms. Shirley, Miss Lakis, we. Mr. Yang Hui? How did you? Good opportunity. A sneak attack. Bang. Dot. Everything is ready, the concert is about to begin. In the darkness, the acrobatic flying team is ready at their respective positions. Art wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and complained to Yang Hui not far away. Mr. Yang Hui, why are you doing this? There's nothing I can do. But. Don't worry, don't worry. Although I don't play it often, I still know how to use X-Gear. But. I will cooperate with you to fill Michelle's vacant position. Just act according to circumstances. You are also professionals. Do you have any other questions? No, I just want to ask, why is it Michael? Because he is closest to me. Oh, not only Art, the communications of the acrobatic flying team are all connected. Everyone can hear Yang Hui's words. They are sweating for a while and mourn for Michelle in their hearts. Amen. Attention, all units, the concert is about to begin. Start the countdown. 10, 3, 2, 1. Don't make any mistakes, little guys, or the queen will be angry and I can't control her. Yang Hui teased. Understood. XN snap. As the crisp sound of the whip hitting the ground rang out, the dim stage was instantly illuminated by gorgeous lights. Shirley Liu, Leland Hui, Lux, and Ryu Konosaki stood on the stage in their best clothes, and the enthusiastic accompaniment also played loudly. Let's go. Understood. XN. As the accompaniment sounded, the acrobatic flight performance team took off along the takeoff track, dragging colorful smoke and dust behind them, outlining a series of gorgeous and beautiful pictures in the sky above the stage. Huh? That guy is Yang Hui. In the audience, the sharp-eyed people noticed that Michelle in the performance team had been replaced by Yang Hui. Haha, that guy. Lux came up with the idea that Shirley is the main output and must go on stage. Harmon smiled coldly and explained to Char and the people around him. Now thinking about Yang Hui's headache and helpless expression at that time, he couldn't help laughing. Oh? That must be very interesting, but it's a pity that I was not there. As one of the best friends, Char laughed jokingly and tried his best to imagine the scene at that time in his mind. Damn it, this guy, such a fun thing, he didn't even call me. Graham, Luo and other people who couldn't sit still complained angrily. Mr. Yang Hui sneaked up on Michelle, and Michelle is still sleeping in the locker in the backstage dressing room. Lala Zin maintained a gentle attitude and explained to everyone. Damn it. Why didn't I think of it? I will definitely do it next time. Graham and others were stunned for a moment, and the corners of their mouths curled up coldly. Seeing this, the audience below the stage mourned for the performance team, and the performance team members in the sky shuddered in unison, almost losing their balance and crashing. Hold on. Don't make mistakes. Got it. Got it. XN. As the song ended, Ryu Konosaki and Lux left the stage, leaving Shirley and Leland Hui behind. The accompaniment of the second song sounded, and the performance team changed their formation and approached the stage at a low altitude. Just when everyone was surprised about what was going to happen, Shirley and Leland Hui suddenly walked to the edge of the stage and jumped down from the high stage, causing the audience to exclaim. But the next second, the exclamation turned into amazement. The leaders Yang Hui and Art flew at a very low altitude, caught Shirley and Leland Hui in a princess hug, and took them into the air, starting a more exciting performance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1166, Pervert? Or Stalker? Tisk, tisk, tisk. They are indeed a family, one dares to jump and the other dares to take it. It's normal for singles not to understand, I understand you. Get lost. Ha 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 ha. The XN concert ended successfully. The members of the Promise Corps shouted passionately at the concert, releasing all the pressure and urgency that had been accumulated in their hearts since the beginning of the mission. The natives of this world were also greatly infected. Shirley Liu's passion, Leland Hui's liveliness and cuteness, Lux's calmness and gentleness, Even the newcomer Ryukinosaki showed a heartwarming elegance and charm. The acrobatic flying performance that Yang Hui participated in was naturally a great success. His flying skills were no worse than those of professionals. Although he joined temporarily, he cooperated perfectly with other members of the performance team. At the same time, he issued instructions from time to time and performed on the spot, adding excitement to the usual performance. For example, when Shirley and Li Lanho suddenly jumped off the stage, Yang Hui and Art flew at a very low altitude to catch them. This was Yang Hui's impromptu idea. When he saw Shirley and Li Lanho look at each other and run towards the edge of the stage, he understood Shirley's plan and immediately gave instructions to the performance team to start flying at a low altitude. He and Art flew even lower and broke away from the team and rushed to the ground. At the moment when Shirley and Li Lanho just jumped out of the stage, the two caught them and flew in the sky together. There was no rehearsal in advance between them. After all, Yang Hui's position was originally Michelle's. Even if Michelle had 10,000 courage, she would not dare to hug Shirley in a princess hug, not even for a performance. After the concert, there was naturally a grand celebration banquet. This banquet was not only held within the Promise Core, but also covered the entire Srinagar area, as well as the carnivals of Dragon Palace Island and Poseidon Island. This was Lux's suggestion. There has always been a gap between the refugees brought back from all over the world and the Promise Legion. They have never been able to fully accept the existence of the Promise Legion. They believe that no one can hate the singing of Shirley Lu, Li Lanho and Lux, no matter which world they are from. After hearing their singing, the gap in their hearts will be temporarily put down. Whether the people around them are also refugees or the Promised Legion they fear, they will all be immersed in this auditory feast. After the concert, the disappeared gap will not be erected again so quickly. Take this opportunity to hold a large carnival, and when the gap disappears, pull them into the carnival of the Promised Legion and let them put down the grudges and fears in their hearts. By the way, our mission is not yet completed. Is there something wrong? Graham, who was playing in the carnival together, asked Yang Hui. As a result, the group of people around him rolled their eyes and punched him in anger. Do you have to say this at this time? Oh, my bad, my bad. After being punched countless times, Graham realized what he had done wrong and apologized awkwardly. You, hurry up and find a partner. Look, Luo, who loves his own body as much as you do, has 2 wives, right? Yang Hui pointed to the other side, sandwiched between Yamabuki Juri and Julie, one of the first 3 orbed strongmen, with a happy look on his face. It's because I see him like this that I don't want to find one. Graham rolled his eyes, and sweated profusely when he thought about having more people around him to take care of everything. How? Really? And, the 2 of them obviously can't keep up with Luo, right? Even if I want to find one, I have to find one who can keep up with me. Graham spoke out his mate selection criteria seriously and passionately. Wow? This is the first time you've stated your mate selection criteria. I really thought you were planning to spend your life with a Mecha. Yang Hui and the others were a little surprised. They often teased Graham about this matter. Graham's answer was always the same, I have a Gundam. Now, Flagabskneden, cut, is enough. Everyone really thought Graham had a fetish, but now Graham finally stated his mate selection criteria, which dispelled this worry. Nonsense, I'm a normal person too. I didn't see it. And you guys are a bunch of bastards. Graham felt a headache, and it seemed that he had always been abnormal in the eyes of his friends. But, your requirements are a bit too high. Fleet analyzed seriously. On the one hand, this is his personality, and on the other hand, Graham is also his brother. His brother's lifelong event has to be taken seriously. It's up to fate. If there's none, then there's none. I'm not in a hurry. Graham spread his hands. He knew that this request was too high. Graham was one of the top fighters in Promise Fortress. His position in the field of personal combat power was on par with Yang Hui. To keep up with Graham, first of all, you have to be an A-class pilot, right? Secondly, you have to have a machine and strength equivalent to Flagabskneden, cut, right? For this requirement, the current Promise Corps can only find his brother's wife, and then there's no one else. Wait, the one from the Safru Alliance should be okay, right? Char suddenly thought of something and brought it up. Are you talking about Lady Tries? Everyone was stunned for a moment, as if, in addition to Yulin, there is also Lady Tries Sredjelet from the Safru Alliance, a female A-class pilot in the Legion. After coming to Promise Fortress, she has also regained her youthful appearance in her 20s. She is not as beautiful as a fairy, but she is full of heroism. The temperament of a former soldier is also very tough, and she has a good martial arts practice. No matter from which point of view, she is very compatible with Graham. How about, try it? Everyone looked at Graham with some expectation. On the one hand, they are all looking forward to what changes Graham will have after finding a partner. On the other hand, they are also concerned about the lifelong affairs of their good brothers, but the latter accounts for less than 10%. No idea. Graham waved his hand without any hesitation. MRS. Tries is of the same generation as my master, and I really don't feel anything. Seniority, age, etc. are also just excuses. Graham is not from ancient times. Modern people don't care so much about seniority and age. Graham's real age is unknown. How many times older? The most important thing is that there is no feeling. Graham's personality is like this. He is straightforward. Feeling is more important than rational analysis. It seems that I have to help you keep an eye on it in the future. Yang Hui laughed jokingly and teased. Tisk, don't think I don't know that you just want to watch the show. How can that be? Continue. Watching a show or something. You have to show us a show first. Tisk, I know it. Ho ha ho ha. And after hanging out for a while, everyone went their separate ways. Singles like Graham are destined to be a minority. Most people have their own families to accompany them. They are indeed very happy when they are together, but family members still need time alone. Huh? Mr. Yang Hui. It's you. When Yang Hui and his family were playing, they met the members of Ryugu Island who were traveling together, Tommy Maya, Hanesama Shoko, Makabaiki and Minashiro Saoshi. Ha ha ha, what an interesting relationship. Wong and the others are all women. Gossip is a woman's nature. Seeing the interesting configuration of these four people at a glance, they began to look at the relationship between them. The two handsome guys, Saoshi Minajiro and Aiki Makabe, stood very close to each other, almost holding hands. Shoko Hanesama and Mayatami were holding hands, and it was obvious that they were very good sisters, but Shoko Hanesama kept peeking at Aiki Makabe, and Mayatami's eyes kept switching between Aiki Makabe and Saoshi Minajiro, with a fleeting tangled expression on his face. Finally, Saoshi Minajiro's eyes moved towards Mayatami intentionally or unintentionally. There's one less person. The sisters also chatted about all kinds of gossip in private. Mayatami is now a student of Yulin, so she naturally became the first choice for gossip. Mayatami was chosen, and the whole line of Shoko Hanesama, Aiki Makabe, Saoshi Minajiro, and Kanon Hanesama, who were related to her, was brought out and talked about by them with relish. Oh, by the way, there is one more person who can't be forgotten, Teru Nishio, the younger brother of the Nishio siblings, who seems to have a crush on Mayatami. Sure enough, he's here. Just when the queen and the others were thinking about Nishio Wei, the shy boy who was almost ignored, they happened to see him in the crowd. He was alone, and he was slightly disguised. He followed behind Tommy Maya from a distance, and his eyes never left Tommy Maya. The expression on his face remained tangled, complicated and unwilling. This child, he will be regarded as a pervert. The queen and the other girls shook their heads. Nishio Wei liked Tommy Maya, which was completely fine, but you followed them shopping. Even if you were a little transparent and didn't say anything, it would be better than now. You look like this, a pervert? Or a stalker? So disgusting. Maya. Yulin waved at Tommy Maya and asked her to come over. Teacher Yulin. Tommy Maya walked over respectfully, and was also very curious about what her teacher wanted to say to her. Look over there, be careful, don't move too much. Yulin whispered in Tommy Maya's ear, not using a finger, but using her eyes to signal. Yuan Jian Maya nodded, pretending to look over there without noticing, and then. She was also an excellent sniper, how could she not see Nishio Wei? Wei? How could he? Haha, still pretending not to know. Teacher Yulin. It's better to make it clear as soon as possible, don't be afraid of hurting him. If you keep dragging it out, it will hurt him more, and it will also hurt you and the others. Yulin gently taught. Well, I'll think about it, Teacher Yulin. Go play with your friends, we have to go too. Well, goodbye teacher, goodbye Mr. Yang Hui, goodbye ladies. Chapter 1167 Continuation of Happiness. As time went by, the bright sun turned into sunset, and then continued to fall, obscured by the sea level. The bright moon replaced the sun, and the carnival continued. It did not cool down because of the quietness of the night, but the bright lights and rich cheerful atmosphere of the carnival drove away the tranquility of the night. However, it was almost over, and the goods in the stalls were almost sold out. Most of the stalls began to close, and the tourists who were playing gathered on the beach on the coast, looking up at the night sky, waiting for something. "Hey, Ike, are you really going?" Shoko Usama looked up and asked Ike McCabe, without worry, only a warm smile. "Well, if the Soshi is going, I want to go too." The reason why Ike McCabe wanted to join the Promise Corps was simple, because of the Soshi Minaji. He was not a person who yearned for change. He liked the quiet life on the island very much. Even if it was not as exciting as the outside world, he could only guard the small shop and welcome similar guests every day, but this was the best future for him. But Soshi Minaji wants to join the Promise Corps. No matter what the reason is, he should follow Soshi Minaji. Since childhood, he has hurt Soshi Minaji many times and owes Soshi Minaji a lot. He wants to repay him and wants to continue to protect this seemingly cold-blooded but always protecting companion. "Then I want to go too." Shoko Hanesama replied to Ike McCabe with a smile, her eyes full of support and companionship. "Shoko? Why? You are not." Ike McCabe was surprised. Shoko Hanesama is also a person who likes ordinary life very much. She doesn't have so many expectations for a changed life. Moreover, Shoko Hanesama's body is still the weakest among everyone. Due to her weak body, the time she can drive Fafnir is also the shortest among everyone. Because Ike is going, so I want to go too. When she said this, Shoko Hanesama's head had already gently leaned on Ike McCabe's left shoulder, and her hand also held Ike McCabe's hand. Her answer was exactly the same as Ike McCabe's, except that she changed two names. McCabe Ike opened his mouth, wanting to dissuade Hanesama Shoko, but he couldn't say anything, because Hanesama Shoko's answer was exactly the same as his, so McCabe Ike also understood what this answer meant. And Hanesama Shoko's behavior was the best confession. McCabe Ike used to be very natural, and you couldn't tell, but he has grown up. The trouble after growing up is that he can see many things clearly, but it's hard to make a choice. Thinking of his remaining short life, he dared not and could not accept the love of others. And now, the world has been saved, they don't have to fight anymore, and there's new hope for the little life left. Then I want to go too. To the right of McCabe Ike, Tamimaya saw Hanesama Shoko make a decision, and she also made a decision, no longer entangled, and said the same answer as Hanesama Shoko, and made the same move. Towards the future? Maya, you finally stopped hesitating. McCabe Ike, who was hugged by his girlfriend, was panicked. Instead, Hanesama Shoko covered her mouth and chuckled. As the best girlfriend, how could Hanesama Shoko not see towards the future Maya's feelings? At the beginning, she was also very entangled. She and her best sister fell in love with the same person, and her best sister was so much better than her. Would the person she liked accept her best sister and reject her? But as she grew up and fought more and more, Hanesama Shoko figured it out. Choose someone else and reject yourself? So what? They are not still a family? Yes, a family. Everyone on the island is a family, a complete family. McCabe Ike, towards the future Maya, Minashiro Saushi, Nishio Rina, Nishio Akira, Totegami Sari, Misaka Mizukage, Makoto Rii, Kaburaji Wei, their own parents, the parents of their companions, other elders on the island. Mai O'Neill, Kasugai Kawahiro, the main operator. Minashiro Otaheim, Minashiro Oriheim. There are pure humans, impure humans, Festum, and Star Cores, but everyone is a family, complete and whole, and no one wants to be without someone's family. Since we are a family, why should we divide it so clearly? Why must the other party accept us? If we want to fight, we will fight side by side. If we want to travel far away, we will guard this home and wait for their return. However, when Shoko Usama first learned that Yang Hui had many wives, she was still very shocked, which conflicted with her three views. Later, it was learned that there was no monogamy rule in Promise Fortress. Except for death and battle, their lifespan was unlimited. The more people accompany the future home, the less likely it is to get lost in the long years. Of course, some people also joke that this was a rule made by Yang Hui to satisfy his own selfish desires, but Who knows? Whether it is justice or selfishness, Shoko Yusama only feels happy, because she and her good sisters finally don't have to worry about their own emotions. Therefore, she was not angry or opposed to the confession of Yuanji and Maya, but only understood and supported. Well, Shoko, you know that too, right? Yes, I know, but, the chief of the Imperial General Staff said, call me sister no. No. Yuanmi Maya made a naughty face at Onesima Shoko, as if she had returned to her childhood. Wait, Yuanmi, Shoko, what are you doing? Makabaiki, as the happiest person, had a look of confusion and absurdity on his face. Their education since childhood was very traditional. He didn't know about the relaxation of Promise Fortress. He just felt that Onesima Shoko and Yuanmi Maya confessed their love to him one after another, and not only did they not quarrel, but they looked harmonious, which made his three views suffer a severe impact. I'm telling you, together. As they spoke, Shoko Onesima and Mayatami leaned close to Ike Makabe's ear. There is no monogamy rule in Promise Fortress. Huh? Ike Makabe was shocked, but this is also. It's decided. Right? Shoko. Yes, that's right. When Ike Makabe was panicked, he wanted to pull his hand out, but Shoko Onesima and Mayatami held it tightly, not giving Ike Makabe a chance. This is what Yulin taught them, to love is to be bolder and more proactive, and not give the other person a chance to escape. No one noticed that Saoshi Minashiro's face was a little gloomy. Maybe the moonlight was not bright enough, so no one noticed it. Maybe it was because of Mayatami? Or maybe because of Ike Makabe. Never mind, it's better this way. He can let go of some things in his heart, put away his expression and mood, and continue to stay with his companions. Nishio Teru, who was mixed in the crowd, was even more disappointed. He had always known that Tommy Maya liked Makabaiki, but he was not without hope. After all, they had not really come together yet. But now, his beautiful dream was shattered. After whispering Tommy Sr., he made a decision to hide his feelings in his heart and be a guardian in the shadows. At least, Tommy Maya could be happy. Saoshi. Ike. Are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Shoko? Maya? And Ike? You. Not long after, all the friends came over. When they saw the three people holding hands, they were stunned, but they also smiled with relief. They were all friends who grew up together. How could they not know about the things between them? Now that the battle is over, at the carnival celebrating the victory, they are happy to see that they finally get married. Next, all that's left is swish 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 swish, bang 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 bang. A large number of fireworks flew to the end of the night sky, blooming brilliantly, illuminating the night, and also illuminating the confusion in people's hearts, dispelling sadness, and pointing out a way forward. Yes, their choice is very simple, to follow the path of their ancestors, go a farther distance, and continue the present happiness. Chapter 1168 Return, new members join. In the void, because of the departure of the Promised Legion, the Promise Fortress entered a brief period of calm. Without the Legion members, the huge Promise Fortress was a little deserted. The residents living in the Promise Fortress also lived a very peaceful life, but they were still more or less worried. After all, the residents living in the Promise Fortress were basically the families of the Legion members. In the last Legion battle, 1/3 of the people failed to come back. So this time, will their families be among them? They are back. They are back. I don't know where the shout came from. One person spread 10 spread 100. The enthusiasm ignited in the deserted Promise Fortress was like a spark that set the prairie on fire. Everyone ran out of their homes, shops, and workplaces and looked in the same direction, which was the direction of the military port area. Familiar warships appeared one after another and docked at the port of the military port area. At the same time, a large number of people walked out of the new portal that appeared in the central hall. Is this the Promise Fortress? People who come to the Promise Fortress for the first time are very curious about everything unknown, and they are also very excited. Of course, they are also worried. When they come to the Promise Fortress, their former lives are gone forever. With a long life, they are not so eager for their original goals. Similarly, the unfamiliar environment makes people feel uncertain, and they don't know whether they can adapt or accept it. Everyone, welcome to the Promise Fortress. Yang Hui welcomes everyone from Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island. Under normal circumstances, after the Legion War is over, The Legion members do not need to return to the Promise Fortress through the world portal in the Central Hall, but return directly with their respective fleets. However, there are new worlds connected to the Promise Fortress, and new members have joined. Yang Hui, Wang, Lakis, Cruz and others naturally have to assume the responsibility of guides. In the world of Fafnir in the sky, after defeating the Bloody Knight and destroying the Festum in the universe, it took another 3 years to complete the world mission. The Bloody Knight and the Festum gathered around it are indeed the main force of the foreign Festum, but it does not mean that this is all. In fact, not all the foreign Festum gathered under the command of Joy Knight and Bloody Knight, waiting for their dispatch. Instead, a small part of them was dispersed before the Promise Corps arrived in this world, scattered in various corners of the Milky Way. What to do? Collect star cores and assimilate star cores. At the beginning, with the help of Festum close to human factions such as Mjolnir, the Promise Corps quickly wiped out the foreign Festums scattered all over the Earth and the native Festum who defected to them. The reconstruction of the Srinagar area and the reconstruction of human civilization were also on the right track and achieved initial results. However, the two requirements of the mission were not completed, which put Yang Hui and his team in a dilemma for a while. If the ensuring the continuation of human civilization was not completed, they could understand it. After all, the foreign Festum had not been completely eliminated. If they appeared again, it would be a disaster for the emerging human civilization. But the alien Festum that was not completely eliminated can be guaranteed to be gone on Earth, and the Promise Corps took Mjolnir and his team around the entire solar system, but after cleaning it up, it was still not completed, which gave them a headache. The solar system was clean, but the mission was not completed, which meant that the distribution range of the alien Festum had expanded beyond the solar system. They didn't know how big it was. It might be just a little bit outside, or just a few adjacent galaxies, or the entire Milky Way, or the entire universe. This made Yang Hui and his team feel very confused. If it was the entire Milky Way, Yang Hui and his team would have to be prepared for a long-term battle. If it was the entire universe, then they might be trapped in this world for the rest of their lives. How big is the universe? No one can tell, not even ELS and Vajra. They are all races at the level of the universe's overlords, but they can't spread their footprints throughout the universe. Logically, the Promise Fortress would not issue a mission that was impossible to complete. Even if it seemed to be a mission that was bound to end in death, there would definitely be a ray of hope, but they really couldn't think of where this ray of hope was. Just when everyone was at a loss, Minaji Orihime of Ryugu Island and Emily of Poseidon Island brought good news, which was also the last hope. Because of the intervention of the Promise Corps, a large number of foreign invaders were eliminated, and the growth rate of the two star cores of Minaji Orihime and Emily was greatly improved. In addition, except for the two star cores on the Earth, all other star cores and star core fragments were assimilated and swallowed by the foreign Festum tribe, so Minaji Orihime and Emily were no longer limited to Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, and grew into the star cores of the entire Earth. In theory, a planet only needs one star core to operate perfectly, but now the Earth has two. The bad news is that multiple star cores exist on the same planet, and different opinions may once again lead to a world-destroying disaster on the planet. The good news is that Minaji Orihime and Emily have a good relationship, and can be described as best friends, so this situation will not happen. The second good news is that the Earth only needs one star core to maintain the normal operation of the Earth, that is to say, Minaji Orihime and Emily, only one needs to stay on the Earth, and the other can leave the Earth with a fleet of the Promise Corps. The purpose of the scattered Festum groups is to collect and devour other star cores in the universe, and there is a special connection between star cores and galaxies. Therefore, with the help of Orihime, Minajo and Emily in turn, the Promise Corps marched towards the deep space of the universe, took pioneering steps, and made the originally incomplete star map complete. This is a tense and dangerous mission, but it is also a relaxing and pleasant mission. The tension and danger are concentrated in the first half, and relaxation is the theme of the second half. The journey to find alien Festum is better described as a long interstellar journey. In the edge galaxy of the Milky Way, the Promise finally found the last alien Festum group. After destroying it, the mission of the Fafnir world of the sky was finally completed, and it can connect to the world and return to the Promise Fortress. At the same time, Orihime Minajo also came to Promise Fortress as the main representative of that world. The representative of Ryugu Island was the former commander Fumihiko Makabe, and the captain of the Fafnir Corps, Soshi Minajo. The representative of Poseidon Island was Jonathan Mitsuhiro Bartram, and the people following behind were all newcomers to the Promise Corps. Among them, all the members of Poseidon Island joined the Promise Corps. They were originally soldiers and had always been eager to return to the regular system, and they were eager to make achievements under such a powerful system as the Promise Corps. It was a pity that most of the Fafnir Corps of Poseidon Island could not come to Promise Fortress this time. After all, they were still responsible for guarding the Srinagar area. They would come to Promise Fortress after the support troops from other worlds were replaced. All members of the Fafnir Corps on Ryugu Island also joined the Promise Corps for different reasons. Some yearned for the unknown world, some came because their companions came, some wanted to protect more people, and some hoped to enjoy the benefits of eternal life. As for the Srinagar area, there was no representative, and the local government had not been established in the Srinagar area. All affairs were handled by members of the Promise Corps. There were no suitable candidates for that group of refugees, and suitable people would be dispatched from various worlds to establish a new government later, but the local people, forget it. Graham, take everyone around. Director Farsight, you can go directly to the research department to find Mr. Wang and Professor Elfman, or settle down in the new residence first. Commander Makabe, Sergeant General, Jonathan, and Orihime Minaji, please follow me. Yang Hui arranged for everyone behind him. The end of the mission does not mean that they can rest. Every time the Legion battle is over, a decision-making meeting room is held immediately. Most of the decision-making members will follow the Legion to the mission world to perform the mission, but after the mission is over, the people who stay behind should also be informed of the completion of the mission as soon as possible, summarize the intelligence, summarize the gains, and then formulate the next development plan. No problem. Orihime Minaji nodded first, and the others agreed. After all, Orihime Minaji is the Star Corps, and they are used to following the will of the Star Corps. Emperor, I have informed everyone. Durandal and the old man are in the research department and will be here soon. Madame Doreen and Jipu are handling things in their respective worlds and are expected to be back in half an hour. Okay, let's go to the conference room and wait, and sort out the information by the way. Yang Hui and other decision-makers led the 3 people in 1 Star Corps to the central conference room. Yuan Jiankai and other people in the scientific research and logistics departments had special people to guide them. The pilots in charge of combat followed the old rules. Under the leadership of Graham, they first visited the Promise Fortress and then went to the simulation training room. This is. When they came to the simulation training room, they saw many familiar faces. Logically, after performing such a long mission outside, the first thing to do after returning should be to relax and reunite with their families. Why are there so many people gathered here? It seems that they are all very excited and busy. The simulation training room is where the MIS troops spend most of their time. Pilots below the peak of B level have regular training subjects every day, and then they have independent training. Graham said calmly. This. Being here doesn't mean it's easy. You may think we are powerful, but I hope you understand what we have paid behind our power, and we are not strong enough. Graham said seriously to the Fafnir pilots of Ryugu Island and Poseidon Island, not only the MIS troops, but also the fleet. The fleet's simulation training is completed in the port area and the military area, including us. Every day we will spend time to complete our own training. I don't want to show off my power to you, but to explain a fact to you. I hope you can understand and accept this fact. Soldiers need wolf spirit and there is competition, so, let's start. Start? Start what? XN routine practice, a welcome ceremony for newcomers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.